and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees, you're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the LA Leadership Week. And I'm so excited because we're kicking it off with a truly remarkable human being that we're lucky to have as the individual that's going to be opening up the day with us. But before we go there, I want to welcome my colleagues. I want to welcome all the folks in the virtual auditorium. Please remember to let us know what part of the world are you tuning in from. Yesterday, we had people joining from literally all around the world. Pretty much every continent around the world had a representative or 2 or 3. And I'm just humbled and honored to be a part of this exciting movement. And with that being said, real quick, 30 seconds or less, I'm going to ask my colleagues to make some opening statements, opening remarks, as well as share with the community here how excited they are. Let's start with Michael Silvers, please.
You know, it's great just to be here, and I want to welcome everybody who is here today. Again, like I said, ground yourself, make sure that you have food, make sure that you take the breaks you need, but be here most of the day because it's education and information. Write the notes down, take away that thing tonight, that one thing, excuse me, that you can use in your business and your life right now, and then the rest of it you'll do over time. The other thing, too, is we're so excited tomorrow to have you on. We can't wait. We've got some amazing people coming, and Mo's going to talk a little bit about that. So just
Thank
great
you.
to be here.
Alva Manuel.
We are so excited. You know, Mo just said, share where you're from. We'd love to know where you are. We've got amazing celebrity guests that normally we wouldn't see together in one platform that we have today. So, you know, tune in and share.
Julianne Meyer.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. Obviously, we've got an amazing lineup. I mean, it's written about in the news. I feel honored to be a fly on the wall, a part of this amazing event. Not only do we want you to share where you're from, but we want to hear what you are excited about. What quotes are sticking with you? And just keep curious and enjoy today because it is fire.
Donna Campbell.
You know, yesterday was such an amazing day in looking at and redefining what leadership really is. And I always keep going back to Dan Clark about, are you significant in someone's life? And if that's a set of what yesterday was, today, we're going to expand and even exponentially grow that tenfold. So hang in there.
Jim Miller.
In 25 years of being in this industry, I have never seen a lineup of leaders and individuals that shape the world like we have right now. It's truly a blessing for me and for all of us to be able to participate and witness this. It is a part of history. So anyway, glad to be here.
Thank you, Jim. And unfortunately, Rex, we don't have time to hear from. Go ahead, Rex Sykes. We'll make some time for you.
Well, if you think day 1 was great, hang in there for day 2 all the way to day 7. I'd say strap in to get ready for us to push the pedal to the metal because we got so much good value, great guests, and you know, we care, so we share. Sharing is caring, so you share too. Make sure your family, your friends, and other people have access to what's going on right now, because if you want to change your life, help them change theirs too by sharing this event for them.
We are very lucky and fortunate, and the members of this community and the folks watching live are so lucky and fortunate to be able to experience our speaker that's going to be opening day 2. If I start reading her biography, we'll be eating into her time, and we have limited time with her, but I want to say she is such a huge and magnificent force on this earth that the fact that we get to spend some time with her is truly a blessing. Of course, I'm talking about the legendary Marie Diamond, who's now joining us. Marie, thank you for helping us kick off day 2 of the LA Leadership Week. I'm going to ask Donna and Rex to stay with me so they can have a lovely time picking your brain and sharing your wisdom. So Marie Diamond, welcome to the LA Leadership Week. Do you have some opening statements?
Thank you so much, Mo, and all of you there. It's always an honor to support the Los Angeles Tribune and to also help people to really step into their power and really live what they're here for. And so that's why I'm always excited to be here with all of you and amazing colleagues.
It's our pleasure to have you, Marie. And today, of course, we have Marie Diamond, Mark Victor Hansen, Jay Abraham, and so many more incredible speakers that will be joining us today on day 2. And with that, Marie, I want to thank you, my friend. Always a pleasure to see you. I miss you. Hope to see you soon. And Rex Sykes, back to you.
Well, it's beautiful to be with you again, Marie, and we're thankful that you're here and that you're making time. I understand you're traveling again.
I'm in the south of France, and I'm in Monaco right now.
Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. The south of France, oh, geez. But you know, you are a leader in so many different areas in terms of mindset, heart set, and feng shui, and helping people improve their lives not only from within but from without, because that interaction between you and your surroundings is crucial. And you, better than anyone, knows how to help people with that. So could you give us a few words to start off, and then Donna will about how you can transform yourself into a better leader or better person within and without.
Of course. So, you know, when we look at leadership, of course, there are certain things that, you know, we know leaders have. And I would say, first of all, they really understand how to work with their inner power. And not that they're strong people, because a lot of people are strong, but sometimes when we are strong, we're kind of still in survival mode. When we are tapping into that inner power, we actually tap into the purpose that we have on this planet. And I do believe that everybody has a purpose to be greater, a purpose to help others, a purpose to make a significant contribution to humanity, to the planet, in whatever way that is. So tapping into that inner power, that's actually what I see leaders really do. But we also see that leaders, and I'm here now in Monaco, where it's probably per square meter the most billionaires on the planet. And so a lot of these people have amazing businesses, and they sometimes they don't come always from you know, wealthy families. They just have started a new idea, a new invention, a new service, a new something new that they're really tapped into. And they step forward with that, and they start moving forward towards that goal, towards that vision that they had. And that's the power that you have. Now, that power is also how you set up the people around you, how you set up your environment. And, you know, Monaco, as some of you know it from the Formula One in Monte Carlo every year, is one of these power places. And there are many power places in the world where people are drawn towards. And think about New York, think about Los Angeles. These are power spots, and people are drawn there because they feel they can really manifest that purpose that they have. If it's in entertainment, and if it's in business, you know, we have these power spots in the world. But you have to also think about that your home, your space where you are, needs to also express that power, that purpose that you have. And you can just very simply do that by setting yourself up in what we call a power position. And like literally, I'm here in a beautiful penthouse from a friend of mine. And even in this room, I'm setting myself into a power position. That means that I can see when somebody walks into the room. So it's that simple. And so as we're setting up ourselves in a power position when we meet people, when we negotiate, when we are even online, and we don't put ourselves with the back to the door, because with the back to the door, you're not in a power position. And think about all the successful people. If you look at their offices, they never set themselves up with the desk against the wall and with their back to the door. They will always turn themselves around to welcome people into their life, to welcome opportunities and possibilities coming towards them. Think about the kings, the queens, the president of the United States. You know, they set themselves up in such a way that they can see people coming towards them, even if it's online. So that is really a very beautiful way to always remind yourself that it's okay to be in your power. Yeah. And leaders are the ones that accept that they're powerful in their creation, powerful in their manifestation, and they set themselves up in the environment to make that happen.
That's beautiful. May I just do a quick follow-up, and then I definitely went down to say something. You are a leader. You travel all around the world. You talk to corporations and private and public events, and you consult people individually and in groups and everything. I mean, you're always on the go. You're back and forth everywhere. So as a leader, how do you avoid burnout? What do you do? How do you take care of yourself? Because a lot of people who are in business for themselves, whether it's a mom and pop shop or a corporate world, or entrepreneurs or solopreneurs who are trying to make it, they face getting just, burned out because they're doing so many things at one time. And yet you, in terms of creating the space around you to refresh yourself and other practices, what could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, totally. So first of all, my environment, my home, my office is totally set up based on my energy flow. So your energy flow is something you can tap into to find out what that is for your birthday. And you can go to the free Mary Diamond app that kind of leads you to your energy number. And there are some videos that you can look into it, and you can look at my new book, Feng Shui Your Life. And even on Tubi right now, on the platform owned by Fox, I have an 8-episode Feng Shui Your Life TV series that just came out. And so I'm kind of showing in that TV series like how you can really, with very simple techniques that can be colors, can be rearranging your office or rearranging your bedroom to really create maximum energy flow. And that is the first thing I always suggest to people to do that. But one of the things I do is daily meditation. So I started meditating when I was 7 years old. So I'm very, really a long time, more than 50 years. And so I say to people, literally, I was talking to like one of the top bankers here today in Monaco, and I said, well, you take every day your shower and you're thinking of refresh your body, but meditation is about refreshing your mind. And it's about really just saying, like, I take 5 minutes of my time to reconnect, to realign with who I am, with what I'm bringing here, what I'm bringing forward. And of course, there's many techniques, but I work with what I call colors, the tubes of light meditation. It's actually for free, available on the app. And millions of my students have actually do that every day. And it's kind of like a bath of energizing your minds and your energy field. And so that is a typical thing that I do to always be on top of my game. But I would say also, of course, next to good food and exercise, is to have passion and love for what you do, because I love what I do. I have such a passion for it, and I do this for more than 30 years. And I just, I make the choices in my life to only do what I love to do.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Donna?
Yes, that is absolutely beautiful. And I do have your app. And what I absolutely love is how it talks about, and what you were saying, the flow of energy. But the question that I have for you, a couple of weeks ago, I was out to dinner with some colleagues, and the conversation turned to the energy of fame. And it had a negative connotation to it. But with every word, there's always a positive and a negative association with it. And I said, well, wait a minute. I don't know that fame is all that bad. And I referred, and correct me if I say this wrong, because I only dabble in feng shui, the Bakula map, there's an area or a quadrant that talks about that. And in some of my studies, it talked about being well known or being known for what you want to be known for. Can you talk a little bit about that and how it relates to leadership from that positive perspective?
Well, I remember many years ago that I spoke to my spiritual teacher, and I said, well, I know my purpose is here to positive impact millions of people. And he said, well, in order to do that, you have to accept you need to become famous. And I was like, what? I don't want to do that, right? And so, but I started understanding that fame is actually something very beautiful. And it's almost like fame is actually making visible who you are. Yeah, but of course you can be famous for things that are not so great, but the word fame and the word flame is very connected with each other. So it's like show your fire, and with your fire you can really impact people. And if I would not have been in the movie The Secret, if I would not have been in many other documentaries, have my own TV show, being a best-selling author, I would not have been able to share my wisdom in such a big way and really impact people to shift their life. So now for me, I know fame is not from my ego. Fame is part of my soul purpose. And it's really because this is how I can spread the fire that I have for this information. And in Feng Shui, in the ancient traditions of Feng Shui, fame stands for your reputation. It stands for your visibility. And it's really interesting because we just came in the 4th of February of 2024. We come actually in a 20-year cycle that is a cycle of fire, because of fame is all to do about fire, about light, about being in the spotlight, literally. And a lot of people want to be in the spotlight right now, but not always for being a leader, but just sometimes just because, hey, they want a 5-minute spotlight, right? And through social media. And the interesting thing is that fire always stands for purpose. And so when you are following your purpose, you will become visible. And visible is needed because otherwise people cannot relate with you. They cannot perhaps be inspired themselves to really make a shift in their life. And so as we're coming in the spirit of 20 year of fire, it's all about spirituality, it's all about inspiration, it's all about enlightenment. And so if people, like all the leaders that are in this week coming together, if they would have said, I'm going to stay just in my bedroom and just think about the things I want to do, I'm sure if you bring all the people together here and see the impact number they have created with their books, with their courses, with their presence, I'm sure there's a few billion people have been reached by them all. And that has made a ripple effect of positive transformation. And it's only when we say yes to that, and we see it as part of our purpose to become visible with our knowledge and our contribution, that is how I do believe the world will change.
Mm-hmm. And I agree a lot with everything that you say. And I think it's just amazing because if you're not out there, if you're not living your life on purpose, putting it out there, being known, my standby is I'm just going to go live in a cave. Because what else? Why else are we here except to create something that's better than what was? One of the questions that came up was the thirst for fame. So do you think the thirst for fame is good, not so good? How does that fit within the feng shui?
Well, I would say I never had thirst for fame, so I cannot really relate to that. For me, it was part of the journey. And for fame, when we really, especially this next 20 years, if you feel fame is an important, essential part of your journey to make an impact, you can activate that. And so how can you activate it? It's actually the south of your home. The south section of your home could be the south section of your living room, of your office. placing there for the next 20 years a purple candle or, for example, a purple orchids or purple flowers will actually activate, because that's the energy for this coming 20 years, will activate you to become more visible. Yeah. But of course, it's all what is behind the intention of becoming visible. If it is just to blow up your ego, right? Well, anyhow, then you won't become a leader. Let's put it this way. Yeah. It needs to be because it feels in your heart, it feels in your soul that by becoming more visible, you will make a huge contribution to the world.
Wow. Those are two excellent questions and two very powerful answers. I appreciate that. I want to follow up on that when what Donna introduced us to with you, and that is there are some leaders who shouldn't be leaders. They just want to be leaders. They want to be famous. They want to have, name value and be able to sell something or whatever. And then there are those others who are naturally attracted to their purpose, and they follow their purpose and they accomplish great things and they get visible as a result. And then there are reluctant leaders, those who they know what their purpose is, but they just don't want to go there for whatever reason that might be. How does the average person begin to calibrate, to begin to know if they're on target for getting famous and great, or if they're getting further away from it? In other words, how do they begin to open that flow, that energy? I mean, you gave a hint a moment ago by putting the purple candle in the southern part of your home or room or office, but how do people get over that hump of, am I on the right track or not?
Well, I think, first of all, it's you need to always look within yourself if you are happy with the steps that you're taking on that track. Yeah. So if you look at your life and you feel there is a content, a joy in moving forward, then you probably will be on track. Yeah. And then the second part is that you see the reactions of people. When you see that people start sending you messages or talking to you like, oh, whatever you shared, that has really impacted me so especially. My life has shifted. If nobody would react to you, then you're probably not on track, to be honest. Yeah. So it's possible you bring something forward, if it's on social media, if it's a book, and nobody gets touched by it in the heart, with what you write, with what you share. If they don't feel like you have really made a difference in their life, you're probably not on track at that point. And you still have to go back into yourself and then see, like, what is it that I still need to clear? What is it that I still am holding back on to move forward? And there have been times in my life I had to really go within myself and like, oh, am I ready for the next level? Am I ready to move forward? And to perhaps let go of the doubt, let go of the fear, let go of the shame sometimes, because people feel sometimes ashamed to move forward and to share who they are. And always go back to, like, what is your purpose? Who are you here for? What are you here for to make us a difference? And to tap into that source again. And perhaps to be inspired by other leaders, by listening to this beautiful, platform that we have here in the Los Angeles Tribune, or reading books of biographies of leaders that also went through difficult times, ups and downs, before they reached where they needed to be. So if you don't know, reach out. There's enough information, enough tools, enough videos of people out there that told where they were and where they are now, and what they had to change in their values. They had to change perhaps in the approach of themselves and the community or people they want to reach. Perhaps they have to change their strategies. I don't know what it all is, but I'm sure if you keep listening to some of my colleagues, you'll be definitely get even more inspired.
Wow. Well, I want to, because you mentioned it, and I had been thinking about it while you were speaking. A lot of people encounter a hardship and they take that as a signal that they're doing the wrong thing or it's too hard and they quit, as opposed to that it's an opportunity for them to to get through it and to learn and discover who they are. So, but you did say, if you feel like happy or you like you have some kind of energetic feeling that you're on the right path. For that very purpose, how do you explain to people who don't know how to contextualize hardship? They don't know how to use it. They fear it.
Well, my name is Diamond, and so it's like a diamond can only come to shine as beautiful if there's a lot of pressure that is happened deep in the earth before the diamond is found. So I would say, it's not that we have to ask for that pressure, but in order to be a leader, there's first one thing that I always say to people: you don't become a leader overnight. You become a leader because you have practiced some tools, practiced some exercises, some knowledge for more than 10,000 hours. Yeah. So you cannot just be like, oh, I have an idea and tomorrow I'm a leader in that field. It's not possible, because people will see through it that you haven't practiced, you don't own it, you don't know it inside out in yourself. So a leader is somebody who has really studied, practiced over and over and over again towards that. And of course, in that journey, there will be times of ups and downs. But when they feel down, they don't see that as a moment of I'm going to stop. They see it as a moment of learning. They see it as a moment that they need to get perhaps some help, some support of a good mentor, a good coach, their community, their family, whatever it is, to just keep moving forward. Yeah, the only focus, and that's why the environment is so important, because we are creating a lot of flow energy, and to just say, like, focus on what flows for you, what is moving forward for you. And so if you need to at a certain moment stop for a moment and think, like, what do I need to do? Like in 2012, I took a sabbatical, to be honest, myself, because I was not sure which direction I wanted to go. So I took time to go within. I took time to listen. Took time, like, what is it that I need to move forward to? And so, and it became clear, but you have to listen to within yourself, and also listen to the universe, to God, whatever inspires you. And as you're listening, you will be guided. Trust me on that.
We're kicking off day 2 of the LA Leadership Week with the legendary Marie Diamond, someone that has been a force for good on this planet for many years and will be a force for good for many years to come. And, this comment here in the virtual auditorium, I love this analogy about diamonds. The beauty and strength is born from pressure and transformation. And we know we only have a couple minutes left with you, Marie, and we want to be respectful of your time. We know you're in Europe right now. We want to thank you for joining and helping us kick off and being one of the co-producers and co-founders of LA Leadership Week. Without you and the support of all the other speakers, this movement would not be possible. And when it comes to pressure, a lot of times leaders or just human beings in their experience on this planet, bumping into other human beings, sometimes feel like a victim. Maybe somebody didn't open the door for you, or maybe a waitress was rude to you, or whatever the case may be, or maybe someone in business didn't do you right. There's a list of a million different reasons why people wake up and sometimes feel like a victim. Or maybe something in the news just rub people the wrong way. What kind of advice can you give people, Marie, to turn that kind of pressure into a diamond? Because I believe a leader can never feel like a victim. I believe if you have a victim mentality, you can never be a true leader, and you can never lead others. And you have to help people stay away from falling into that trap. I think that's a prerequisite of leadership. I don't want to feel like a victim, and I don't want the people around me to also feel like victims. So I try to guide them away from that. What are your thoughts on that concept and principle, please?
Well, yesterday I just had a conversation exactly about that, Mo. And I said to this very powerful woman, I said, when I'm listening to you, you are really stepping into your oh, poor me field. And I said, you have a choice, and everybody has a choice every moment of the day to what their actions are and their thoughts and their feelings to say like, do I choose for the oh poor me, or do I choose for the power for me? Yeah. And so just that in itself, knowing that you have that choice any moment of the day to make that decision. And so, of course, there are moments that it's easier to go into the oh, poor me and the victim energy, because literally you don't have to do that anything, right? It's then everyone like, oh, you're so, oh, really? You're so poor. Oh, it's so, yeah. But then what do you get from it? The moment that you go into that, it takes a lot of energy to get back out of it. So don't choose to go into it, because the energy to really get you out of it, it costs you so much that it's easier to make the decision to like, okay, this is going on in my life. I'm learning the lesson from this situation. I can keep seeing it as a problem, or I can see it as a lesson, as something that comes to me right now. Okay, great, it gives me some stress and pressure. But if I move forward and choose to be powerful in that situation, you actually will gain energy. So the victim energy always loses energy, and the power that you tap into always gains you energy. So it's practicing that. It's not from one day to another. For nobody it is. For any leader. But once a leader or a person sees that if they tap into that power that they have, and we all have that source of power, then we see that we are flourishing, we're blossoming, and not just you, but also your business, also your company is going to blossom. And surround yourself with people that choose for the power within them.
Amazing. Thank you, Marie. And just in closing, I want to thank you again for being part of the Los Angeles Tribune community and for your support. You always support us whenever we ask for your appearance, and we love and appreciate you. And we're going to transition from you to the next speaker, Marielle. But while we have Marielle, who's a really, truly incredible person, Marielle is an amazing energy worker, really. I mean, it's incredible the power that she has. Marielle, before we go into a segment with you, do you have a question or comment for Marie Diamond, please?
I don't know if I am on, but hello to everybody. Mary, it was wonderful to catch on what you just said. It's very interesting. I agree with you 100%. So for the people who are listening here, what would be a great tip for them to remove this victimhood mentality that is affecting them on their daily life? What will you say to that question?
Well, thank you for that, and wonderful to meet you, Marielle. So one of the things I think that people that are in poor mentality or victim energy, they're procrastinating. And one of the things that you see, they're procrastinating by holding on to things from the past. So that's why in Feng Shui, you always say, create space. Yeah. Let go of things that are from the past. It can be clothes, it can be shoes, it can be, books or papers. By doing that, you're actually creating space for new energy to come in. And so that's why decluttering, space clearing is super important, because a lot of people that are in the victim mentality, they're holding on to the past. And so when you let go of these things and organize it, you start opening yourself to find more power within yourself. So this is a really good trick that has helped many people. Thank you all for having me here. All my love. Bye.
Thank you, Marie. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And I want to ask some of my colleagues, Julianne Meyer, as well as Jim Miller, to rejoin us here on the stage. And one of the things that we promise here at the LA Tribune is that you will be exposed to conversations and ideas that you will not get anywhere else. And dialogues on leadership that are unconventional, not standard ideas on leadership, with speakers that are also unconventional, incredible leaders in their own right. People like Marie Diamond, who most people know her from either The Secret or her feng shui work, or the millions of people she's reached through her speeches and programs when it comes to energy work. And a lot of people kind of maybe question, and even leading into the event, when they looked at the lineup and they see certain individuals that focus on energy work, they ask me, well, Mo, in fact, I had someone ask me this. I'm not going to say their name, but someone just a few days before this event said, Mo, what does energy work have to do with leadership? And my answer to this person was everything. Energy work has everything to do with leadership. And I'm so excited because Marielle is going to step into that in this fireside chat along with Julianne Meyer, Jim Miller, Rex, and Donna. And I'm excited to sit back and take some notes. But with that, Mr. Jim Miller, please take it away. We have about 15 minutes with Muriel discussing energy and leadership. Jim Miller.
Thank you. Muriel, it's a wonderful pleasure to meet you. And I am going to ask the very obvious question. What does energy and leadership have to do with each other? I mean, obviously, it's easy to assume that a leader is going to exude an extraordinary amount of energy, right? And that they have that attractive energy as well. So it's a push-pull, right, in both ways. But truly, in the realm of energy and in your sphere particularly, what is it that leadership? How does leadership come into play?
Well, hi, Jim. It's very nice to meet you. So. First of all, there is a distinction because many are calling themselves leaders, but they're not leaders. They're boss, okay, or managers. They're not real leaders. And so there is a distinction here. So a real leader is someone who is going to be able to listen, to offer a solution, to help his team, regardless of the industry, okay? So that's the first step. Now, what does energy have to do with a leader? Well, a true leader here will lead with integrity, compassion, and is not afraid to, move their sleeve up, right? Well, energy is about vibration, okay? What is it that you're vibrating at? And here comes the best part of it. What you're thinking about is going to affect your vibration. So it's going to affect your energy. So it's going to affect how you lead others. So if I'm coming tired because, life come at me and I am a leader, are you going to respond to me in a tiring way? Or if I am all energetic like right now, are you going to respond to my energy or vibration? And so once you shift yourself and you take control of your emotions, you can control your energy, and therefore you can be a better leader. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. And the obvious question then from those of us who are not familiar so much with the work is, how is it that we can basically change our energy at will if necessary, especially if we're entrepreneurs or we're parents, and in one moment we're in some sort of crisis, and another moment we're having to face our team and motivate them? How is it that we can actually command our energy so that we can show up in a way that's necessary?
So this is actually a very good question, and I get that asked a lot, actually, because leaders have also personal life, and they could have partners, children, and something coming up in their personal lives that we are not aware of. The main key is that we can change energy at will is that we can in our mindset, in our own mind, not necessarily out loud. Okay, if I'm in a meeting right now, I'm not going to be saying a bunch of affirmation, but in my mind, I can say something positive to counteract the situation. Okay, so if I know I'm coming to a big meeting, I can say in my mind, I am prepared, I am a leader with integrity, I am bringing this and this to the table. So just few sentences in your own mind or in your car can change and shift your energy at will. Now, of course, there are certain tips that you can do. So if you are at a conference, for example, I would suggest that you get a glass of water. Now, don't start laughing, you guys. Okay, grab a glass of water and put your hand around the glass, and just for 2 seconds, take a look at the glass and send positive energy to it. Just said, I love you, you know, and then drink that water like a sip or two. It's going to change the vibration of your cell, and you are going to vibrate in a different way. It's a true statement. It's a power of the water as well.
I really love that. It's so simple, but so powerful that we can literally change our cells by drinking water, but by changing the water by saying we love it.
Exactly. And exactly. And so this is also based on science. I see Jim is smiling. I think he's happy with this instant tip. This has been proven by Dr. Maruto. He has proven that water has a memory. And therefore, when we talk to the water, and the last time I checked, we're 75%, 85% water. So when we talk to the water, if we say, I love you, the molecule of the water is changing. If we say, I hate you, or if we're angry, so the water molecule is changing the form. And so at the end of the day, if I have a cup of water and I'm saying, you know, I love you, it doesn't have to be like spoken like that. It's just the intention, okay? So you grab that cup of water. It doesn't have to be glass. You get a cup, a bottle, and you say, I love you. You drink it. You're going to shift your energy. Now, the I love you, you can say, I love myself too, okay? It's not being selfish. It's just reinforcing positive affirmation within yourself so you can shift your energy at will, so you can become a better leader when you have to answer difficult questions.
Yeah, I would like to follow. I had a conversation earlier on another show, on another network, about the fact that we all choose moment to moment. People choose their food, they choose their dress, they choose their makeup, they choose their car, they choose where they're going to go, what they're going to buy, but they forget to choose their thoughts and forget to choose to live in their purpose. So people, and you were mentioning energy and how being tired, but people will say, I'm so tired, I'm beat, my gosh, that killed me, I'm wrecked. They forget how powerful their words are. They're affirm. So would you address more of that? Because you're talking about being able to shift your energy by shifting your thoughts and building that practice, so that, because some people think, well, if I just say one time, everything should change, but they don't have a background for it. Would you address this, please?
Yes, absolutely. So words are actually spells, okay? Every time we're saying something, we're casting spells. Now, that's not witchcraft. That's not a mumbo jumbo. We're unknowingly not paying attention how we address ourselves and others. So if someone comes at you and say about themselves, I'm tired, this is bothering me, whatever, in a negative connotation, this is going to be reinforced and reinforced and reinforced. So now the law of attraction is in play and come into play. And what's going to happen is we're going to attract exactly that, exactly what we're saying. And so people come and say, well, it does not work. Well, yes, it did work, because now you are more tired, or you are sicker, or you are more disaster are coming into your life, because you're bringing this onto yourself. Now, as a leader, it is very important that we understand the power of our word, the power of our thoughts as well, but also how we affect others in the way we're speaking to them and what we're saying to them. So if someone is not used to do positive affirmation, meditation, visualization, and they're doing it once in a blue moon, that's not going to change anything. They actually need to do some inner work. Now, to go back to what Mary was saying, she was talking about feng shui. Okay, if I were to ask any one of you, do you have any books in your homes that you have not read? You bought them, they were looking good, they're on the shelf, and you have not had the chance to read them, right? So what does that do? That actually bring negative energy into your home and into your persona, into your vibration. And you're going to be like, well, but no, but yes. Because when the author wrote the book, there was a certain intent behind it. So everything that we do, how we manage our home, how we manage our car, how we manage what we say, affect us on a daily basis. So when we are coming into a leadership position, you're going to, let's say, to the office, and you have a meeting with 10 people, okay? You just had, let's say a meltdown with your kids at home or whatever, your dog pee on your shoes, whatever it is. You're coming to this meeting. If you have not decluttered your mind and brush off those thoughts, those negative energy, and rebalance yourself by water, by positive affirmation, by meditation, by talking to yourself in a positive manner, you're going to come to the meeting in a negative way. So when you're going to talk, even so you are, in your own opinion, in your own eyes, the same as yesterday, the people in the room are going to pick up your energy. And I guarantee they're going to respond to your body mannerism, to your body languages, to whatever. And you could be saying, the sky is blue, and they would be like, yeah, that's not what he's thinking. You know what I mean? So we need to be really focusing on how we address people as leaders as well. Does that answer your question, kind of?
So, Muriel, I love that you brought up the fact that we have our word and we have our thoughts. And then there's times that we can be at conferences and different places, and you can share something really, really good and positive that's happening for you in your life. But yet your colleagues can have a couple of different responses. One could say, oh, I'm so happy for you. And they're really, truly, genuinely happy. But the next colleague might go, oh, I'm so happy for you. And it's a little bit more with jealousy or greed or maybe envy. So I think it goes a little bit deeper than just our thoughts and our words, but the energy that's underneath it to how we communicate. And that comes with the tonalization and things like that. But my question for you is, can you share with us one or maybe two tips for ourselves to keep our energy in check so we can always be in the highest, most positive vibration so we can be there for others as well?
You are so sweet. So I love all those questions. Thank you so much for you guys for doing this. So for me, what I use personally, I try to make a decision when I wake up in the morning to have a beautiful day. Okay, no matter what, I'm going to have a fabulous day. All right. Now, if I am among coworker, and like you say, one is saying, "Oh, I'm happy for you," and another one say, "I'm happy for you," but they're jealousy and envious, I'm going to hear their thought, and that's not a joke. Okay, so the intent behind what they're saying, I'm going to receive it. And so what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to shift their vibration so they're no longer in that envious stage or jealousy stage or anger stage. So how do we do that? How do we ourselves do this? It's a conscious choice that we have to make every minute of the day. Now, once you practice this, then it's a second nature, like you're drinking water or you're eating. But most of the people on the planet right now do not know how to do this because their programming is go against this new teaching I'm mentioning here. So they have limited belief. And so if you don't change your limited belief in whatever it is, it can be politics, it can be religion, it can be, science. If you don't change your limited belief, you cannot open your mind to hear other people or other leaders. So everything starts by us. So when, like, if I'm saying something that is going to trigger you, then you need to stop and say, why am I being triggered? Why am I being angry in this moment? Why am I being jealous of this woman or of this man? Why is it in me that is not being like, oh, I'm so happy for you? Do you see what I'm saying? So we have all. I've gone through trauma, emotional, physical, spiritual, since you were a kid. And if you haven't, my God, I want to meet you, because that's okay. So we need to be making sure we're not lying to ourselves. And so the tip is to be constantly aware as much as possible of our thoughts, emotion, energy, vibration. And we can put ourselves in a good mood with a good song in the car. We can, drink some water. We can ground yourself. We can go hug a tree. Okay, I'm just trying to kind of make you laugh a little bit, because I like to make people laugh, and I see James smiling a little bit here. So that's what I will do. Now, our brain has the ability to have 50 to 70,000 thoughts a day. And I guarantee none of us are aware of the 50 to 70 thoughts a day. What are we worrying about? What I'm going to wear? What I'm going to eat? With my partner? Do I need to take the kids to school? What's my meeting about? So maybe we're worrying about 150 thoughts a day. But in the back, think of our mind like a computer. When you're turning on your computer, it just magically turn on and you can work with all the apps. It's the same with our brain. We are waking up, and here we're walking, we're getting dressed, we're eating, we're having conversation, but we're not aware of the limited belief and the mindset behind it. And that is something that each one of us has to be made aware of on a regular basis. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I love that. And Donna, that was actually my original question, but I kind of would like to, because I think it's so important. But there's something that I've experienced in the past, and I know that other people have experienced it as a leader. And and I'm curious what your thoughts are, because I think you're so amazing, and how you show up in the world. It's remarkable. But my question is there have been times when I felt like I wanted to connect with people, and I felt like maybe I left my energy with them versus keeping it and sharing. So is that an accurate description, or can I reframe that, or sort of almost protect myself and also still be in a relationship with whoever it is that I'm trying to communicate with?
So it's not your imagination. There are actually people on this planet who, excuse my language, who are going to suck your energy dry, okay? And so you are around somebody, you are up and upbeat, and suddenly you're like, what just happened, okay? So you have given so much of yourself, and they have taken too much, but they did not give back, okay? So that's not an imagination, that's true. So protecting yourself, absolutely, you should protect yourself. So when I'm talking about protection, what is a protection looking like? Again, when you go out of your home in the morning or your apartment, you need to visualize yourself in either a pyramid or a circle, a big bubble, okay? So put yourself inside that big bubble or inside the pyramid, a big, high above, 6 feet tall above, 6 feet on each side, 6 feet underneath, or a big 6 feet all around you as a bubble, whatever you prefer. Make sure that bubble or pyramid is like crystal clear, like a quartz, a beautiful transparent quartz, and call in the divine love. Okay, so some will refer it to God, some will say divine love, great spirit. Does not matter what religion you believe in. So you can just say, I am here and I'm calling in for the divine, for protection, and I'm walking in with divine protection at all time. So now when you are outside, you are under the divine protection. So no one can really take this energy too much from you. And so you can communicate correctly with the other person, and you can bring your energy back. So you gave them what they were needed, but you're not over giving, and they're not overtaking, because it should be balanced at all time. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So what I hear, what the takeaway is that every single person, regardless of who's around them or not around them, is in charge of their own energy, and it's a choice that they make to decide what they're going to think or how they're going to feel in order to feel their very best or to have the most energy available to them.
That is correct. But the hardest part is that no one fully wants to take ownership of their action 100% of the day. Okay. And again, I'm going to give you an example because I'm human. Okay. I'm driving on I-4 in Florida. The traffic is impossible. I got a guy who cut me off. He almost killed me on the side of the road. Do you think I'm going to say bless you? No. Okay. In that 1 minute, I'm not going to be saying bless you and thank you for doing that. I'm going to probably be like, hey, why didn't you put your blinker on? Hey, you know. But the key is, if I'm only staying in that moment for a few seconds and recognize, hey, okay, it can happen. And then you can calm yourself down. But your first reaction is not going to be, bless you, I'm inviting you to my barbecue on this weekend. No, it's going to be a human reaction of possibly anger, frustration. So if you continue on your way to the office with this energy, that's what you're going to display to your teammates. So before you enter the building or your office, you need to realize it was an instant. It was 10 minutes ago. It was 30 minutes ago. It does not affect you now. If you didn't have a car accident, it does not affect you now in this moment. So you need to let it go, move it from the past, and focus on the present and change your mentality process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Muriel, you mentioned something earlier about maintaining our own energy. We had an extraordinary discussion yesterday with one of our panelists about women being able to stand in their own energy, their own identity, without having to enter into the energy of a man in order to operate effectively in that world, right? I mean, so my question to you is this, is that how does a woman stay within her own powerful, access her own powerful, genuine feminine energy and be authentic to that while operating amongst in what many people call a man's world, corporate world, whatever the case may be? How do they stay authentic in that energy without having to take on an alien energy in order to be effective and successful?
Well, this is actually a beautiful question because, like you say, women in the corporation world have a tendency to be in their masculine energy versus their feminine energy. So how does a woman can stay in her feminine energy and be heard? So if you're speaking a certain way and you're not being heard, all you have to do is evaluating the word you need to use that can connect with a man. So in another word, you need to be able to look very quickly and say, this is a word that he will not understand. So if I am a little bit more direct, but by staying soft and appropriate to my core, I can still make my message come across. So it's about listening and being in tune, be compassionate and empathic with the men in the corporate world. And now this is where the balance comes at play, because the woman is going to be like, well, he did not hear me the first time. What do I need to do? So it's just in the way, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And you can be very soft, very elegant, very feminine, and still be successful in the message that you're going to convey to a man. Now, the man can also access their feminine energy, but a man who is a true leader needs to stay in his masculine energy. So the woman who is working with this leader and can be a co-leader needs to be complementing the man in his masculine energy with their feminine energy. It has to be a balance. So if the man as a leader is too much in his feminine energy, is going to cause the woman to be in her masculine energy. But if the man as a true leader is in as a man in his divine masculine, then the woman automatically is going to go back to her feminine energy and to be balancing this masculine energy. And that's where the woman have to be stepping up into their divine feminine and not be afraid of using it. But the man needs to be stepping up into their masculine energy, their true masculine energy. And what does that entitle for a man? They're supposed to lead. They're supposed to protect. They're supposed to bring solution. The woman, and I know I'm going to be like, woo, you know, the woman is there to lead with compassion, to be empathic, to be supportive, and all those qualities is at the core of the divine feminine. So if a man is a true leader in his true masculine, the woman can be successful in her true feminine. It's in and in together.
Marielle, I want to thank you for taking time to share your perspective, your insights, and the way that you see the world. And we'll certainly have you back on this platform. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break as we head into the next segment of Leadership Week.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And what an exciting start to day 2. And we're going to welcome up Ava Manuel, our editor-in-chief, as well, because up next is a very powerful, dynamic panel that features not just the folks you see here on the screen that are all thought leaders in their own right, but it also features a doctor that this community is very familiar with, somebody who's spoken with this community for several years now. And that's, of course, Dr. Yasmin, who everyone knows I'm a huge fan of her work. And so we're going to bring her up on stage, and this is going to be a powerful women's empowerment panel. It's going to be led by Ava and Julie. Ava, back to you.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you. We are so excited. This is the women's panel of LA Leadership Week. And Dr. Yasmin, welcome. And of course, we've got Julianne and Donna. Dr. Yasmin, you are a renowned psychologist in New York. And as a matter of fact, one of the top psychologists in New York. So when it comes to women in psychology, we would love to have you start this women's panel and tell us what your thoughts are when it comes to women, mindset, psychology, and leadership all combined together.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Hi, Ava. Hi, Julianne. And hi, Donna. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you again because I already know you. So when it comes to women leadership, well, historically, leadership has more been a man's word, but it has changed tremendously. And you heard in these panels through those few days that it has changed. Now, the difficulty is when women entered as leaders, they thought they need to be men, as was described in the panel before. And this is not actually the case. Women needs to be women. So where does it start? It starts with a belief that women are creators. We're the only people who can actually give life to another human being. So if you actually can give life to another human being with the help of a man, of course, but you're actually giving life. Can you imagine what you can give life to? Can you give life to an idea that becomes a mission, that becomes a company? Can you give life to a team by empowering them? You have the power of life. And so what is that power of life? The power of life is a power of creation. So you can create anything you want. It's in your DNA. It's in your genes just by being a woman. So women, I think, need to embrace that and embrace their powerfulness through the idea of creation. And creation starts with an opening, right? We're open. And so for women, it's so important to be open, but we also contain. And so those are the two movements of open and containing. You need flexibility, openness, and strength and empowerment. But it starts by, tuning into something core to you. So I wanted to start there. And I wanted to say for every woman out there, you need to tap, what is it about you that makes you a leader? Maybe you're a good organizer. Maybe you're the one packing the sandwich to your kid. So, well, you are a leader of your household. How can you push that to other area? Maybe you are actually the one who's cheering at school and organizing, bringing people together and bringing the morale. Maybe that's your talent as a leader. It all starts with, who are you and where are your leader? Because you already are in your life. So now it's about stepping into the next level. So just wanted to share those little things. I can talk forever, but I want to open this with you guys.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Yasmin. I'd like to open the floor to Julianne or Donna for responses or questions.
I would love to make a comment and then ask a question. The first comment is to be open and contained, not closed. And there's a huge distinction. And I think that a lot of us as women feel like we have to be open or closed, or it's like this idea of stepping on other people to get to where we think we need to go, without realizing that we can be in our feminine energy and still have this sort of powerful leadership quality. It's just an energy that we're wearing, as we heard yesterday on our last panel. So my question for you, Doctor, is when we feel ourselves getting out of alignment as women and maybe feel like we're trying to be men, how do we recognize that and come back to ourselves and still hold on to that power that we feel we deserve and need to have to move forward?
Fantastic question. My answer, it all starts first with having a distance between you and yourself so that you can actually observe where you're going. So the first thing starts by recognizing, oh, I am becoming more forceful here, or I'm becoming close, or I feel I need to use force here. So it starts by labeling what you're doing. And it can start with a simple question: what am I doing right now? And the answer could be, I'm using force. I'm closing myself. But it has to come with a statement. The next question is, for what purpose? To be more powerful. Okay, so what are you saying? You are saying that in order to be more powerful, the way is through force, is through closeness. So then it goes back to, okay, do you actually believe that softness and love can be force? And if not, why not? And then you have to examine and make those internal shifts, because you won't be able to actually have a natural response of openness, love, feminine, because you do believe in force. And the reality, we live in a culture that is very much about effort and very much about power. And the reality is, well, love and softness melts everything. It's just so powerful. The best way to describe it to people, because a lot of people are going to have this dilemma, this is very much in psychology about your relationship with love and aggression. You can think a little bit as aggression as the masculine energy, as the effort, as the push, and a lot of us have felt that in this word, you need to use aggression. You need to push, fight, effort, all of those things. And there's less attention to a loving force, like a loving mother who's so soft and kind, like a child through a tantrum. You give a hug, but the instinct is a child tantrums. You want to like, oh, I hadn't, stop it. You're going to be punished. So, and that's a reflex we all have, when you're met with challenges and obstacles, we all lean towards force. When we have to a bit, rework this. And so it's about reworking your relationship to obstacles, adversity, and to how can you be soft in the realm of things coming your way that were not what you wanted. And so once you start thinking, wow, and you start realizing, yeah, I actually don't believe I can succeed by being soft. And by most people believe that soft is weak. And that's where the issue is, when actually soft can be very firm and very strong. You're assertive in your softness. And I think if you look at me, I have a melodious voice tone. I'm very soft and I'm very assertive. I'm top psychologist in my field. I lead a whole community of psychologists. I'm always soft and loving because that's what is needed. It melts everything. I fully believe in it, so it's easy. But you have to cultivate the balance between those two.
And I love that you actually just said the word balance. May I, Ava? Or did you have a question?
Absolutely. Well, I was going to say, well, Dr. Yasmin, you're successfully melting me.
I love it. I love it. And it really is all about the balance, because we all have masculine energy. We all have feminine energy, regardless of what our gender is. And it's how we interplay with that. And how do we stand up, become assertive, and still stay in that feminine energy? My first career, I was actually a financial advisor years ago for about a decade, but I was also the compliance officer, which meant it was a very dualistic role. It was very much a man's world, because at the level I was at, there was maybe 10 women out of 150 of us, which was great. There was never a line at the bathroom. I'm going to say that. But you had to make unpopular decisions because you were a compliance officer and you didn't want to sign any sort of trade whatsoever because you were liable for it, whether the client agreed or not. But as the sales manager, you wanted to sign everything because that's how we got paid, because it was very much commission based. And so it was very much of a dualistic role. But I think with society, with a masculine role and a feminine role, we see them as opposites. But yet they go together, they blend. It's like two sides of a quarter. It's still a quarter, heads or tails. So Dr. Yasmin, how do you blend together your masculine with your feminine? Yes, you were touching on it a little bit earlier about staying in the softness, but there's times no means no. How do you do that?
100%. And I would say no means no is actually being soft, kind, and loving. Because if I say that, I'm protecting myself, but if I'm protecting myself, I'm also protecting you from doing things that might be harmful to me. So it's always both sides. So to answer your question, the way I do it, I see softness in aggression and I see aggression in softness. And you have to be able to see both, and you have to be able to know, okay, where do you lean? Like naturally, we all have temperament, and we have people who are doers. Doers, they're going to go, they're going to do, they're going to push, they're going to force, and they're going to naturally tilt towards a little bit more masculine energy, naturally. So then for those doers, it would be, okay, where can I introduce softness? How can I do that? And maybe just going is my way of being loving to myself, but is there another way to do it? So for me, the answer is know yourself. We all have a tilt. Where's your tilt? And try to rebalance your tilt by shifting your perspective. That what you think is affirming, aggressive is actually very loving. Can you see that? And just by seeing it, your energy shift. If I feel that a no is loving, I'm not going to be like, no. I'm going to be like, no, I'm sorry. I think it's not good for me, and I think it's not good for you. It is still a no, and it has both the affirmative no and the softness. As you can see, I lean a little bit more to the feminine, but if you look at my life, I'm very much a leader, and I embrace it, but I know my tilt. And so I always try to correct the tilt constantly. And by doing that, I have learned to embrace it, because as you say, absolutely correct. It's all about a balance. And we all tilt based on our natural personality and based on our beliefs.
Beautiful. Beautifully said. Thank you.
My pleasure.
I just want to acknowledge that there are a lot of comments, Dr. Yasmin, thanking you for the insights that you are sharing. And so really, they resonate with what you're sharing. And it's just amazing how we were led into exactly, that this conversation of balance by Muriel talking about the masculine and the feminine energy. And now we're on this topic of how do we own our power as women? When it's very true, 10x, right? Like, to be able to create results, we think of like force or push, and 10x. But Dr. Yasmin is the epitome of softness is powerful. And being one of the top psychologists, I think you're top three, one of the top three in New York, and yet you have this softness that melts. It's a testament to we can be in our power as women, and we can be soft, and at the same time still be assertive, and still be able to make our point. So in that regard, Dr. Yasmin, I wanted to ask, in owning our softness and our power as women, what are some ways that we can still communicate and be assertive and not give our power away, but at the same time not lean into being more masculine?
Fantastic. So it all first starts with a bit two things. You're talking about power and in relationship. So it has two elements. It has you owning your own power. And so it has to start there. And it has to start with, well, are you in touch with your own power? What is your own power? Most people tell you, I'm average, I have nothing special. Well, if you have nothing special, where's your power? Like, we all have a power. I want, you have a power. What is it? So let's not diminish it to we're all average. So I want everybody to find their power. And so the first thing, it becomes, most people cannot find their power because they compare themselves to others. Because it becomes, well, this person is a better psychologist than me, so therefore I'm not such a good psychologist. Or so it's about more seeing, well, what makes me me? What makes me successful? And we have to a bit extrapolate outside of others and finding your own power. And I can talk more about that, but that's the first piece. The second piece, now that I have found my own power, I can tell you who I am. I can tell you my strength and weakness. And my weakness are here to actually steer me away from them towards my strengths. So I have no negative emotion towards my weakness. They're there for a reason to, and they balance my strengths. I need to have weakness and I need to have strength. That's how it will guide my approach in life. Now, second step, it's in relationship to others. How are we a leader of others? And the difficulty most people have becomes a me versus you, a me stepping on you, a me. And that's where people have issues. Like, if I'm powerful, I'm powering you down, kind of a thing. And so you want to think, okay, what is your relationship to others? Do you believe that my good is your good? Or do you believe that my good actually has to take away from your good? Where are you? Because that belief will totally change the way you are powerful towards others. Because if you believe that my well-being, I have to step on something to create an elevation, then as a leader, it's not going to go well. I'm going to be too powerful, too masculine. I'm going to put down. It's going to be too aggressive. It's going to be a destructive force instead of a constructive force. So it's really important that everybody analyzing what is your relationship to others and what is your relationship to others that are hypothetically below you. And they're not below, but when you have, in leadership, you have a CEO, you have employees. So there is an above and below in that sense. But how do you see it? And the most powerful leader see that even the people who are doing the most minimal jobs in your office, in your practice, actually are as important as the most important people, so that everybody fulfills a role. And there's not, you all have a hierarchy of titles, but you don't have a hierarchy in terms of power. Imagine you're running an office that needs to be cleaned every day, and suddenly the cleaning people strike. I mean, it creates a big issue. Like, they're very powerful. You need their power. So let's respect their power. You're powerful in other ways. So I wanted to share a bit it that way.
I just have to do this, Dr. Yasmin. I'm like, my good is your good. If we come from that place, my good is your good. And our relationship, that we don't have, it's not a competition, like it's a win-win-win scenario for all everyone's good. I think that's our superpower. That's our superpower as women, is just looking in and finding all the good. Julianne and Donna would love to give you some of the closing remarks before Dr. Yasmin, because we've upcoming next is going to be Mark Victor Hansen and Crystal Hansen, which are like, talk about balance of masculine and feminine energy. Mark Victor Hansen and Crystal Dwyer Hansen is definitely one to look up to, including, I'm going to add, Masati Sajadi and Faye Sajadi are also my role models for a balance. So Julianne and Donna.
Thank you, Ava. Dr. Yasmin, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your words of wisdom. I always enjoy hearing you speak, because I get something every single time. And this time it was that softness is also powerful. It's kind of like changing the idea of vulnerability being weak. It's not either. It's being powerful. So I just want to say thank you for that, because that to me made today worth everything. So I appreciate you.
I'm just going to reiterate what Julianne said. It's the same thing. I love listening to you. I can probably ask 20 more questions now here.
Incredible.
But finding the aggression and the softness, and the softness and the aggression, priceless.
Dr. Yasmin, we want to thank you again. And of course, we're going to have you back on this platform. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to air a very special episode with Mark Victor Hansen, an episode of the Mo Rock Show that we did with Mark and Crystal Hansen, where they're also talking about leadership, as well as the power of service, the power of giving back. And we're going to take a quick break and then air this special a segment with Mark Victor Hansen. And then later on, after that, you're going to want to stick around for Jay Abraham. So we'll be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are direct. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back to a very, very special edition of the Mo Rock Show. Today, we're honored to have some living legends amongst us. And I say that with no hyperbole when it comes to impact in the world, impact for human civilization. I'm very excited because we're going to spend the next 30 minutes talking to the definition of what I call a power couple. You see, a lot of people use the term power couple so loosely, But today we're actually going to examine what does a true power couple in today's world look like. And what I'm excited about, Ava, Alicia, and Rex, is not only are we going to be able to spend the next 30 minutes celebrating leadership, because this is a special program that's also part of the LA Leadership Week, we're also going to celebrate service. And as many people here in our community know, recently we were awarded with the privilege and the fiduciary responsibility here at the Los Angeles Tribune, working directly with AmeriCorps as well as the Office of the President to recognize individuals that have committed their lives to acts of service. And in fact, yesterday, we had a wonderful ceremony in Temecula, California, where we were able to honor 7 individuals that have given back to the community, that have worked hard to make the world a better place. And today we're excited because Mark and Crystal Hansen are also amongst some of our recipients that we were able to nominate and present this honor to. And it's not, as I've always said, Ava, Alicia, and Rex, it's not about any of the single individuals. It's about what it represents, service. And with that, Ava, Alicia, Rex, some quick opening statements before we bring up Mark and Crystal Hansen. Ava, please.
Thank you. Well, Mo, that was such a beautiful introduction. We are really thrilled to have Mark Victor Hansen and Crystal Dwyer Hansen with us today on National Volunteer Week. Could not be any better. We're celebrating both leadership and volunteerism, and really diving into the many ways, if we can even count the many ways that they give back and make our world a better place. I'm excited. And Mo, back to you.
Alicia, please.
Yes, it is such an honor and a delight to be able to recognize individuals that in the community that are serving individuals near and far through their philanthropic endeavors, through getting them to think a different way, act a different way, providing food, shelter needs. There are so many societal issues that community service works on and touches. And Mark and Crystal have done so much for the community and shifting mindsets and being able to support and provide for other individuals. So we are just delighted and honor Mark and Crystal to have you with us here today.
Thank you, Alicia. Rex Sykes.
When it comes to Crystal and Mark Hansen, there may be some or a few people in the world who don't know them by their name, but I would venture to a huge guess that most people know them by the legacy work that they've left behind, and they're still doing it. They contributed to so many millions of people. They've reached heights of being able to make certain accomplishments that other people are hoping someday to be able to do just a little bit as much as what Mark and Crystal have done. So it's indeed a pleasure and an honor to be able to nominate them for all of the work, philanthropic and otherwise, that they have done over the years.
And with that, we want to welcome them to our virtual stage. Mark and Crystal Hansen, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Of course, this is a special part of our LA Leadership Week, where we have assembled some of the top thought leaders from around the world to discuss leadership. And let's start here. Let's start with what's the importance, and this question is for the two of you, of service-centered leadership. Leadership that is about giving back to our fellow man, giving back to the fellow living organisms here on planet Earth. What is the importance of service-centered leadership? And we'll kick it off with Crystal Hansen, please.
Service-centered leadership. I just think that, none of us can do this life alone, you guys. We all need each other. And when you've been blessed, you need to bless other people back. There are other people, and it's not because they're lazy or they're not desirous of having better things. There are a lot of people out there who need a little extra help. None of us understands what circumstances life's going to deliver to us. We don't know. And I think, one of the first things that I got involved in, one of the biggest projects, the first big project I did, I decided to send my kids to Catholic school. And because I love the idea that they would all be dressed in the same uniforms, that, what they would stand out on their heart and their intelligence and their own academic achievements. It wasn't about whether or not your parents could buy you the fanciest jeans. And so when it came time to do the fall festival, which was their big fundraiser of the year. No one stepped up to do it. So I just thought, if I don't do it, no one's going to. So I stepped in there, and it was the most amazing experience. It was one of the most amazing projects I've ever worked on. We raised a record amount of money that year for the school. And the thing that was so beautiful about that school is kids would come on scholarship. So no one knew how much money your parents made. And it meant so much to me that I just sort of became addicted to giving back and understanding how much you really can make a difference. Your leadership and your serviceship really does matter.
Thank you for that, Crystal and Mark.
So we philosophically believe you got to serve for the sake of serving, give for the sake of giving, and love for the sake of loving. And we obviously know that leadership starts inside out. So you got to study it, think about it, and say, what are your high values? What is it that you're the penultimate of values? And the penultimate of values, one of the master teachers said, is the greatest amongst you is servant of all. And so every book we've ever written, we tithe on every book. And yes, I wrote a book on tithing, and you can go to my website and get it free, called The Miracle of Tithing. And businessmen look and say, what's the miracle of tithing? And I said, you haven't been tithed enough lately. Anyhow, we teach the 5 T's. And the first one is thankfulness, because you got to be thankful for everything. I mean, thankful for I get to keep breathing, thankful that I'm upright at 76. I'm going to live to be 127 with options for renewal. I have my quality of life. But thankful. Then the next thing you give is you got to give your thinking. Then you got to give your time. Then you got to give your talent. And all of us have more talent than we've ever tried to maximize. And when you start maximizing, like Crystal said, a blessing's only a blessing when you give it away. When you give it away, it comes back multiplied, magnetized, and magnified. So you tithe your thankfulness first, thinking, time, talent, and then your treasure. But every philanthropic organization starts out with a treasure, although we do that on every book. And that's why, I've, as a nonfiction author, according to Guinness Book of Records, I've sold the most books in human history, because we tithe on every book. And I'm getting royalties on books I did 50 years ago. So this is like a really good, what in our book business called a long tail. It is a really good deal.
That's incredible, Mark and Crystal, and I want to congratulate the two of you on being nominated for the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. Let's talk a little bit before we kick it off to Rex, who I know has a question. Talk a little bit, if the two of you would, about the work that you two have done in your lives that some people may not be aware of, because we know in this community that the two of you have lived a life of service. We know that the two of you have done a lot of things behind closed doors, not in front of the cameras. And so we just want to give an opportunity for the two of you to share a little bit about some of the things that maybe publicly you haven't really shared, because we know the two of you don't brag about yourselves. But take a minute, please, and just share, not from a place of hubris, but from a place of inspiration, because we want to give the community here ideas and plant the seeds of what service may look like. Please, Mark and Crystal.
So one of the organizations that Mark and I really have a heart for and became very involved in is childhelp.org. So these two beautiful women who are now 89 years old started this organization. They were actually beautiful young actresses. And back in the time when they were doing the USO tours, they got called on a USO tour to go entertain the troops overseas. Well, it just turns out they were walking out in a typhoon one night. They got a little restless. They were supposed to stay in the hotel. They walk out and they stumble onto, this is during World War II. They stumble onto these children huddled on the sidewalk, freezing with no shoes. And they said, where's your papa-san, mama-san? Why are you out here by yourself? It's dangerous. And they said, no papa-san, no mama-san. So they gathered these kids up in their coats, took them back to the hotel, bathed them, fed them. They had the maids help sneak them in. And then they looked at each other and said, what are we going to do with these kids? And the general found out they were hiding these kids in the room. And he said, you have to get rid of them. And they said, no, we found out that orphanages are putting, half-breed children that were mixed race, probably the children of a lot of our, men in uniform, because they were letting the purebred Japanese kids stay in the orphanages. those kids were considered not as important, not as valuable. So they just said, we won't give them up. They spent the next day they had off, they cruised the entire city. He gave them a car to help them go around, and they went to every single orphanage, and none of them would take these kids until at the end of the day, they found a woman named Mama Kin who was basically in a little hovel. There were no windows or doors on this place. The kids were warming themselves around a hibachi stove. And they said, please, will you take these kids? And she said, I will take them, but you can see I have nothing. I don't have any more food for them. If you can help me get some food. And they said right then, we promise you, we will provide the food forever for the rest of your days if you will take these kids. And they started from that effort, Orphanages International. They got the military men later that evening when they were entertaining the troops. They passed around the hat and said, guess what? You're going to put up your money because these might be your kids. And we want a bunch of volunteers to come over and help us rebuild this building. So they started that organization. They sent home, asked their friends and family, friends in Hollywood for money. They funded that organization. When the Vietnam War came along, they'd gotten so much notoriety for their heartfelt work that they were asked by the generals to come in and help these other kids in Vietnam who were being thrown away, basically. They conducted the biggest operation called Operation Baby Lift. They got several thousand babies that they were getting ready to kill, the Viet Cong. And so they arranged for all those children to come over to here and to Canada and be adopted. And they had the parents waiting, and they matched them up with the little bracelet with the number of the baby. And the photos of this are just so heartwarming, you guys, these little boxes of babies. So that started, eventually Nancy Reagan came to them and said, you need to help the crisis here in the United States, which is, they said, what crisis? Kids are pretty good here. And they said, no, child abuse. Children are being abused horribly every day. And sometimes it's at the hands of their own caretakers. So they said, we need to do a study on it. We don't know anything about it. Nancy Reagan had a check to them the next week for $25,000. They did a study. They found out, sure enough, kids desperately needed this help. They started childhelp.org. And when Mark wrote Chicken Soup for the Child Soul, there was an organization they tied to on every book. And I think that's why these books were successful, because the 10%, the first 10% was given back to God's work. And so that was the organization that received that 10% from Chicken Soup for the Child Soul. And since then, Mark and I have just stayed involved. They asked us one year to run this campaign for their 60th anniversary. And I'm telling you, we don't have any time to run a campaign, but we couldn't say no. So we did it. And we were able to get a lot of new people involved, raise a lot of money. And, we've just always trusted God that, every act of, what is it? I'm saying Emerson's, every act is its own reward, right? That's what Emerson says, right? So when you're giving of yourself, you don't have to think about, oh gosh, I'm giving my valuable time away. Is this ever going to come back to me? I promise you that every good act you do is its own reward. And I really feel that is why Mark and I have been so blessed, is because we're not afraid to give. And the giving often has to come first before you really see the greatest blessings.
So, can I add to that, Mo?
We would love for you to add to that, Mark, please.
So first of all, Child Help, which we're still on the board of directors of, so we're regulars, and they're headquartered here. These two ladies who are turning 90 in just scant days have more energy than most 20-year-olds. So they're just beyond amazing. But we've helped 12.5 million kids in neglect and abuse predominantly. And it just is wonderful. But I want to jump topics and say, when Liddy Dole came to me and said, look, Mark, you've written more books than anybody. Now it's the number's 3. We're just about ready to publish 322nd book under my name. Anyhow, that's 50 years of, and they're still selling, thank God. Anyhow, Liddy Dole said, hey, look, we're out of blood. And as great as American doctors are, we have no such thing as pseudo blood, false, fake blood. You've got to have human blood go to human that's compatible. And so I said, well, let's go to medical doctors. She said, we tried that. They said, no, thanks, even though they see blood and guts all the time. I said, well, wait, I work for a market, but the biggest market that could do it quick would be the chiropractors. I have trained them how to have high volume practices and got 3 of my 10 honorary doctorates in chiropractic and humanitarian awards and all that. And I said, I wrote out all the chiropractors. I said, you're going to call 800 Give Life. People watching can still do that. And, find out where to give a pint of blood. But they all did it at their offices. We gave a little 3-pot chicken soup book with 3 parts. Everybody who gave blood, they reactivated all their old patients. 25 million patients came in. We got enough blood cryogenically frozen for the next 3 years in advance and saved a lot of lives. Now, let's do it today. If you've never given blood, you ought to do it because it'll make you feel better. You live longer, you're more flexible. And the other little thing you can do, assuming you're going to die someday, is write on your driver's license that you want all your blood when they suck it out and put all that other stuff in. If you're going to be buried or cremated, give it back, because every pint of blood saves 9 lives. And I'm still spokesperson for the Red Cross. We totally are believers, and I believe a lot of people watching this because they're into the volunteerism. If you're a 10-gallon giver, you've saved 10,000 lives. It just is such amazing thing. And people say, well, I don't have anything to give. You can give a smile. You can give a pat on the back. You can give an encouraging word. And additionally, plus yourself by giving a pint of blood.
Incredible. And Rex, I know you have a question very briefly, please.
Well, they pretty much answered my question before I get the chance to ask it. But I want to say that I really appreciated the opening, Crystal, that you made, where you said people need help and they're not necessarily lazy. They just need a helping hand. And throughout history, there have been those people who think, well, the people who don't have as much as the other people are lazy, or they're freeloaders, or they want something. Leadership in our country, in the United States, typically is a military model. We think in terms of leaders in that way. But what you describe is servant leadership, the ability to serve, to give first, and not be concerned so much about the reward. Now, yes, you are exemplars in terms of your ability to give, your ability to manifest, and the money that you have. So for those people that don't, and that don't understand that they can give, as you just said, of anything, how can other people take that kind of servant leadership role as, say, a Mother Teresa did? Mother Teresa had no nickels to rub together, but she's one of the most influential and powerful women in the world.
Yeah, Rex, I think it really starts with just looking at the world around you, looking at the world closest to you, because that's really how I fell in love with giving and serving. When, my children, I had this kind of argument with my husband. He wanted to send them to this really exclusive school that was super expensive. And I said, no, I don't want that to be their badge of honor, that what we can pay for them. I want them to stand out on their own service. I want them to pray with other children. I don't want them to be judged by the clothes we can buy them. I want them to be judged by their own academics, by their own kindness, by the things they can do. So when we got to that school, there's always a lot of need because a lot of these children are coming on scholarship. And so I just saw the need. And what was interesting, when there was another mother, her name was Susie May. And so I was asked to be the chair of this, fall festival. And the most they'd ever raised was like $35,000. They said, there's a big trailer out back, and that's where we keep all the stuff. You can find all the games and stuff, and you read out. Not a model. There was no model for really much what to do. And I lost my co-chair. She changed schools right a couple of weeks after we got, assigned to this. So I was the only chair, but fortunately there was one other mom, and we went into this old trailer where they kept like an old, like a train car kind of thing. And we started digging through this, and we realized that everybody who had run that event before, when they were done with their thing, they just threw everything in there and left. And it was the biggest mess. And she and I, nobody else wanted to help us with this. So we just said, we're going to do this. This isn't how we run our own homes. We spent many days sorting through junk, and rats had gotten into this trailer. And it was such a mess. But we unwound everything. We had some helpers, with the janitor and stuff at the school. But we reorganized this trailer. And in doing that, and really putting our own hearts and souls into it, and doing it, treating it like we would our own, home, our own project, We're out there sweeping it out ourselves, cleaning all this mess up. We found so many cool things that we could use for this festival that people had forgotten about through the years because everybody was just too busy to take the time to see how we could do this best. So we not only left the place much more organized so the next team could take over the following year, but we raised a record $67,000, which is a lot for, a little school fall festival. Just because we treated it with care, like we'd want, something of our own to be treated. I think if people look around their lives and say, how can I help? Even your kids' schools might need help, your neighborhood, your community, what community centers could you just step down to? We've taken the kids down and served at the homeless shelter. We want them to see that there are people who wake up every day and they don't have a meal. They don't have a fridge to go open, and whip up some good dish, to eat. So it's just important for all of us, I think, to be aware that we all get, we're all narcissistic. We get wrapped up in our own lives and we start thinking it's so hard for me. But the best gift you can give yourself is go get involved with someone else who probably has it a little harder than you. It will change your life more than anything you do.
Rex, I'd like to also add about Mother Teresa, with your permission, and two quick stories about Mother Teresa. She's 57 years young. I don't ever call people old because that would be a misnomer for anyone, but she's 57, living in Calcutta, which I lived in India for a year, so I'm real clear what this place is like. And the caste goes from Brahmin down to untouchable, and she sees an untouchable on the street, but she sees Christ in his eyes, so she picks him up like a little fork loader, takes him home, goes to the head of the archdiocese and said, I want to start Sisters of Charity to take care of these people. The guy said, the head bishop said, well, how much money you got? She said, 3 cents. I said, 3 cents, you can't start that. She answered like you just asked, 3 cents in God, I can do anything. And obviously she did. And my younger brother, Brian, said he was with her with 90,000 people one time. And he said, I thought you were good at asking money at churches, Mark, but nothing compared to her. She tipped every one of us upside down 3 times and poured out our pockets. And I gave, and I said, well, you can give, and it'll come back multiplied. Second story is, I was on the board of the world's biggest airline for 15 years, Evergreen. All the all the UPS planes, we painted them brown, we wore brown outfits, our people did. And it was just an amazing deal. And top sleep doctor, still alive, and one of my close friends for 50 years, Dr. Lou Tartaglia, who goes by Dr. T, out at the Cleveland University in medical school. Brilliant guy. Called me up and said, hey, look, I know you're on the board of that airline and you guys fly to India. Is there anything you can do to get me there? I got to go see Mother Teresa. So I said, yeah, let me call the head of the company, the guy who owns it. One guy owns it, Del Smith. I called Del. He said, just one condition, Mark. I said, anything. What is it? He said, I get to go meet Mother Teresa with Dr. T. I said, I think that's okay with T. He just wants to go. They get there and the gatekeeper says, look, we wrote you a letter. You didn't get it, Dr. Tartaglia? He said, no. Said, no, she's not going to see you today. She's not feeling well. I said, well, the letter didn't arrive. He hears her voice because he'd watched all the videos and he needed to get with her. And she is arguing in Italian with one of the brothers who's saying, hey, look, we need people that do the AA program and all the GA program and all that. And Lou walks through the gatekeeper, gets up to Mother Teresa, who's saying to Brother Angelo, God will provide, God will provide. And Dr. T said, Mother Teresa, I am Dr. T, and I want you to know I not only an American trained medical doctor, but I have trained in Italy, postgraduate work. I speak fluent Italian, got 5 kids, can't miss it, and I can really help him. She looks at him and says, see, God will provide.
Amazing. What a great story, Mark and Crystal. And I want to thank my colleagues, Ava, Alicia, and Rex, who'll be doing a wrap-up program here. And I know we only have a couple minutes left, so I want to switch gears. And first of all, just congratulate the two of you again on being official recipients of the President's Lifetime Achievement Award, number one. And number two, I want to talk a little bit about publishing in closing, Mark and Crystal. And I know we have a couple minutes left with the two of you. Readers of our latest Special Thought Leader edition noticed that one of the best-selling books is, of course, Ask by Mark and Crystal Hansen. and it's an official Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book. You can see alongside the likes of Oprah Winfrey, etc., and Jay Shetty, who've also made the list of our latest best-selling recommended bestsellers. And I want to ask you, Mark, and no pun intended, exactly. I want to ask you, no pun intended, look at that beautiful book, for aspiring authors. I love it. Absolutely. That's a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book. So for aspiring authors, Mark and Crystal, or for individuals that are looking to get their book recognized, what is the significance of being a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling author for individuals that are seeking that type of recognition, please?
Well, there's only 2 lists left. It breaks my heart because the industry has been so good to me for 50 years. But USA Today is their book list, which I had 15 of the top 50 books at one time. And Maya Angelou, who you mentioned earlier, said, "Boy, you're hogging the list." I said, "No, we just sell more books than anybody alive." So they're gone. And then Wall Street Journal is gone. So you're number 2 after New York Times. And I predict, as I have to you personally, Mo, because you and I are dear, great friends, that you will become the number 1 book list in the world, because you're playing literally a world game. And what you and I have talked about is that we want not just Americans to read, not just people that speak English to read, but literally, and we're thankful. We think everybody needs to have Ask, and Crystal did the best cover in the world on it. But the fact of the matter is, everyone knows the line, ask and you'll receive, but they don't know how to do it. And we teach how to ask yourself, ask others, ask God. And it'll change your life. That's number 1. Number 2 is that we own a publishing company now because we want to make sure, like your newspaper that goes out everywhere, and I used to deliver papers like the Chicago Tribune, so I'm really clear what this is like. And now you're doing it to the whole world. We want to get everybody published, and we own Mark Victor Hansen Library, where we ghost write books for fiction, nonfiction, and biography. And we want to help everybody get published because, like you, everyone's got a story, and we want to bring your impact story to life, because when you do, your life gets bigger, it gets brighter, it gets better, it gets more wholesome, and you are honoring those who have the ability to write. And we're just so thankful and touched that we made it to the top of your list.
Thank you, Mark. Love you. I appreciate you. Ms. Crystal, please.
No, what an honor. I mean, Mark's right. I just say ditto to everything he just said, because sadly, all of these important lists are disappearing. And the lists are important because people are looking for that recommendation. They're looking for the books that people are really loving, that are really, changing lives, impacting lives, or just even entertaining people, that are just really good writing. And so I am so thankful for this list, Mo, because I think Mark is spot on. You guys you are becoming the most, New York Times and you. I mean, it's all gone away, Wall Street Journal, everything. So congratulations to you for really making that a priority, because reading literature, books are so important. Books change the world. And Mark and I have, lived our lives through books in so many ways in terms of reading. We were both avid readers when we were young. Books shaped us, helped form us, helped teach us. And that's what we do with our writing. And so it's just a very important thing to the world.
If I may add, we believe everybody's got to read 10 minutes a day, whether you do it first thing in the morning when you wake up. And we're saying, hey, read something positive, uplifting, that is soul, mind, and body, and result nourishing. And that's the kind of stuff we write. But there's a lot of our colleagues, and we admire every one of them. And you've been very kind to host us with Ava and Rex and Alicia. It's just been extraordinary experience to befriend you all.
Mark and Crystal Hansen, thank you for the stand that the two of you make and the example that the two of you set for what's truly possible when it comes to power couples. And we hope that all the couples watching learn from this example to be service-centric. Thank you to the two of you. And until next time, this has been a special edition of the Mo Rock Show, where we're honoring Mark and Crystal Hansen, as well as celebrating leaders all week right here on the LA Leadership Week. Mark and Crystal, I appreciate the two of you. Thank you both. We'll be in touch very soon. Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And how exciting was that segment with Mark Victor Hansen, of course, co-creator of the Chicken Soup for the Soul series, and so much more. And again, Mark, I want to thank you. I'm sure you and Crystal may be watching. I want to thank you for the lovely comments regarding our bestseller list here at the LA Tribune. It certainly meant a lot to my colleagues. And as we transition to the next segment here in the next couple of minutes, I want to welcome back some of the folks that have been helping facilitate the LA Leadership Week here. Of course, Julianne Meyer, Jim Miller, Ava Manuel, and Rex Sykes. And let's kick it off with you, Julianne. Just want to hear some thoughts from you as you've been watching, listening, and participating and helping, of course, co-host. Where are you now with regard to this experience of the LA Leadership Week and some breakthroughs that you've experienced, please?
Absolutely, Mo. You know, usually when you're doing an event like this, there's a lot of energy that goes behind it and it can wane. But I've got to tell you, with all of the speakers that have been on stage, it has not gone away. It has gotten bigger. In fact, I didn't even go to sleep last night until super late because I was so excited. And today's just as good as yesterday, if not better. So I can hardly wait to see who else is going to change my life and so that I can have that breakthrough.
Thank you, Julie. Rex Sykes.
Well, you know, we can all learn from all those around us. And you and I and others have been fortunate to call Mark and Crystal friends for quite some time. And they have sold over 500,000 books. 500 million books. And they continue to change the world by what they do. What I'm excited about is not just Mark and Crystal, but who's coming up next is a marketing guru who can help you sell 500 million books too.
Absolutely. Jim Miller.
Well, listen, I have made it my my purpose throughout my 25-year career in this industry to see as many people as I can live that are influencing the world. Many of the guests that we're having on here, and here within a matter of 7 days, I get to see all of them for free, right? And also, too, they're coming from a place of generosity and speaking into a topic that is so relevant, especially for the younger generation, for those people who are looking to make a mark in the world. So I'm very excited to be here and to get to interview Jay Abraham next.
Absolutely. Ava Manuel.
You know, one of the best things that we love about the Los Angeles Tribune is, you know, really our heart for small businesses and for entrepreneurs. We believe that small businesses and entrepreneurs are really the backbone of our economy. And, you know, we can't get it any better coming from Mark Victor Hansen and Crystal Hansen to now Jay Abraham, who is the entrepreneur and business, you know, really expert and guru out there. So very, very excited for sure.
Thank you for that, Ava. And I'm going to thank Ava, Julie, and Rex. And Jim and I are going to continue this conversation while Jay sets up in the green room. And I'm real excited, Jim, because I know in a moment we'll be joined by Jay and, of course, Gene, who's going to help us lead the conversation here. But something that people often ask me is, who is somebody that they should study to help increase the quality of their business, increase not just the quality of their business, but as entrepreneurs, the quality of their lives? And I tell people Jay Abraham. And one of the strategies that we actually practice here at the LA Tribune, whether our team recognizes it or not, is the strategy of preeminence. In fact, this entire Leadership Week is an example of the strategy of preeminence manifested. If you look at what we've done here with the LA Leadership Week, from top to you know, with the marketing and with the setup, we've applied the strategy of preeminence. And so I personally have been a student of Jay Abraham. He's been a mentor from afar. And I'm excited now to be able to actually engage in a conversation with a man that I believe is at the top of the list when it comes to a fundamental level of knowledge and wisdom. And quite frankly, every time I listen to Jay Abraham, I find myself sounding a lot more articulate. I always learn a couple words that I previously did not know existed in the English dictionary. And so for a multitude of reasons, I'm excited to spend some time with Jay. But with that being said, Jim, how excited are you for the next segment?
Well, listen, the first time I met Jay and was back when I was the brand new vice president of sales for Tony Robbins, and we were out in Fiji, and for some reason we got stuck on how to proceed in our business model. And Tony made one call: Jay, you need to come out here to Fiji and help us sort this thing out. And boom, Jay was there that night. And for the next 6 days, I just sat in 5 days. I sat in amazement, not only because of the wisdom that the man had and how much Tony was so appreciative. And I could see the effect that Jay had on Tony, on everyone in the room. But just coming from a humanistic standpoint, what a great guy. Just a genuine, down-to-earth personality. And that's one of the things that impressed me the most. I mean, he was shooting basketball with us. He was, we just had a great time together. So,
and speaking of what a great guy he is, Jim, he has supplied so much educational content for entrepreneurs over the years, completely free of charge. In fact, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I remember visiting his website, and I couldn't believe how much incredible material Jay Abraham offered absolutely for free. And so we're going to take a quick break, watch a video, and then we'll be back. And I know Gene is going to also join us in a couple minutes to help facilitate this next segment.
Jay Abraham, a marketing legend, mentor to mentors, and the highest paid marketing consultant in the world.
He's the go-to guy now. And I got to say, if you think of most of the marketing consultants that you probably don't have the name of, they've all been influenced by Jay.
I probably wouldn't be here without my mentor, Jay Abraham. Through, his teachings and what he's done for me, he's taught me how to position myself in very unique positions, what is my unique offering, as well as the ability to communicate.
Jay Abraham has significantly increased the bottom line of over 10,000 clients and over 400 industries worldwide.
Jay has had a tremendous influence on my business. Not just my business, but really the deep ways in which I think about my students, my readers, my clients, my customers.
His books have profoundly influenced my ability to grow Bulletproof, and his personal mentorship and his one-on-one sessions with me have absolutely changed the game for me and for Bulletproof and for our mission to change the world.
Forbes magazine called him the real thing and lists Jay as one of the top 5 executive coaches in the country. He's also a best-selling author and has been featured in USA Today, the New York Times, Inc., and Success, among many others.
Life is a series of mentors, and Jay Abraham is absolutely the best in that area.
And with that, Jim, let's go ahead and welcome Mr. Jay Abraham to the
Hi, guys.
LA Leadership
Make sure
Week.
you can see me. So let me get centered so I look reverse on this. Let's make sure that you can that way.
You look very
wonderful. We can see you, and
Don't worry about it.
And Gene will be joining us here in a couple minutes. But Jay, first of all, I wanted to thank you for 2 things. Of course, I wanted to thank you for your time and for being a part of the LA Tribune Leadership Week. But more importantly than that, I wanted to thank you for bringing the strategy of preeminence to the world and to entrepreneurs. I think it is one of the most important and fundamental strategies for an entrepreneur that wants to be successful, to be able to learn and apply to their lives and to their businesses. So I wanted to start off with that and just let you know how much we appreciate you and the strategy of preeminence. And what does leadership mean for you personally, Jay Abraham, to kick it off and open up?
Wow, what a great question. And by the way, thank you so much. Just a parenthetical comment before I answer your question. The strategy of preeminence is something that I very fortuitously was able to give birth to 15, 20 years ago. And it was really, it was fate changing for a lot of entrepreneurs and CEOs because it connected the dots And it was it was both a strategic philosophy and a philosophical strategy that became the underpinning of their culture, their belief system, their message to the market. It was something that galvanized and animated the spirits of their team members. So they were all on. Oh, sorry. Can you see my head? Because I'm seeing it. I want to make sure that you can. I don't look silly here. I'm so sorry. That it galvanized their team, so they were all on a unified crusade mission in behalf of the betterment of their market, and it elevated tremendously the whole positioning and the way their team and their people and their product and their company were seen. Excuse me again. And it's evolved, but it's really good. And thank you so much for acknowledging that. Now, to talk about leadership is it's a complex concept, Mo and Jim. I think it has to do with being a combination of a visionary, an advocate, a champion, a benefactor for not just the people who pay you, but the people you pay. A true leader is on a mission to grow the value he or she creates for the totality of the market. It's got a holistic sort of a context, meaning you want to make your buyers, your clients, as we call them, better off, enriched, protected, enhanced. But you want to grow and develop the success, the capability of your team. And optimally, you want to have the most collaborative connection and relationship you can with all your vendors, so that you're all collaborating and supporting and enhancing and contributing to the success of the business, because it's bringing more value to the market. It's sort of an interesting concept. I don't know if that's a little too abstract or not.
Thank you for that, Jay. And I want to welcome our audience again to the LA Leadership Week. Yesterday, the New York Weekly did an expose calling this event perhaps the greatest lineup in the history of personal development. Their words, not mine. And Jay Abraham is at the top of the list of people we're honored to have as a part of this. I want to welcome to the screen Gene. Gene, welcome. I know you're going to help co-host and co-facilitate the time we have with Mr. Jay Abraham. And I really want this to be about the strategy of preeminence, leading life with the strategy of preeminence. I want to give the audience an opportunity to get the insights from Jay Abraham that they may or may not have been exposed to previously. So let's really make something special and deep today and focus on more of the advanced entrepreneurs that are watching. With that being said, Gene, if you have any opening statements or a question for Mr. Jay, welcome to the stage, please.
Mo, I'm in full agreement with you. Let's make this an epic 45 minutes. Before I get started and we get into Jay's brilliance, I just got to say I have not been on all the sessions the last 2 days, but the sessions I've been on, you've had Les Brown, you've had Mark Victor Hansen, you now have the great Jay Abraham, what I would call living legends, all within less than a 24-hour period. I don't know how you put it all together this way. I just want to congratulate you and the LA Tribune team for making this happen and adding value to so many people out there. Now, I'm excited to work with and talk with Jay again. We're colleagues. We've worked on clients together and met through Tony Robbins. And I know at the end of this, Jay's going to give away a book to everybody. There's going to be a link when he's done. So be prepared to write that down. And with that said, Mo, let's get rocking and rolling.
Thank you for that, Gene, and I appreciate it. And of course, Jay is in the lineup alongside Robert Cialdini, Seth Godin, and so many other names. But we don't have time to list out the names because we have limited time with Jay. And so with that, Mr. Jim Miller, kick it off with the first question for Jay Abraham.
Well, I'd first like to acknowledge that the fact that Jay Abraham is here with the Los Angeles Tribune in our Leadership Week attracts people to want to be involved in the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. So, Jay, you have an enormous influence on virtually anybody and everybody that's in the space, certainly of personal development, and more importantly, not only the content of your work, but also your integrity. And so the first thing that I want to talk about, and I know I read a few of the interviews that you have done just to prepare for this, and one question was asked, And that was, what question do I have to ask you in order for this to be the best interview you've ever had? And you indicated, well, as long as it's not about business and more about the way that I think, my view of the world, and my philosophy. So I want to start there, and I want to ask you a question, and that is this. I'm going to go right to the core of why I'm here, and that's for the young people, the younger generation that are seeing that will never, ever have an opportunity to work one-on-one with Jay Abraham, but have heard of you. And now they get the opportunity to sit right across from you and to ask you one question. And I'm going to ask that question. It is, how do I get the belief system that I too can be a leader like you one day? Where does it start? What do I have to do? What is it about leadership that you, as a fatherly, even a grandfatherly, I dare say,
you're not flattering my ego, but you are acknowledging my age.
I stop there.
I give you a hall pass.
Yeah, generationally, I'll stop there, Jay.
It's okay. I've been around a long time.
Yeah. Well, so tell me, what would you say to them? What is it that you would give an advice to the younger people out there that maybe this is their first encounter with Jay Abraham, or maybe they know you as the legend you are and would love to hear advice specifically to them?
Yeah, well, I think that I've been blessed, Jim. I think it's a profound question.
Mm-hmm.
I've been blessed in two ways. 90% of the work I've done and the influencers I've had have been people who were either at the top of their game ethically and on an integrity basis. Also, they've been people who've been fanatically obsessive almost about adding value to their market, either in filling a void that wasn't filled or taking something that existed to a much higher level of beneficial contribution. So I think I've been, and also I've been very blessed. You talk about experts. I've helped, and this is just clinical, over 300 of the world's top experts in my life, in a broad spectrum of hard and soft skills. And I've been very impacted by human performance. And I think that one thing I stand for is a more holistic, integrative, true business building, as opposed to being in a silo. But I think that if I was a young person trying to start out as either an entrepreneur or progress through the rungs of an organization or many organizations, the first thing I would do is master a couple of things. First of all, listening. Then I would understand how to appreciate what others are saying. A lot of times people don't really listen. They're so busy wanting to get their message. I would basically try to recognize that your responsibility is to make people better off because you're in their lives, whether it be your coworkers, anybody that your company serves. I would probably really get clear on value creation to the other side. Oftentimes, Jim, Mo, everybody else on the call is that literally most people don't have a comprehensive understanding of what value means to the other side. I am sitting here trying to give you my interpretations of valuable answers. I think they're important, but your people might go, that makes no sense, Jay. So getting aligned with how the other side sees value is very important. Also, is collaboration is a lost skill. Connection is a lost skill. There are soft skills that are really interesting. Stephen M.R. Covey, I don't know if he's on your roster or not. He's the world authority on corporate trust building. And he's analyzed that if you can learn to master, I think everyone should read Speed of Trust and Smart Trust, two really wonderful books. And Gene, I don't know if you've read them or not, but they teach that most people think they've got a very good level of trust and authority with the other side, and they have a very weak one. There's 13 characteristics he identified. And if you master them authentically, if you do it superficially and inauthentically, it's very evident. But if you do it authentically and it becomes a natural part of your being, what he said is your business, you can get a 300% increase in everything. Collaboration, shorten timelines if you're selling, get vendors excited, get stakeholders excited. But there's about 20 soft skills that if I were young, I'd want to master. Things like trust building, strategic communication, listening, collaboration, operational efficiency. The role of a leader, and I think you're always two things in life, and this is not just in business, it's in life. You're a student and a teacher, you're a leader and a follower. And if you try to be just one and not the other, and you don't have the duality, you'll be rigid and you won't have what I'll call the completion of the understanding and the power that resides within this sort of integrative, holistic, I may be too abstract. I've been privileged to be exposed to some wonderful leaders. All of them are committed to the betterment of both sides, their target audience, their team members. A lot of entrepreneurs started out and they're autocratic, they're self-consumed, they want to make a lot of money, they're not very aware that every one of their team members are equally struggling with hopes, dreams, issues, financial health. They're all husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, lovers, parents. And when you appreciate that this is an integrated dynamic that only works if you are committed to everyone's successful outcome. And we have a very interesting friend who did a treatise one time. He said, you're either a multiplier or a diminisher as a leader. You're either making people better, stronger. You're adding value. You're developing, encouraging, or you're diminishing, or you're breaking things down. And it's only one or the other. It's sort of, to be very sophisticated, it's really quantum physics. You're expanding or contracting, you're growing or dying, and a leader has to grow himself or herself while concurrently growing both their team, their capability, and the value their company, their product, their people add to the market. Everybody has to be on a crusade and a mission in behalf of their prospects. If you fall in love with your company instead of the people you serve, both sides, you're going to be suboptimal. I hope this makes sense because I'm a little more maybe holistic and abstract than most people.
You're making total sense, even through your abstraction and holisticness. But I wanted to ask you this one question, and I'm going to pass it on to Gene, who has got some extraordinary questions for you, and that is this: what you're talking about, this need to love the individuals, to love the value that you're creating for the other, as opposed to the business itself, the money. Like, for example, when you go on social media and you look at entrepreneurs today, the celebration that they have of their team members is how much money they made for them, right? This is a typical celebration, as opposed to celebrating the individual separate from that. My question is this: do you have to be born a compassionate, loving person in order to display the type of characteristics that you're talking about, Jay? Or is this something that can be learned, or is it both?
Well, I mean, originally I was born in a Orthodox Jewish family. I'm not very devout at all anymore. We probably had an inherent sort of a foundational DNA, but I didn't understand this until I was exposed to entrepreneurs who did me the greatest service ever in my life. Two ways, two of them. One was constantly preaching to me, we are here to make our market better. We are here to make our market better. That's the first one. The second one, really interesting. I was too talented for my own good when I was young. I made a lot of money and I could have gone to the dark side. And another mentor took me aside and said, Jay, I'm going to give you the most important lesson of your life. Here goes. You can lose all your money, and if you keep your integrity, somebody will always back you. However, if you keep your money and you sell out your integrity, you'll never get it back. And that shocked me. I spent hours afterwards pondering it, and it shifted tremendously the trajectory and the purpose and basis of my life career. I think that empathy, if you look at empathy, people think that vulnerability, empathy is a weakness. It's a strength. Part of preeminence is showing people you feel what they feel, putting in words in ways that have never been expressed, that you really understand what they're trying to get away from or closer to. If you look at all of life, and it's certainly business, but it's in any personal relationship, we are rewarded in direct proportion to the quantity, quality, and consistency of problems we solve and opportunities we make possible for others. I mean, everything is that. Love is nothing more than solving a problem. Who will share my life? Who will make me complete? Who will protect me or provide security? Who will make me laugh? Who will give me physical satisfaction? Who will be a great father? These are problems and solutions. Everything is that when you understand it. Without empathy, you are really you're constrained in your performance, in your capability, in your. I don't see how you could possibly be optimally successful with having empathic understanding of the world you're living in and what's going on, and appreciating the differential of mindsets. If there are 10,000 people watching this now, you have 10,000 different realities. Pardon me. Any word, Jim, Gene, Mo, that I utter, any concept I express is predicated on my experiences, my mental imagery. Somebody else is hearing it totally different because they don't define it the same way. Until I understand your reality, until I have appreciation, I explore, examine, and acknowledge how you see life, there'll never be a connection. I'll never be able to sell you to the maximum. I'll never be able to help you grow and help you contribute. I'll never be able to connect at the maximum. And you can only go so far with fear. Collaboration can't occur without appreciation.
Extraordinary. Extraordinary. Thank you for that, Jay. And we can see how important it was to you to encounter a leader who had the courage and the wisdom to break into your reality as a young man and plant that seed that you, like you said, you spent the rest of the day in pondering and contemplating, and it seems like it might have shaped somewhat the trajectory of your life.
It absolutely did. It shifted it totally, and I became almost on a mission of my own, obsessed with making sure that anytime I ever interacted with anybody, Jim, for any reason, even if it was a nominal amount of time, I made them and left them better off, whether it's a smile, whether it's listening, whether it's showing that I remember their children, whether it's asking about some life issue that connected them. I see my role in life making people better off. Now, is that totally altruistic? Not really. Being selfless is the most selfish thing you can do if you want to accomplish a lot of stuff.
Ah, very interesting. Gene, I know you're waiting with some questions. So please, Gene, who also too vice president of sales at Tony Robbins, and with Chet Holmes, and with many others, a man who has been associated with a lot of legends and worked with you as well, Jay. So, Gene, take it off.
Thank you, Jim. Jay, I'm a fan first and a friend. I've been following your blogs. I've been following you on social media. It's pure gold. Almost every single day, there's a new piece of gold that shows up. So I want to encourage everybody to make sure you're following Jay if you're in the leadership and the marketing, the sales, the business world. And this can help you in life as well. One of the pieces of content that I've read and reread and keep going back to is what you call the Magnificent Seven. Would you mind covering some of that now?
No, I'll be happy to. But I'm going to, because I only talk about it rarely. You'd pre-asked me to talk about it, so let me make sure I have it for you.
Okay.
So,
so good. It's just so
rich. Pardon me. So just as context, I've been very blessed. I've been able to, I guess I'd call it pioneer and develop about 97 different categories of methodologies that have the capacity to propel performance, outsized, exponential, hyper growth. And 7 of them, I think, are fundamental. And I talk about them when I'm with Tony. I talk about them in certain keynotes. I still do. And I call them the 7 magnificent steps to create extraordinary success and business wealth. The first one is the strategy of preeminence. Because of the shortness of time, I'll just give an outer periphery on it. But the strategy of preeminence starts with a commitment that you want your business to be seen in the eyes of your target audience as the most trusted advisor they could turn to for life, the only viable solution they could turn to in the category. In order to do that, you have to be able to show them that you understand what they're going through. You feel what they feel. You know where they're trying to get closer or further from. You got to put into words what they are trying to feel. And there's a really powerful way to do it. If I have time, when I get to the end, I'll give you a methodology that is mind-blowingly powerful to understand how to resonate with your market better than anybody you could compete against, and better than any copywriter could ever articulate. You want to be able, if you're going to be preeminent, you're on a mission to be an advisor, not an order taker. By that I mean, you can't allow anybody to buy less than they should or more than they should, unless quantity, quality, consistency, or combination they should, not because you're going to be denied a profit, but because they'll be denied the optimal and the maximum outcome. We used to do, when I used to do seminars, and this is this won't do it exactly, but I would say, let's say, Gene, you came into Jay Abraham's bottled water shop and water bar, and you asked to buy this. Let's presume this was a half a bottle of water. And I took your money smiling and went on to the next person. If I know that you need 7.5 more bottles every day to nourish your being, to quench the need of your cellular structure, to keep your mental acuity focused, to get your stress level down, to make sure your digestion elimination is at optimal, your sleep is the deepest, most restful. And I don't at least go out of my way as your advisor to tell you and make sure first you're aware, and preferably you buy it from me, not because I want to sell you 7.5 more, but because you need 7.5 more. At least I have to do my part and make sure you're aware. If you opt after that awareness not to do it, so be it. If you buy 8 a day, but you only come every other day and I don't intervene again, being preeminent is not disseminating information. It's all about advice, what you really believe and why. It's about falling in love with the client, not just your business or your industry or your products or being the fastest growing company. It's about being able to make analogies to people in metaphoric way. Metaphors, similes, analogies are how you make points to people that they really grasp. It's about basically knowing that you don't want to call somebody a customer. This is really a tricky one because everyone calls their buyer a customer. If you look up in Webster's dictionary what a customer really is, it's somebody who buys a commodity or a service. In truth, a customer is saying you're no better than any other company, and if you get business, you're a lucky son of a gun. A client is somebody under the care, the protection, the well-being. It's got a fiduciary connotation, and it elevates people. You've got three categories of clients: the ones you pay, and the ones that pay you, and the two you pay. The ones that pay you, obviously, your clients, the market. The ones you pay are your team members and your vendors and advisors. And you want to do everything in your power to grow and develop them instead of squeeze everything out. I can go on and on and on, but that's preeminence, and that's the first one. And you want to make that the driver of everything you're doing. You want to make sure that everybody in your organization is on a mission, a crusade. Even if they're answering the phone, they see that that's relevant. If they're customer service, they see that's relevant. If they're delivering the product, they see they're part of the completion of the purpose, and they feel excited. And you almost want to say every morning when they come in, how many lives are we going to transform today? Even if you're just a vendor selling ice cream in the park, you want to appreciate that for 15 minutes, if you're over in where the offices are, you want to make sure you have the best ice cream, the best cone. You're not going to shorten the taste, because you want the best experience for them. It's experiential, and you want to radiate and be fulfilled in the knowledge that for 15 minutes in somebody's very stressful life, you're giving them solace. You're giving a chance to go back to their child and have a sense of reflection on innocence. And you want to really connect. I can go on and on, but preeminence it becomes, when you take it to its fullest extreme, and I'm giving you the outer periphery, it takes 3 hours to fully explain it. It becomes your culture. It becomes your message to market. It becomes your ads. It becomes how you live your life. It also, and I didn't say this, but you've got to also commit to always try to examine, evaluate, appreciate, understand, respect, acknowledge how other people see life, even if it doesn't conform with you, because you're dealing constantly with other people, buyers, vendors, employees. Until you understand empathically, you can't do anything. And coming right back to the thematic basis of this whole project you all are doing here, everything about preeminence is leadership. It's being seen as a leader who has the very best interests of the other side in mind. Human beings are silently begging to be led. We really are. However, there's a caveat. We want to be led only by someone or some entity we believe with absolute certainty has our best interest ahead of their own. And as I said, that's not as noble as it seems. It's really good business. So you want to be preeminent, and preeminence overflows. It's contagious. It ends up being how you live your life with your loved ones, your friends, your community. It's a very liberating and a very elevating way to operate way, way, way at a higher strata as your competitors. So that's the first thing. I just lost my notes. The second thing, hold on, is some of my classic stuff, but it's really powerful. And the next is my 3-way to grow a business model. And early in my career, I was equally blessed because I had somebody who was mathematically sophisticated show me a connection I'd never made before. And I realized that the same effort, the same time, the same opportunity, the same resources, capital, human capital, relationship capital could be used to get an incremental growth or an exponential one. So we started operating in the exponential zone ourselves and for all our clients. But the first thing I learned was how to work on what's called the geometry of business. It's very powerful when you understand it's the safest, fastest, easiest way to explode any business. And we created the 3 ways to grow a business and the 3 advanced ways. Very simple. People think there's a trillion ways to grow a business. There's only 3 major and 3 advanced. First is you increase the number of buyers. Second is you increase ethically the size of the sale and thus the profit it produces. Third is you increase the frequency of sale, assuming you have other products or a product that justifies it, or the utility, meaning you add other products or services, you partner with these so that you can basically add more value while dramatically multiplying what's called the lifetime value of a buyer. Why do you do that? Well, first of all, the most expensive thing, the hardest thing, the most time-consuming thing you do is acquire the first sale.
Yep.
But at that point, you have plenty of opportunity if they trust you to upgrade it for many times more profit, not necessarily many times more revenue. And if you set in motion the right relationship, you have an easy chance of turning a one shot into recurring, which turns it into, you're like institutionalizing the relationship. And so we're very big on bringing to bear the geometry, but we have a model. I didn't bring it here, but we show people that if you had a business that had 1,000 buyers averaging $100 unit of sale, and they bought 2 times a year, and if you do the mental math, it's a $200,000 business. If you just increase those 3 categories 10%, it's not 10%. It becomes 266,000. It's literally a third increase. If you double those numbers, it's 800% increase. So you can use geometry to explode business growth very safely. I'm giving you the very simplistic concept. Also, when you extend the value of a buyer, it allows you to invest a lot more in the beginning in marketing, in sales commission, in adding bonuses, in advertising, because you've got a lot more value you're playing for. We teach people, Gene, how to be 3D investors rather than 2D. When you think about it, everything you do in life, everything you do in business is an investment. Every decision you make, every action you take, every dollar, every opportunity, every decision, every human capital deployment, it's all an investment. And most people don't know the yield they're getting or the risk that's associated. And that's a longer story. But most business owners, particularly SMBs, they're 2D investors. All they see is revenue minus expense equal profit. It's a very static concept. A 3D investor, entrepreneur, CEO sees an asset that has continuously recurring yield. They're playing a totally different game, and that's why they can run rings around linear thinking entrepreneurs. So the first thing you do is work on the 3 ways to grow business. There's like 30 different mechanisms in each of those, and there's pretty universal, and we've done tons of work on that. The advanced 3 ways are a little bit more sophisticated. Every year you add one more product. Why one more product? Because if you have a lower price product, that can be put in front of your current one, and it's an easier first stage way to start a relationship, a lower hurdle. If it's a different kind of product, you can add it at the point of sale to multiply profit. If it's an expensive product, you can add it at the end to double or redouble the lifetime value. The second is you penetrate a new market or niche every year. The third is you acquire a new business every year, not a brand new one, but a business. You can acquire competitors, obviously. You can acquire complementary businesses, things people buy before, during, after, because you can make a lot of money from that. And if you have the one before, it gives you preemptive access to a buyer long before your competitors. You can buy something they buy instead. Now, that sounds a little bit wild, but let's say as an example that you and I were selling a supplement, Gene, for weight loss. Okay. So if somebody inquires and doesn't buy, they're probably inquiring because they have a weight issue. So if they don't buy our weight loss supplement, the odds are they will buy somebody's. They might buy a supplement. They might buy an alternative. They might buy exercise equipment, portion control food, group virtual training, personal training, recipes. And we've got a sunk cost investment in bringing them to us, whether we monetize them or not. If you're able to monetize them, that reclaims that cost and turns it into a profit center, a little esoteric. So those, and you can buy Salesforces, you can buy URLs, you can buy databases, you can buy podcasts that reach your market, you can buy discussion groups. I can get very esoteric. So that's the next. The next thing that's the second. The next is how to work on the power of geometry even more and how to render your business bulletproof as far as its sustainability. Many, many years ago, I was introduced to somebody who had a militaristic view of business. That sounds a little bit confrontational. It's not. It's actually very enlightened. If you and I were at war with each other, Gene, and I wanted to prevail, I would mount not one action, but an integration of lots. I might do surface-to-air missiles and bombs, and then attack drones, and maybe tanks, and finally, infantry. But I do a bunch of that, knock out your infrastructure, your communications, your airports, your railway, your TV stations, your newspapers. And I wouldn't care which of those delivered the final salvo. I just want to win. In business, most businesses, ironically, depend on one single source of revenue, and it's normally a follow the herd mentality. It's the same source, the same way as everybody else in their industry. Some are better, some are worse, but by doing the same thing the same way, all you can normally expect is an incremental improvement if you're better and a diminishment if you're not. And if you look at it, we have a model. Again, I didn't bring my graphics, and I'm sorry, but it looks like a diving board. We call it the diving board theory of business because the support for the board is your one revenue source. The board is revenue, and a diving board is a propellant temporarily up, but then people go plummeting to ground. If anything happens with your one source, let's say you're using Facebook and they change the algorithm, or you're using a platform that people stop being excited about, or you're using electronic media, radio, television, and their numbers go down, or COVID or anything, you're screwed. So we try to get our clients to implement 9 pillars. We call it pillars. We call it the power Parthenon of geometric growth, because if you look at it graphically, it looks like the Parthenon in Greece, which has been around for eons. It was used as a weapons arsenal storage in World War II, and they had some internal bombs explode. It still exists. It's that strong. And we try to get them to add many different sources of revenue in addition to their main one. And to show you how limited most people are, and this is sort of fascinating, and it may or may not have total applicability to your audience, but it's a really profound little exercise. If I was doing a live group, which I used to all the time, I would ask, how many of you in this room can say that 20 to 100% of your business comes from word of mouth or referral? And half the room would almost all raise their hand. I'd say, stand up. And then I'd say, remain standing, Gene, if you have at least right now. First of all, I'd go around and ask, tell me the percentage, tell me the dollars. Quite profound. 30% $1 million, 100% 800,000, 40% 5 million. I'd say, okay, great, fabulous, impressive, congratulations. Then I'd say, remain standing if you have at least one, one formalized, systematized referral generating strategy that you and your team adhere to constantly and interact with every buyer. 95% sit down. Then I'd say, okay, now we got 5% remaining. If you have at least 2 in place, 95% of the 5% sit down. When I say 3, they all sit down, and I'll say, well, we've done work with 1,000 industries. We know of 125 ways to generate no cost, high converting, high value referrals. And if you have none, and you only, and 20 to 100% of your business, which is substantial, comes from it, what would happen if you added 3? If you had only 3 more, then I'll say, maybe I'm wrong. I'll use a Tony deal, because you both have, 2 of you have Tony experience. I'd say I may be hallucinating, but I believe a referral generated buyer, Gene, buys quicker, negotiates less, buys more things, more profitable, more enjoyable, buys longer, is more valuable, refers more people, costs nothing. And almost everybody that doesn't have a referral system and has a huge portion of their business from referrals spend money on ads and trade shows and webinars and everything designed to get the outer periphery of first stage trust started, which is an onerous, long, arduous process to get from intrigued trust to committed trust to almost purchase trust to purchase trust. Even the first time, if you don't have any relationship, the first sale, you're still a little apprehensive. Whereas a referral generated buyer buys instantly, trusts you, buys, negotiates less. And that's just one little part of this power Parthenon. So the next, the third one is the power Parthenon. And it is literally having multiple sources. And when you have multiple sources, 2 or 3 things happen. One, you can reach somebody with your normal source, and it's not quite enough to move them over the hump to commitment. But if you are able to access them through other sources that come at them differently and that they trust, it can make the difference. Or some of these sources will penetrate markets you can't reach in different ways. I can get deeply into it, but I want to be very quick because I know we're on a timeline. So number 1, preeminence. Number 2, 3 ways to grow a business, advanced 3 ways. These are all actually working on ethical leverage points. Even preeminence is leverage at a level you can't comprehend. The fourth is it's called the 9 drivers of exponential profit explosion. And what I did was, when I was a little younger, give me 1 second. Pardon me. I spent a lot of time thinking about the revenue generating side of a business. And I said, what are the fastest, easiest, safest little levers you could pull that would have the biggest upside? By the way, a little parenthetical point that I forgot to make. All of our personal life, Gene, Jim, Mo, has been enhanced by levers, screwdrivers, wheelbarrows, crank that open and close windows, push buttons on cars, car jacks, pop tops on beer and Coke cans. Those are levers, and there's just hundreds of them that have benefited and enhanced our life. But in business, we've always had many, many, many levers. We just don't even recognize what they are, let alone how powerful small shifts can be in them. So I want to know, what are the best levers that are the safest, easiest, but if you make a change in them, it profoundly changes for the better the outcome. And I came up with 9. Let's see if I told him to go get it for me because I didn't know you were going to ask. So rather than trying to remember them all, I'll just read them to you and we'll go through them. So the first is marketing. You change your marketing, you change your results. It could be the market you target, the way you target, the proposition you target, the way that you articulate it, the way you prove your proposition. It can be the credibility you give them. It can be risk reversal. It can be bonuses. It can be prices. Each one of those, believe it or not, has a meaningful enhancement, not combined, but separately. I've seen a change in a headline 5 times the result. I've seen a change in the position, double the result. I've seen a change in how you prove the superiority or the comparability value of yours improve 50%. I've seen adding or changing the risk reversal another 100%. I've seen testing one price or the other be up to 5 times higher. I've seen adding a bonus be, double. So there's all these factors. There's one thing, marketing can change the market, you can change the media, can change the message, you can change all these variables. Same thing with selling. We tested 33 ways once, Gene, Jim, Mo, of greeting somebody at the front door of a furniture store, and one of them tripled conversion with an average higher selling price or average size order and profit. But if you don't know those things, you just go into things with conjecture, thinking, okay, I'm going to do it this way, not thinking it's not necessarily the highest, best, most safest, most profitable way. So the next is, so first is marketing. The next is strategy. Most companies are very tactical. I have a story, but it takes too long to share, but it's 2 people that do the same thing. One does it tactically, makes a little bit of money, decides it's not profitable, quits. The other does the same thing strategically, loses a little money on the first sale, but makes $25 million in year one by understanding what to do strategically. Big difference, big difference. And Tony's people have gotten me doing strategy for them because they really understand the value of being a strategist. I'm doing it for a big deal they're doing. The next is your business model. By changing the business model, you could change the whole dynamic of your business. And I mean, I could do hours on this, but I'm just going through it lightly. The next is distribution channels. If you can double, triple the number of sources you get your revenue from, it's sort of a derivative of the Power Parthon. It can be incredible. The next is process, systems, procedures, and that has to do with two things: variability. If you have a lot of people performing, for example, if you have 8-10 salespeople and some are doing $1 million a year and some are doing 100,000, you got to figure out what the differential is, who excels at what. And there's methodologies we've created to bring the variability of the differential down and raise the performance of everybody. Again, I'm just showing you, I'm not getting into the depths of it, but it's pretty provocative. The next is relationship. And you'll see we've done billions of dollars with a B by figuring out who already has access to the audience you want that you can partner with, who's got methodology you don't have the budget to buy, but would share with you for a share of the performance increase, the profit or the savings. I can go on and on. I can go, there's a bunch more on this. And the last, I'm not giving you all of them. The last one is ideology, your belief system. If you don't believe this kind of nonlinear, but it's actually super logical way of thinking is valuable, then you won't do anything with it. So that's the third one. Fourth one, let's see. We did preeminence 3 ways, 9.
That was the fifth one, Jay.
Okay, let me see what the rest is. I haven't done this for a long time. I got too many methodologies, guys. I hope this is valuable because
This is incredibly valuable. And while Jay pulls that up, I want to thank Gene for that great question. And I want to welcome everyone to the LA Leadership Week, where we are redefining what a traditional news company does for society by changing the status quo and encouraging leadership and quality of character. Jay Abraham, please.
Yeah, okay. I found the other two. So the sixth one is, we call them the sticking point solutions. Again, I try to think through what are the highest and best ways to dramatically and permanently improve qualitative, not just performance, but qualitative performance with the least amount of time, effort, risk, or investment. And that's an overriding premise of everything. So we created the 9 sticking points, and these were the most prevalent reasons we saw businesses get stuck. And we also saw a lot of successful businesses that we felt were successfully stuck, accepting better than average market growth, when in fact the same time, effort, access to market, capital, human capital could have produced many times that. And we identified them. I'll just read what they are because it takes too long to go through them. But one is, if you're stuck losing out to the competition, if you take the 3 or 4% of events that are acts of God you can't control, the other 97% are the result of actions you take, decisions you make or don't make, factors, forces, elements, principles, drivers in business and life you either harness or you let whipsaw you. And everything is cause and effect. There's a reason you don't get the business your competitor gets. And if you don't know it, you better figure it out. It could be your competitive inferiority. There's an interesting concept. This is pretty funny. I'm having an ADD moment, but it's a fun one. So we always say that in business, there's 3 things you always have to do. You want to make irresistible propositions, unbeatable offers, and gain absolute ethical advantage. Because if you don't, what you're doing is making beatable propositions, irresistible offers, and gaining disadvantage. So you have to understand clearly what that means vis-a-vis this thing I talked about earlier, value to the other side. And then you got to overlay it with what are they already getting in value from whoever they're dealing with. And one of the biggest competitors that you're always dealing with that most people don't acknowledge is procrastination, equivocation, uncertainty, limited budget, and fear of where I'm going to allocate it. And you got to understand, I'm giving a lot of different things. So the first is, why are you losing out to the competition? Many reasons, we get into that. The second is, if you're stuck not selling enough, why? Well, one is you don't understand consultative selling. Two is you're not sourcing enough locations. Four is your value prop and your risk reversal isn't compelling. Fifth is that you don't have any understanding of, as I said, what the definitions are to your market. I could go on and on and on. Fourth or sixth, you don't have a lead generating consistent pipeline. You're doing things intermittent, episodic. But when you figure out what all these are, very logical, they're super logical when they're explained. The next is that you have erratic business volume. Why do you have erratic business volume? Because you don't understand. There's 5 forms of, I haven't done this for a long time, 5 forms of business wealth creation. First is the ability to have consistent, ongoing current income, current sales, current buyers. The second is to know you've put in place certainty about future buyers. The next is windfall, where you get, we have 3 categories of uncovering windfall profits that are just sitting in what you're already doing and who you're already doing it with, and inactive buyers and people who bought everything, and your sales force and your distribution channel. It's a longer story. The next reason you don't have consistent, I was going to talk about wealth. The fourth is psychic wealth. If you're not getting if you're not getting joy because you're in control, then it's very suboptimal. We believe that either your business works harder and harder for you, or you work harder for it. It's just that simple. And the last one is asset value. The same effort, same time. All these things can produce X income, 10X income, predictable future, and it can create an asset that people will stand in line to buy. Most small businesses aren't sellable. It's a lifestyle as opposed to really building a sustainable enterprise. And it's just a shift in thinking. That's the third one. I'm almost done. And you can stop me anytime, because I haven't done this for a long time. It's sort of fun. Are you stuck failing to strategize? I went earlier, most small, medium businesses are very tactical. If you're tactical, everything you do is static, whereas tactics should only be used when they advance or enhance the big game plan. We have a concept called the business hypergrowth playbook, and it's designed to show that business is a contact sport. You can either play just to be a participant. You can play to win some of the games. You play to win most of the games. You can play to win the championship. You have a playbook. The playbook gives you the game plan. The game plan has the flexibility of being changed. You can't build a playbook unless you understand your competition. This is very fascinating. When I get clients, first thing I do is have them complete a 200-question, very deep assessment that asks what they already know or don't know about their business and their competitor's business. Most people can only answer half of them, and those are feeble. But when it comes to intelligence about their direct and indirect competitors, the ones buying the same thing or alternatives, they don't know squat. They don't know why people buy from them. They don't know clearly what their marketing advantage is, what they stand for, how they do, why people buy from them and not my client. And I am shocked. How can you win a game when you don't even know what the strengths, weaknesses, and probable strategies of your competition? It makes no sense. So it's failing to strategize. We can get deep in that. The next one is, sorry, I've looked at it. If you're stuck with costs eating up your profits, then there are many sides of a business you can move from fixed to variable. We just did about an hour and a half before I started this, an experimental briefing on power partnering, strategic alliance, joint venture, co-branding, a bunch of things like that. And the whole key was not just on the revenue side, but any resource impairment you have, a limitation. We have a program we did years ago. It's called the Unlimited Business Checkbook. And the premise is, if you have a resource limitation, somebody else has it, and there's always a way to gain access. The greatest example is a fun story. Years ago, Gene, when I was in the seminar business, younger, I went to China when China was a friendly place to go, and I helped a lot of very nice entrepreneurs. And the first time I went, We did a huge program, very expensive, 1,000 people. And I always did Q&A at the end. And somebody came to the mic and said, what do you do if you're too small and the bank won't lend you money to grow? And I said, tell me more. The guy said, I'm a small local motorcycle manufacturer. Now, only in China, with 100 million population in a city, would you be local? And he said, if I could get money, I'd go all over Asia. I'd open a factory. I'd put offices in every country. I'd hire salespeople, recruit dealers, and sell motorcycles everywhere. And I said, well, what's the problem? And he got really mad. I told him they won't give me money. I said, you don't need money. Your problem is always the solution to someone's bigger one. They just don't know it. I said, go all over Asia, do a road trip, find somebody in a complementary, non-competitive field who's got a huge factory, who's already got representation, got salespeople, got offices, got dealers and partners. It took me 2 minutes. 15 months later, I came back and did another seminar. This young man now is at the mic again. Instead of being like that, he's smiling like the Cheshire Cat. And he said, I did what you said. And you know this, Gene. Jim, you may not know. All day long in my life, I'm just answering questions, solving problems, strategizing, untangling Gordian knots. I didn't remember a thing, but he told me. And I said, what'd you do? He said, I went all over Asia. When I got to KL, Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, I found Asia's largest lawnmower manufacturer. They had a huge factory, underutilized second shift. I made a deal with the guy. I brought the tool and dies, and if you don't know what those are the forms that build the parts that are assembled into the product, in this case, a motorcycle. They had offices in 10 countries. They had sales forces in every one. They had thousands of dealers. He said I had to train the people to build them. I had to go and train the salespeople to recruit the dealers. I had trained the dealers to merchandise and sell. He said in our first year together, we both netted $20 million. I mean, I've done this all day long, but somebody's the solution. So if your costs are eating up, there's many ways to do that. If you're stuck doing what's not working, I mean, Einstein said it, it's the definition of insanity. We basically question people. Why are you doing this? What else have you tried? How well is it working? What kind of yield are you getting for the opportunity? What kind of risk are you getting? Nobody really, they just keep doing things over and over again. And I came to fame, and Tony used to always, he would advocate this and he would extol this. I created, when I was younger, something called funnel vision versus tunnel vision. And it was an accident. I came from the mail order business when I was very young, and mail order was very disciplined. They were doing testing, variability, risk reversal, unique selling proposition. They knew what's called allowable acquisition costs. They did all kinds of things that lifetime value that nobody in the then brick and mortar world knew. And I was a lowly player, but I was sort of an emissary, the one-eyed man in the land of the blind. And I was able to bring that knowledge over to all the rest of the world. And I thought I was brilliant. I was bright, but I wasn't brilliant. I was just an emissary. Well, then I started realizing the power of how most other businesses in other industries do things totally different, not better or worse, but totally different way of selling, marketing, strategizing, business model, everything. And if you could take elements from outside an industry, where in that industry, everybody does things the same way, you give people profound advantage. And that's one of the things that happens when what you're doing isn't working and what you're doing is what everybody else does. You stop doing it and you figure out what they're not doing. The next is being marginalized by the marketplace. You're marginalized for many reasons. You're not preeminent. You don't have a significant advantage. You don't have a significant risk reversal. You don't have, you don't understand your market better than others. You're not as valuable in terms of their definition of value as the competitor or alternatives. I'll give you the others, and then we can either stop or I can do the rest, because there's one more and it's quite profound, but it doesn't matter. The 8 is you're stuck with mediocre marketing. Most notably, yes. I don't want to even go there. It's too long of a question. The 5 is are you stuck doing it yourself? I mean, creative collaboration is the defining attribute of the most successful companies in the 21st century. A lot of entrepreneurs are very autocratic. They're not dictatorial, though some are, but they don't recognize that if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. You don't want to be the smartest. You want much brighter people. And also, you don't want to hire mediocrity. You want to hire the best and cry only once when you have to agree to pay them, because a superstar will perform so many times better than a mediocrite, and they aren't going to screw it up. And they're going to make you better. And they're going to make everybody better, because they're going to be demonstrate through show me, not tell me. It's just so profound. So that's that one. The last one, I'll just tell you very easily. It's power partnering, strategic alliances. We've created billions of dollars by figuring out who else already had access to the market, the credibility, the trust, the database, the salespeople, the brand, and partnered with them. I built Icy Hot from nothing to a huge company almost in a year by finding 1,000 media sources who would let us run ads and only pay for results. I built a seminar company for myself when I was younger, and we did $250 million. And I had partnerships with 40 newsletters, Tony, Success Magazine, Entrepreneur, In-Flights. I had partners in Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, China, Vietnam, UK, France, I can't remember, Switzerland, all over the world. We built an investment firm that was only doing 300 grand when we started, and we got them to 500 million by getting partner investment newsletters to recommend them. So it's about all kinds of ways to use other people's relational capital and do power partnerships, strategic alliances, joint ventures, co-branding, and just blow up your business with almost no external investment or risk. Those are those. If you have time, I can do anything else you want to talk about, or we can stop there.
Giftfromj.com, giftfromj.com. Jay Abraham has graciously given this community an incredible gift. So if we're just scratching the surface here with Jay Abraham, and as we move on to the next segment, I want to thank Jim and Gene, my colleagues here on the stage. I have just one final question for Mr. Jay Abraham in the couple of minutes that we have with him, and that's that, Jay, I just want your opinion on something. And first of all, before I ask the question, I want to let you know that the work you see here at the LA Tribune is strongly influenced by you. In fact, something I learned from you directly was that the biggest breakthroughs happen outside of the scope of the industry that you're in. And so what we've done here at the LA Tribune is taken the Jay Abraham philosophy and meshed together the newspaper industry along with the personal development industry, and essentially birthed something that previously did not exist. So I wanted to take a chance to thank you for that.
Cool.
And the question I have for you, sir, is, as you can see—
I can't hear you.
Our newspaper, Jay, is focused on positivity, leadership, and the good in the world. In fact, what statistics tell us, Jay, is that for every one piece of negative news or one piece of positive news in America, there's at least 17 pieces of negative news. Or for every one piece of solution-based news, there's at least 17 that are problem-based. And the work at the LA Tribune and the work that we're doing with the Leadership Week is to help bridge that gap. So in closing, how important is the work at the LA Tribune to bring more positive news, more leadership principles to the American society, please?
Well, I mean, Mo, conceptually, it sounds very impressive. If you and I spend some time and I understand it better, I can answer it more granularly. But I think anybody that is on a mission to bring qualitative betterment societally is somebody that should be lauded. Again, I don't have enough context to answer deeply, but it sounds like your work is meritorious. I think there's so many people out there that could be so much more successful, impactful, happier, healthier, and their lives could be so much better enriched. And richness, by the way, is denominated not just in monetary terms. It's fulfillment, it's satisfaction, contribution. And if you're on a mission to make that possible, it seems very meritorious. As I say, maybe when you're done with your leadership process, maybe I'm going to be in Europe for a while, but when I return, maybe you and I can spend some time and I can gain a better appreciation of what you're doing, and then I can be even more laudatory. I don't know enough about it other than to say it appears that what you're doing has a very meaningful contributory value societally. And if you're on that kind of a mission and you're doubling up and trying to compound the contribution, it would be very valuable to people that are looking for authentic answers. And a lot of people are silently begging not just to be led, but to get this connection made, because they're driven to want more in terms of fulfillment, contribution, success, impact, but they don't know that's even what they're striving for. And if they do, they don't know who they can trust. So it's sort of interesting, but it sounds like what you are doing is very intriguing and impressive. And at a time when you and I have the opportunity, I'd love to know a lot more and get maybe deeper and see where you are and see if there's some really wonderful things in it that might be worth us spending a lot more time trying to develop.
Certainly look forward to that. Gift from J.com. Thank you very much, Mr. J. Abraham, for being a part of the movement that we are creating here. Much love and respect to you. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and then we'll be back to our next segment. I look forward to that conversation in person, Jay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back, and I want to welcome back all of our colleagues and Gene and Jim. What a joy it was to spend some time with the two of you alongside Jay Abraham, who really brought the quality material that I know this community truly appreciated. And we have Danny Walsh, who's in the green room, who's going to join us in a couple minutes. Real quickly, before we bring Danny, I just want to check in with everybody, 30 seconds or less, some feedback from that powerful segment we had with Jay Abraham, starting with you, Rex.
Well, Jay exemplifies understanding how people think and operate and adding value to them by seeking what's important to them instead of what's important to him. He pushes, he elicits instead of installs. And that's truly something that separates him from most.
Donna Campbell.
You know, listening to him, truly, I was blown away in ways I have never imagined before. I was jotting down my notes, and he was going so fast. I'm going to have to go back and watch the replay and fill it all in, because I can apply everything to all aspects of my life.
And Joe Ingram in the virtual auditorium, so you want me to be on. You know the link, Joe. Hop on. Jim Miller. You're muted, Jim.
Yeah. So, under normal circumstances, one would have to spend $5,000 to $25,000 to be able to sit for that long in an event or in front of Jay, and to be able to receive it from the Los Angeles Tribune as a gift to the world, which is what we're doing, it makes me proud to be here and associated with this event and with this organization.
Amazing. And of course, Gene, thank you for helping make that possible. The floor is yours, Gene. Any remarks you'd like to make for our audience?
Well, I kept finding myself with my pen starting to take notes, and then I get a note from Jim saying, "Hey, you're on camera. Look at the camera." But what was really cool, Mo and Ava and everybody on the LA Tribune team is you're doing the strategy of preeminence. Mo, you pointed that out, and I'm like, gosh, that's so good. It's so good. Keep up the great work, guys.
Thank you so much, Gene. And we want to thank Danny Walsh, who's been patiently waiting in the green room. Thank you, Danny, for being so patient. And I know you and Rex Sykes are going to have a very powerful segment coming on next. And Danny, we would actually like to also invite you to join us at some point later on in Leadership Week as well, and make at least one other appearance where Rex can pick your brain. So let's consider this part one of Danny and Rex, and then we will figure out a part 2 at some point in the Leadership Week. Rex Sykes, floor is yours.
Well, I'm so happy to have had Jay Abraham on, because he thinks deeper and further than many other people. He's got what's called depth of vision, but so does this gentleman, Mr. Danny Walsh. You know, Jay is a maverick and a maven in his field, and as is Danny when it comes to marketing and being able to positively influence and add value to people. And so, Danny, I'm so happy to have you here, because you also not only understand so many of the concepts that Jay was speaking about, but you actually also put them into practice by helping people understand the digital world and how to and create a livelihood by helping other people, by adding value to them first. So I want to welcome you here, my friend. And for those who don't know, Danny and I do a show together, Create Your Best Life with Rex, and he's a partner, a friend, a brother, and I love you, Danny. Welcome.
Thanks so much. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully this is working. That was an amazing session, right, with Jay and all of the content that was shared there. You know, indeed, there is a big bunch of notes next to me. There's some things that did stand out from that I'm kind of going to go into as well, Rex, if we can.
Yes.
But yeah, what an amazing opportunity for everybody watching, and so much value being delivered in such a short space of time. The key for me is that folks go away and implement this stuff, right?
Absolutely. So I'm going to ask you to take it away, and I'll pop back and forth for some questions, but I want to give you the platform for just at least for a little bit. So here you go.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I wanted to show up today and try and give some practical things that people can take away and actually implement, right? So I want you to hopefully be able to unlock a leadership superpower that you might have overlooked or ignored. And hopefully we can unlock that in less than 30 minutes. It's probably going to be unlocked in less than 10, 15 minutes, right? So that's the plan of attack. That's what I'm looking at doing. And by the end of this, hopefully I can give you a little bit of insight, some eye-opening insight that can help you significantly increase your reach and your impact and maybe your sales. It's kind of important, right? Whether you're in big business, corporation, you've got a little business, you're running a store, wherever you are in your leadership journey, whether you're a solopreneur, entrepreneur, however you sort of classify yourself, hopefully there's something in this for you. And if you stick around with me for the next 10, 15 minutes, you'll have a workable strategy that hopefully you can implement. So that's the game plan. And it ties in nicely with what we've just heard in the last session. Let me know in the comments if this is making sense so far. Let me know if this is exciting. And hopefully, I've tried to get permission, but I was hoping we could bend the rules a little bit. But you need to blow the chat. If I can bend the rules, I might have a little prize to give away to a lucky viewer or lucky listener. But I'm not sure if I can do that. So if you want that to happen, let me know in the comments and you guys go crazy. Big shout out to Laverne Brown, who has just joined us right now. So in the digital world, I believe there's one thing that people want more than anything. And as leaders, we need to kind of understand this and embrace this, right? So we've got this digital world out there that's forever growing. And meanwhile, in business owners and business leaders and people making decisions, they pretty much want the same things as they've always wanted, right? So they want more reach, more impact, more sales. They want the brand to be the best known brand. They want to have the biggest impact on the people that they serve, right? So there's this desire of the people, and then there's the desire of the leader, the desire of the people behind closed doors. And sometimes these things don't align. Does that kind of make sense? So I want to go through a little bit of this and talk about some of the strategies that I can hopefully help you steer you in the right direction so you can go out there and do more of the good stuff and make sure that you're aligned with the people. Does that make sense? So a little bit about me before we get into this. I've helped businesses and run businesses for 20 years or more, and I've always had some kind of crazy venture or idea that I've taken out of my head. I've put it on the internet, put it on the web, and we've gone out there and impacted the lives of thousands of people in lots and lots and lots of different weird and wonderful niches, from music to hobbies to sports, fishing, And every single thing that I've ever done has always needed the internet to kind of power it, right? So I'm no stranger to the digital world. As I've traversed this digital world over many, many years, as technology's improved, it's become apparent to me that there is often this disconnect between what people want and what businesses decide should happen. And I'm hoping that in the next 5 or 10 minutes, we can kind of put some of this to rights and give you guys a strategy that you can hopefully go out there and make sure that you get it right the first time. So if you're a leader or you're an emerging leader, imagine if you could have a bigger reach, bigger impact, more sales, and you could easily motivate people to help you achieve this just by focusing on one thing. That'd be better than focusing on lots and lots and lots of different things, trying to run on a hamster wheel, because that's often what happens. And there's one thing that I've realized over all of these years that's so important, that's often overlooked. If we can get this right in the next 7 minutes, my work here is done, right? I usually play a game at this point, and if we had a little bit longer, we could play this. So you need to imagine this before we get into the content, right? Imagine that you're in a conference room right now, and we're not all watching a screen. We're all stood in front of the stage. And what I want you to do is find somebody next to you and face that person. So you play the game, right? You face the person, and I want you to take a good look at that person stood next to you. If you are with somebody right now, you can have a go at this. Face your partner. And what I want you to do is turn away from your partner so you can't see them and make a subtle change to your appearance, right? So maybe you take your glasses off, right? Or you put your glasses on top of your head. You make a subtle change. You turn back and face your partner and see if you can guess what that change was. And you say, hi, you moved your glasses, or you put the pen behind your ear. Hold that change, turn away, and make another change, right? So now we've got two changes. You face each other again, and you see if you can figure out what you've done. And then I want you to turn away one more time and make a third change. And then you face each other, and when you do that, you kind of figure out all these changes that each of you have made. It's a bit of an icebreaker. You have a laugh about it. But at that point in this boardroom, I will kind of go quiet, and I'll just step back a little minute, and people, they then do something quite profound. What they do is they go back to the exact same seat that they were sat in before I asked them to play the game. And every single change that they've just made, they put back. The glasses go back to the right position. You know, they put the shoes back on or whatever crazy thing that they've done. But there's a big message in that, right? And I've been playing this thing for many, many years. And every time I do this, if you can visualize this sort of mic drop moment, I'll say, just while you're getting seated, folks, can anybody tell me what is going on right now? And there's always somebody at the back who goes, we're all putting everything back to how it was. And that's the exact point, right? People will resist change. And that is something that I'm hoping doesn't happen when I share a couple of these little things I want to share with you in the next 5 minutes.
Can I interrupt just a second, Danny? We've done that in workshops too for many, many years. And it's usually about observational skills and noticing something about another person. And yes, the value of this is noticing that the people who are making the changes go back to their old routines instead of embracing the new positive change. So I really appreciate that. Yes.
Yeah. So that is something I always try and use that to get a point across, that we are wired to resist change, right? And if there's a positive change on the horizon as a leader and you're trying to embrace that, there's a good chance that your workforce might resist it, right? So it's important when you're looking at what I'm going to present to you in the next 5 minutes, that you're not only trying to achieve a goal yourself, achieve a change yourself, you're also embracing your folks, your community, your workforce, the people who you serve in making that change happen. And that's how we can proceed to do something and change lives in the process, right? So I want to show you the most important thing that you could probably do right now to increase reach and impact and sales. And now as a leader, it's your duty to kind of become obsessed with this. How one belief can propel you forward or hold you back, depending on which way you look at it. Exactly how to install this belief into your organization. And the single biggest desire of your target audience that might not be apparent. So I want to run through this real quick, and hopefully Rex and Mo and a few others might be able to join me back on this. So the most important thing you can do right now to increase your reach and impact and sales, and how as a leader it's important that you become obsessed with this, right? So it's safe to say in the digital world right now that people are conditioned to go online before they go outside of the house, right? So your kids are on the iPad, you know, people are Googling stuff. You don't go shopping anymore. You don't go to a restaurant anymore. Everything's done online, right? And this is the way of the world. And companies, entrepreneurs, leaders, business owners, we're all taking advantage of this, right? And there's social media and emails and blogs and live videos and adverts and all of this stuff going on. People are consuming media. You're consuming media right now. I want you to ask yourself a question, or ask your team a question, ask your people a question, right? And this is the first little strategy that I just want to share with you. Ask the question, how social is our media? Right? Because there's a big thing in that. It's like we're pumping stuff out, right? How social is this media? Is it engaging? Is it empowering? Is it actually helping our community to achieve their goals? Because if you ask that question regularly, what you might find is a different viewpoint and a different perspective that will help you move forward and scale, reach more customers, have a bigger impact, and ultimately make more money, right? If you're in business, you make more money. If you're a non-profit, you can go out there and change more lives. You can attract more funding. If you're a solopreneur, you're thinking of launching your business, think, how social is the media? Is it helping our community to achieve their goals? And the answers you get from that will be profound. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. And I want to thank you, Danny, for giving us part one of a two-part series with Danny Walsh. And we do have a few more minutes. I'm going to give the floor back to you to finish, but I just wanted to thank you and thank Rex. And I have a question whenever you're done, Danny, that'll take a couple minutes of time, but please.
Yeah, so the next bit is, there's a big belief, right, that you can propel you forward in business or it can hold you back, propel you forward in life or it can hold you back. And if you install this belief into yourself and your organization, again, that will help you move forward and do more than you've ever done, right? So if you've ever felt like you're chasing money, let us know in the comments if you ever felt like you're chasing money, right? And this is what businesses are supposed to do, right? We go out there and make money. And I did that for a long time. And you've got to change your mindset. You've got to change your perspective on this, right? It's never about the money. Right. And sometimes people are like, hey, why are you in business? I want to make money. It's not about the money. Right. And this ties back into the last point. It's about the people. And so now it's like, are we impacting people and helping them achieve their goals? Are we actually doing things for our people that we serve? And this is something that I found that's like, it's almost like a little hack. If you focus on the people, your people will also focus on the people. You focus on the money, everybody wants to make more money. They want to hit targets. You focus on the people, they focus on the people, and you see what happens in the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 12 weeks. It's profound because you've shifted the energy and people actually know that you care. Questions when you're ready.
Well, before Mo jumps in, I just think that's wonderful because what you're talking about, again, is servant leadership. If you meet the needs and serve the customers or clients or people that are approaching you, then you kind of inadvertently make money. That's the consequence or the reward of greater service. And most people seek the money instead of the service, and then their business dwindles.
100%. And
Danny, you shared some of the most profound information that I think audience members can learn, because it's very apropos and timely to the society that we're in. We're in a social media connected world. And I think it's very appropriate that you are sharing your wisdom right after Jay Abraham, because if we can apply the timeless principles that Jay Abraham taught us that have been fundamentally sound for decades, even in the pre-social media era. And if we can take what Jay Abraham just taught our audience and blend it with what Danny Walsh is teaching us from a more modern approach, you truly have the ultimate tools of success in business. And so I really encourage folks that have watched thus far to go back and watch multiple times, and Jay Abraham and Danny Walsh together will give you the timeless principles from Jay, as well as the modern technology-based principles from Danny. And that's why I'm so excited, Danny, for part 2 of this conversation. Unfortunately, we didn't get you as much a time right now as we would have liked, which is why we're going to reinvite you at a later to be announced date, most likely either May 6th or May 7th, but we'll coordinate that within the next couple of days. And I have a final question, Danny and Rex. First of all, the two of you have a profound program that I watch, that I endorse, and I highly encourage folks to watch. Now, when I first saw a side-by-side comparison of the two of you together, I messaged Rex Sykes and I said, Rex, don't lie to me. Is Danny Walsh your biological son? And he did not give me a straight answer, because I'm looking at the resemblance here. And so we just want to set the record straight. Is there some sort of a relation between the two of you? Because many people believe that the two of you have a resemblance with one another. Danny, please.
You answered in the comments, answer on the postcard.
Let us know. Look at them side by side. Do you guys think that Danny and Rex are related? We want to know. Let us know in the comments.
So let me address that. You took the last remaining minutes of Danny Walsh to ask if he and I are related. And what I'd like to point out is, you might have noticed he has an accent, but Danny's now on this side of the pond right now at a large conference in Texas, serving lots and lots of people. So he came here because LA Leadership is an important event to be here with us, and I want to thank you for that, Danny.
Amazing.
And
so there's our answer.
Though we're
not
related, I wouldn't mind if we were. I would be honored.
Danny, thank you, sir. We will be back in 1 minute with our panel, and stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for part 2 with Danny Walsh coming soon.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And like I said, folks, I really encourage you all to take the work of Jay Abraham that he shared with us and the work of Danny Walsh that he shared with us and blend it together. Right? Some principles are truly timeless, and some principles are directly related to the market that we're in. And because we're moving at a Mach 10 speed, you want to listen to the likes of Danny Walsh, because they're keeping their finger on the pulse of what's relevant today in today's marketplace. And with that, Donna, Julie, Rex, some statements before we enter our next panel. Donna.
Yeah, I love what he actually said. Danny said about social media. Is it really social? Or is it really supposed to be for media? There's two sides to that. So lots to think about there.
Julianne.
I couldn't agree with you more, Donna, and also you, Mo, because, like you said, a lot of things are timeless, but Danny has this newer spin with like the most up-to-date information that's for our generation that's currently here. So it kind of updates. It's like an older vernacular versus a newer one. And so now it's easier for us to understand something that is timeless in an updated language. So it's absolutely amazing.
Rex Sykes.
Well, as I said, I'm pleased and I'm honored to know him and to call him a friend and to work with him. He does think out of the box. He has this depth of vision as well, but he can also apply it in everyday life. And the great question is, about is your social media social? Is is it engaging with people? Are you enticing? Are you eliciting? Are you interacting with others? Are you just pushing stuff out there to try and get attention? And it really works. It's kind of like, how do you attract a duck? You hold something out, or a dog or a cat or an animal. You hold something out that they want, and then they can come to it. And the same thing happens when we can ask questions that are pertinent and relevant to them, and that appeal to their values, not just ours.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sykes. And Loretta, we want to welcome you to the stage. Loretta, I'm so excited. Mama Soul Wisdom. We love Mama Soul Wisdom. And Loretta is going to take the lead and help guide the next panel here on LA Leadership Week. And so, Loretta, before we give you the floor, we wanted to welcome you. We wanted to thank you for this next group of speakers that you're going to be leading the panel with. And Loretta, with that being said, we're just going to give you the floor to make some opening statements with your panel, and then we will have them join you momentarily. Loretta, so please.
Thank you so much. I want to first acknowledge the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, Alva Manuel, other distinguished contributors to the LA Leadership Week. What an honor and privilege it is to be here and to listen to the range of thought leaders and trailblazers this week. We are speaking about leadership. But first, I want you to imagine a little Black girl, 8.5 years old, being sat down in the kitchen by her mother for a serious conversation. Sitting in pigtails with her play clothes on and being a bit fidgety, her mother launched into a conversation that would impact her life forever. Her mother went on to share that it was important for her to do well in school. When other students are receiving B's, you must receive an A. And when other students are receiving A's, you must receive an A+. But why, Mama? Kids, they're always going to ask why. Well, her mother went on to say, because when you grow up and go out into this world, you'll already have 2 strikes against you. People won't like you because you are a female. That's your first strike. The little girl stared at her mom with a puzzled look. The second reason people won't like you is because you are a Negro. That was the language used during that era from a parent who grew up in segregation. And that little girl, it was me.
Wow.
You see, my mother was already beginning to inoculate me against adversity and to lead in excellence in school, in church, everywhere that I went. It was important for me to lead. So today we have come together to discuss leadership from a Black perspective, not to exclude, but to understand and become aware of the unique challenges we face as Black and brown people in leadership positions. Sometimes we're the only ones in the room at a meeting. Sometimes we are in command, and yet presenters look to others to persuade them for a decision until they realize the final decision comes from that Black or brown authority figure sitting quietly and patiently. In fact, according to the International Monetary Fund, the wealth gap between American whites and Blacks is projected to cost the U.S. economy between $1 trillion and $1.5 trillion in lost consumption and investment between 2019 and 2028. People of color, Black and brown people, make up 30% of the U.S. population, yet they account for 60% of those in prison. In fact, 1 of 3 Black men can expect to go to prison in their lifetime, according to the Center for American Progress. So today, my distinguished panel will share their definition of leadership and their thoughts on tackling this significant issue. First, I'd like to introduce Nicole Jones. Nicole is a senior data scientist at Denali Therapeutics, and she is an adjunct professor at Rutgers School of Public Health. In her role as a data scientist, she works to promote the use of open source languages in clinical trial reporting. Outside of her day job, she works to raise awareness of career opportunities in the pharmaceutical and biotech space among underrepresented groups. Next, I would like to introduce to you Pierre Smith. Pierre is also known as Paperless Pierre. He is the founder of Information Consultants, established 26 years ago. So initially it was a computer programming firm, but since then it is now a document management and process automation solutions company. Pierre has a rich background in software development, database engineering, and project management. Pierre excels in delivering his business to a wide array of clients, including Fortune 1000 companies, government bodies, educational institutions, and high compliance private organizations. And by the way, he also mentors small businesses weekly, guiding them to transition from a limited and fixed mindset to one of abundance. And my final panelist is Stephen C. Evans. He is a leadership expert and catalyst for success. He brings over 3 decades of distinguished leadership spanning complex global military operations and the commercial space. By the way, Stephen, thank you for your service. As CEO of the Leadership Lens LLC, Stephen is passionate about empowering leaders to maximize their potential and drive transformational results. He blends military precision and corporate innovation. And as a decorated veteran, he has founded a global consulting firm dedicated to helping organizations accelerate performance using the same strategic mindset, intense focus on people, and results-driven mentality to equip executives, managers, and aspiring leaders. Thank you, one and all, for taking the time out today. It's an honor and privilege. I want to start out first with Nicole, because I am interested in hearing your definition of leadership. How does that impact people of color today? And I know in our conversation, you mentioned that oftentimes you are indeed the only person in the room of color in many of your professional meetings. So share what that's like in your definition of leadership.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Loretta, for that introduction. A little bit of corporate on that. All these views that I share, of course, are mine and do not represent the views of Denali Therapeutics. But with that out of the way, I can give my take on what leadership is. So I think there's a few aspects of it. First, which I think a lot of often people will associate with leadership, is leading from the front, right? And being willing to pioneer, trailblaze spaces, and also being okay with admitting when you have a lack in knowledge in certain areas so that you can gain that knowledge. And by sharing and being open about that, then those who work alongside you or who are more junior to you will also be more comfortable to speak up when they're not familiar with the process or unsure of something. I think the other piece of leadership, which I've started as I've become an emerging leader and I'm a very early career professional, I've realized that sometimes you have to step aside and make space for others to succeed and others to learn how to do what I already know how to do, right? So in order for my team to do well, they have to be able to pick up the baton and run with it. And so sometimes stepping to the side and getting out of the way is great. But then on the other hand, as Loretta said, I'm one of one in a room, especially being a young Black woman. There's almost no one who's going to look like me in that room when I'm speaking on panels, when I'm engaging with with the biotech and pharma community. And so
Nicole, I just got to ask, what does that feel like?
Oh, I mean, so I'll give a very brief anecdote. So last year I was at a conference and I looked around a room and I literally didn't see anyone else that looked like me. And I'm sitting down at a table having a discussion about something that I am very knowledgeable on. That is like the primary thing that I do in my day to day. And everyone kept talking over me. I'd start getting a sentence out, they'd cut me off and run me over, right? And so I just had to get tough. I'm lucky I'm one of 7, 4 older brothers. And so I made sure my point got across. They'd talk over me and I'd say, okay, and back to what I was saying. And just kind of break in. So sometimes I feel like a fish out of water. And initially when I came to this industry, I felt like I might not make it. I might not belong. And I have so many skills that suit me well. So I've had to learn, take up that space when they're trying to box you out. And while it's good to step aside and allow others to have space, sometimes I need to occupy that space and occupy it so that when the next girl who looks like me looks towards this industry, they see and say, oh, wow, she can do it. I can do it. So, yeah.
Oh, I love it, Nicole. Take up that space because you deserve it. And you also mentioned making room and space for others to lead, because good leaders bring other people along. Thank you for sharing that. Do appreciate it. Stephen, I'm coming to you next. And then Pierre, you might want to unmute yourself because I'm showing you on mute. Stephen, what is your definition of leadership and how does it impact people of color today?
Sure. Thanks, Loretta. Leadership, it's about leading other people to accomplish something, a shared vision, a common vision together. And along the way, helping them become better versions of themselves. Because as leaders, that's what we should be doing. We should be growing the people that we're charged with taking care of. And we should be doing that every day. So what I've always tried to do is along the way, make sure that the people that I'm leading, getting them to buy into my vision. And once they bought in, giving back to make sure that, again, along the way, they grow, they develop. And we as Black leaders, I mean, Nicole hit it on the head. One of the issues that we always have is walking into a room is making sure it's establishing that credibility from the start. And so being able to do that is one of the things that we sometimes struggle with. And and my father, when I was growing up, told me something, when my commissioning into the United States Navy, he stood up in front of me and he said, "Son, you said you're an officer now." And he said, "A good officer stands in front of his troops every morning and he tells them they're the best thing in the world. And then he spends the rest of the day making sure that that's true." So teach them to be successful so you never have to explain to them why they tried their best and they failed. And that, on that day, that didn't mean too much to me. But, 6 months later, I'm standing in front of my first group of sailors that I'm going to lead. And as I stood there, this thought came to me: how am I going to help these young men? It was all men back then on that ship, be successful. And the words of my father kind of just rung out of the back of my head. And so I started out by, again, setting those goals. We set team goals. And along the way, they had to have, everybody who worked for me had to have an individual goal and a professional goal. And, so we as Black leaders, we have to establish that credibility, because leadership really is about relationships, right? And that's the relationship you have with yourself is just an extension of the relationship you have with others. So as you start looking into it, so we have to really look at ourselves, who we are and who we want to be. And then from there, we can grow and then reach out and lead others. But it always starts with ourselves. And we sometimes forget that. And again, but we as Black people really need to, again, establish that credibility going in. And it's kind of,
so hold on, Stephen. I just want to make sure we have time for Pierre. So what I'm hearing you say is credibility and relationships is important. You also touched on confidence. So I'm going to loop back to that in another question. Just sit tight for a moment. how in the world did paperless come into play, Pierre Smith? Because you're known as Paperless Pierre. Share with us about leadership and how that impacts people of color.
Sure. So first off, I define leadership as empowering my team members to find their identity within the organization. And I did so because 26 years ago, I actually started my company because to research programmers, we were not being tagged with who we were when it came to success stories. We were only the programmers when it failed. And I took away from that I would never want to create a space that I would not want to work for myself. And really, at a young age, I was just looking for mentoring and support. So I help my team members create identities. In fact, our motto when you start is, when you win, we win. So when you succeed, we succeed. So it's all about you. And as far as demographics, as a programmer, if you could code 30 years ago, it didn't matter if you took showers or brushed your teeth or not, they would let you in the room and code. So I never had that issue. But I remember not seeing enough women in the room. So I made it a point when I started my tech company to make sure there was an equal amount of members representing every facet of our local cities and states, including women and tech. So it is something I am very, I would say now organically doing, but it is something that is top of mind. I want to be the example for other companies to follow so that instead of pointing fingers, I just show the solution.
Awesome. Awesome. So I'm hearing identity from you. I've heard relationships, credibility. I've heard bringing others along and making space for them as you are leading and making room for other leaders. Now, Mo Ra recently authored a book titled The Moral Compass, 28 Principles for Achieving Integrity-Driven Success. And I also happen to be a co-author in that book. Cialdini, who wrote a book on influence, said 2 of the 6 primary factors are social proof and authority. Sean Callaghan, co-founder of Unblinded, shares his definition of integrous influence is that we're adding more value than we are taking. Second, we are fully transparent with our intentions. And third, the thing does in which it says that it does. So how does the role of integrous-based influence impact leadership among people of color? Who wants to take this question on? It's an open floor.
I go ahead and take a stab at it.
Go ahead, Pierre.
So integrous influence, if I heard you correctly?
Yes.
By setting an example within our own organization of what an ecosystem could be outside of our organization, I think we are showing that it's not just theory, but it is how we live every day. And that's where the integrous comes in. We're true to the meaning, we're true to the call, we just live it. It's just another Wednesday for us. It's not a special project. And then the second area, influence, by empowering my team members to succeed and grow, we organically, as leaders, empower and influence the next generation to have living examples to go by. And that's where I would say the second part lies. If a young man of color looks up to me and say, wow, I can do that too, but not just think it's a theory, but see it on a Monday and a Tuesday and a Wednesday and a Friday, every day of the week, then it's something that where I've heard before, wow, I didn't realize there was someone like that in the community, or I didn't know people like you exist. Because other than Paperless Pierre, I'm also a happy camper dad. So at the end of the day, I do hear that a lot, but it's just about making it who you are, when you wake up in the morning and when you go to sleep at night.
So identities. So I'm glad you mentioned that, because, you know, someone, Trevor Oz, he's the founder of Black CEO. He shared with me this principle that every strength we have and every weakness that we have is multiplied by the stories that we tell ourselves and others. So it is a bi-directional principle, and those stories shape identity. So what are people of color sharing about themselves in terms of leadership and the identities to step into? You mentioned being an entrepreneur, a leader, and also a dad. You have multiple identities. We all do. So what identities are important to hear today for people of color? And who'd like to take on that question?
I could take a pass at it.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah. So I think one of the, like, when it comes to identity, for me, it's one, trying to bring the core of who I am and what like motivates me to do my work, to do what I do every day to the office. So I'm a very kind of quirky and different, like I have energy. Everyone always says I'm bubbly. So I try to bring that with me and not let like the corporate world stifle that piece of me, right? I think the other side of it is just also being able to be open when you're unsure of things, and open and honest, which kind of ties back to the previous question of an integritous leader, and being able to bring, not just have this air of, oh, I know everything because I'm a leader, but also being able to say, hey, I have this lack of knowledge, and maybe there's someone on your team that will be able to bring that to you and fill that gap. So, yeah.
So, Nicole, for our listeners out there, where do you find the confidence to communicate the deficiency? No, words mean things. Where do you find the confidence to communicate areas of optimization? Some people want to say something, they don't have the confidence to speak up. So as a young leader, what would you share?
Yeah, so I think every time I held my tongue or didn't like speak that thought that was in my head, whether it was later on, like later in the same meeting, someone might bring that thought, or months later, we'd circle back and realize, oh, if I had only voiced my thought back then, we could have gone off this path a long time ago, right? And we could have been headed in the right direction. So literally learning from not speaking up, I've learned to say, okay, I mean, what's the worst that can happen right now, right? Everyone's going to say, oh, nope, we don't like that idea, and we move on. Like, that's not going to change. At the end of the day, my work product is still a good work product. So it's not going to change their view of me as a person and my ability to do the job because I presented an idea they may not agree with.
Wow. In other words, don't worry about looking good. Ask the question, right?
Exactly.
Because powerful people ask powerful questions, and questions steer focus. And in this life, in your personal life and in your business life, you only get what you focus on. So I hear Nicole say, take that leap of faith, step up and ask those questions.
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, let's talk about the lack of communication today. Whether it's verbal, nonverbal, tonal qualities, the communication today, or lack of communication, seems to be replaced with our attachment, and I dare say addiction, to our devices, whether it's mobile phones, tablets, computers, monitors, what have you. So share with regards to what is it going to take for people to communicate what it is that they're seeking to create leadership in their own families, in their communities, and out in the world. Who'd like to comment on the communication? Stephen, I haven't heard from you in a while. How about you?
Yeah, I'll take that one. I would say that communication is important, and if we as leaders have an obligation to again lift our heads up out of our devices, out of our screens, get up from our desks, walk around and talk to people, because that's where again the ideas are really going to be shared, and that's when you can look at people in the eyes, and again, as I said, leadership is about relationships. That's where you're going to form relationships. You're not going to form those lasting relationships, by communicating over a device. I said, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care, right? So again, having so communication is just so important, and it could be just as important that we as leaders. I mean, we need to know our people. That's the first rule of leadership: is know your team, and so a little bit about them, and again. You're not going to learn that on a device. That goes out and talks to finding out about their family, about their background, where they're from. It's so important to know where people are from because that tells you a lot about how they're raised. That gives you some insight onto how they think. And as leaders, we need to understand how to best utilize our people, and knowing them well helps us do that.
Awesome. Well, each of you will have 1 minute for closing remarks as we begin to wrap this up. And we will start with where we began with Nicole. 1 minute of closing remarks.
Sure. Thank you. I'd like to say thank you again. It was an honor to be here and be part of this panel. I'll say for any of the young emerging leaders who are out there, I'm like 3.5, 4 years into my career, and I'm learning that making waves is okay. And if I had kept my head down, I wouldn't be where I am. So definitely don't be afraid to speak out, speak up, and be bold. And I always like to share a book or a recommendation for reading. And one book I read recently was Mindset by Carol Dweck, and really changed my perspective on. I really thought I had a growth mindset, but I realized there's so many areas I can change my perspective and really lean towards just always learning, growing, and doing more. So. Thank you.
Oh, disruption is in the air. I love it. Growth mindset. Thank you for being on the panel today. Pierre, we're coming to you next, and Stephen, you will be last.
Okay, so I would say empower those who, I guess my kids would say, empower the haters to become your biggest promoters. Because that will require that you listen to them, understand where they're coming from, and then embrace their perspective before you can actually get them to believe in you. And the second thing I would tell everyone is don't stop learning. As a programmer, I continuously learn. And for anyone out there that wants really a growth mindset, you can't stop learning. So reading books or even learning online tools, those are the things you'll need to do on a day-to-day basis, week to week, to really continue the improvement and become a leader.
Awesome. Listen, a growth mindset is so necessary. And have your haters become your biggest fans. I love that. Thank you so much. Stephen, 1 minute for final closing remarks.
All right, just two things I would say. First of all, as leaders, I'll get back to the confidence theme. I said, remember, confidence is ego, and sometimes your ego is trying to protect you. And so we get into a room and we feel like, again, we have that imposter syndrome, or hey, I don't belong here. That's really just your ego trying to help, just trying to protect you from getting hurt. So you need to have that conversation with your ego, and again, adopt that growth mindset and grow out of that and gain that confidence, because you wouldn't be in that room if you didn't deserve to be in that room. Nice. So move forward from there. And then secondly, as leaders, we have the obligation. I always tell business owners is that, hey, you can run your company with employees, but you can't grow your company until you grow some leaders to help you get there. And so grow leaders. So being a part of a leader, being a good leader is growing leaders. And so that's what we should be doing. So I'll end with that.
Kick that ego to the curb. I love it. Thank you to my distinguished panel members. And in closing, I implore you to not simply listen or follow, but to act. because leadership is about finding your fire. We want you to lead with us, not on your own. So as Mama Soul Wisdom, I share old school wisdom for a new generation. I'm a business strategist and belief catalyst, and I believe in leadership. If you want to connect with me, feel free to text the word family to the number you see on the screen, 312-471-1619, to start the qualification process to work with me. And on social media, you can connect with me on Facebook and LinkedIn as Loretta Wetzel, and on IG as Mama Soul Wisdom. Mo, as always, thank you for an exemplary panel this entire week. It has been awesome. You are a lightning rod in attracting the best minds we have out there today. And it all starts with leadership from the top. So thank you so much.
Mama Soul Wisdom, you know how much I have respect and admiration for you. You are a force of not just good, but you're a force of love. And every single time we encounter any of your colleagues, you can see how much they love and respect you. Look at the smiles on the faces of the colleagues you invited to the panel, and they're nodding in agreement. And Loretta is a force of love on this planet. And I've been lucky enough, Loretta, to know you now for several years, and to have you in my inner circle now for several years. And I'm so grateful and humbled to be able to call you a friend. Thank you, Mama Soul Wisdom. And with that, I want to thank the incredible panel that Mama Soul Wisdom has assembled. And we're excited. We're going to have Steve Sims join us here momentarily. But before we do that, I have a surprise appearance from Joe Ingram. Joe Ingram, what are some takeaways from Mama Soul Wisdom's panel before we go into Steve Sims with Jim and Rex? Joe, please.
Well, again, I'm gonna start commenting with the my favorite one, which was your haters are your biggest fans. Right. And everybody seems to forget that a lot and go, you know what? They're watching everything you're doing. So again, the people that love you and adore you aren't seeing you on their feed as much as the person that hates you. Right. They go out searching for you to find that. And so to me, that's just, again, when I heard it, I was like, yes, that's right. Love them haters, because again, they're helping the algorithm to stay in front of them.
Thank you for that, Joe. And Rex and Jim, I'm excited because I know the two of you are going to have a conversation now with Steve Sims, who is a remarkable person. He's been on the LA Tribune before. Every time he speaks, I learn something. And I'm excited to hear his wisdom today. And with that, we're going to welcome Steve to the floor, and Joe and I will step back and take some notes. Jim Miller, floor is yours.
Very good, Steve. It's my pleasure to introduce again, a true legend. If there's anyone that you want to be associated with, it is the modern day Wizard of Oz, Steve Sims, who is the author of Blue Fishing, Go for Stupid, has his new podcast. I'll let him talk more about that. But also, too, Steve is out there at the bleeding edge of social media. I mean, wherever you look on social media, you're going to find Steve Sims and his messaging and his following, the extraordinary amount of people who follow Steve, who are associated with him, the leaders that he's worked with. I'm talking about international leaders that we would never even think. That's what the whole concept of Go for Stupid is. It's like, do things that people think you're stupid for even announcing or dreaming that you could even imagine you would do. And Steve Sims is the man who opens that up. And he's going to talk about his leadership. The Los Angeles Tribune has the foresight to invite leaders like Steve Sims on. And I'm looking forward to a great conversation. Rex, my friend, my colleague, you want to say something too about Steve as well?
Yeah, when people, it's such a pleasure. It is such an honor. It is a humbling experience to be able to share any kind of space with someone who's mastered a medium, whether that's his sports or finances, or in this case, social media. I mean, because one of the things that everybody does today is they scroll on their phone, they're on their social media, they're trying to get hits, they're trying to get liked, they're trying to make an impact. And this man is a master of all of that. And very just delighted to have you here, Steve.
Steve, go right ahead. Would like to welcome you, and just what it means to you to be a part of this conversation with people like Russell Brunson, like Dr. Cialdini, like Rex Sykes, all these legends, right? That and you're a part of that as well. We just got off an extraordinary conversation with Jay Abraham. What is it to you to also be inclusive in this conversation of leadership?
Yeah, I saw you had my boy Jay up there earlier. Jay's just brilliant. Whenever he shows up, I'm very proud to call him a friend. I'm not quite happy with the introduction I got from you guys. I don't want to start off on a negative, but I'm a master at nothing and I'm a student at everything. And I'm not out there getting likes. I'm not out there getting reviews. I'm not out there trying to kind of like, get followers. Until followers and likes can pay my bar tab, I don't give a shit. I'm out there to say what I feel and what's disturbing me, and trying to commence a conversation with those people that may just be entering that stage. I want to go. I believe that look, this is leadership. Okay, yeah. So let me boil down what I think leadership is. Leadership is people that aren't frightened to try. That's it. Mic drop, piss off, forget the conference. That's what it is at the moment. I think today, too many people look at leaders as though they have the answers. Leaders are there just to get the experience, and you can only get experience by failing at things. And I've worked with some of the greatest people in the planet who are quite simply serial failures. Now, the good thing about failing is you will fail and fail and fail. You won't lose until you throw the towel in. But all the time you're failing, you're educating. And then you'll fail a million times, and then it will become successful, and you'll forget all those failings. All the failings go out the wayside as soon as you become successful. And success is the pedigree of experience, and that experience comes from not getting it right. So stop giving yourself pressure and just be prepared to try, because those scars and bruises are proof you tried.
God, that's beautiful.
Rex.
Oh, well, God, I mean, that is truly beautiful. You said so many things, but I'm going to pick on two. One is you fail your way to success. The Wright brothers didn't know how to fly until they flew. They were experimenting all along and just taking that feedback. But you said, I'm not for likes, I'm not for this unless it pays my bills, but I'm for starting conversations. In other words, again, it goes back to interaction, a relationship. It's about something. It's about the other person as well as yourself, and not just, trying to get something from it, but to start a conversation, to initiate an action.
It's all about communication. And I think today we're actually, and I'm glad you're doing this because it's breaking that mold. Today we're scared to have a conversation. Okay, we literally are freaking terrified. Young guys are scared to go up to a girl in a bar and strike up a conversation. Okay, they're terrified of that. You want to look. I actually have done this before. If you want to feel uncomfortable, try this. Walk into a Starbucks or any other coffee shop, order your drink, and then start to strike up a conversation with the person in front of you. And they will look at you like you're a bag thief. You just don't do it anymore. And the sad thing is, the less we do it, the less it works. And so this is a muscle. If you're not using communication, if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. And everyone's out there at the moment being terrified of AI replacing them. It will replace you if you let it. I was talking to Chris Voss the other day, and Chris Voss says that AI, at best, is a really good intern. It will give you 85% of what you need. You need to humanize it, and you need to translate it so you can be able to put it out there as your voice, your tone, and your tempo. And I feel that if people are stopping to communicate and stopping to dare to challenge what's possible and start to cower, oh, I can't say this, that may offend someone, or I can't enter into this conversation, I don't know what they're going to say. If you're scared, you're not going to converse. And if you're not going to converse, you're not going to grow.
Wow.
Steve, you know what I mean, the foundation of everything that you're doing that is at least apparent to me is being able to get beyond disbelief, fear, and move people into the places and experiences that they never would have thought that they could do. This is something that is a very unique feature that and skill set that you've had, that you've been able to build the #1 concierge experience and company in the world with, from that type of belief system. But here's my question. We all know, we know that 95% or more of the people that are watching this are afraid to move into their dreams. They think that their dreams are preposterous. They think that they're undeserving, but yet there's something in their heart that is burning. And my question to you is, how can they find the leadership to get past their fears and experience what it is that they desire in life?
There is so much in that statement. You know, we could do 2 hours just on that question. Jim, that's a great statement. And it's great that you've actually pulled it up. They think they can't do these things. That's not true. They know they can't do them. They know they can't achieve these things. Why do they know they can't achieve these things? Because people have told them for bloody years and months and decades that they can't. And you said about, I have a skill set to be able to go and get what other people don't think is possible. I don't. Okay. I have the skill set of a 5-year-old. Now, if you ask a 5-year-old, what do they want to do? Oh, I want to be an astronaut. I want to be Captain America. I want to be the president of the Americans. And what do we do as parents? When that 5-year-old sticks the pillowcase around their neck and starts running around the yard in their underpants going, I'm a superhero, what do we do as parents? We go, yes, you can be. You can do anything your heart says. But what happens when that person's 15 years old and still running around the yard with a pillowcase? We say, grow up, know your place, you know, stick to your, and we diminish what we tell them that they can achieve. You imagine if that 5-year-old never grew up. My wife always said to me that I'm a 58-year-old 5-year-old. I don't understand why I can't have a conversation with the Pope. I don't have an idea why I can't get on with Elon Musk. I don't understand why I can't work for Elton John for 8 years. You know, when you reframe it, and instead of going, I can't, and reframe it to, why can't I? You become that 5-year-old. It's not a skill set that I've learned. It's a skill set that everyone's had bashed and beaten out of them. And again, it's down to these haters. And this is where I get cancelled. It's down to poor people. Poor people are extremely noisy. In this world, there are billions and billions of poor people. Now, before you throw your egg sandwich at me, it's not just because of their bank account, it's because of their mindset. It's those people that go, oh, you can't do that. Haters are very noisy, okay? And they should be the ones that fuel you to prove them wrong. I'm telling you now, that if there's anything you need to know today, understand if I can be doing what I've done, you're already out of excuses. Just dare yourself to be the 5-year-old to ask.
Wow, that is powerful, and it's beautiful, and it's positive. And what it does is provide hope, but not just hope. But if you can go from I can't to I can, or from impossible to possible, then maybe you will. Sadly, however, you know, these billions of poor people aren't just poor because they're poor. They're poor because of their conditioning, their mindset, the media, the way they've been brought up, and because they've been told to grow up and get real and get a job, and then they don't know what to do. So for those people who might not know your path, and I apologize for those in advance, how did you come to what you're doing today so that other people can understand that journey? Because that's beautiful. You started off by saying, I'm a master in nothing, but I'm a great learner. You know, and you're curious, and you're fascination, and you're captivated by concepts and practices. So that is amazing. Can you share a little bit about your backstory from where you came to how you got to where you are today, mindset wise and business wise?
Absolutely. I'm curious and I'm pissed off most of my life. And I noticed that most of the successful people in the planet, they are curious and they are aggravated. When you're aggravated about something, you do something about it. When you're curious and aggravated, you dig deep. And as a bricklayer from East London, my modeling career wasn't taking off very well. And I had to find a way of making money. So I went out to try and converse with people that made money. So I tried to hang around with stockbrokers and entrepreneurs and people that had fancy cars. And I tried to get into conversations with those people. And as I've always said, I was podcasting before podcasting existed. I was interviewing powerful, successful people to go, how do you view relationships? How do you view money? How do you view time? And I started to do that. Funny enough, I got most of my education being a doorman of a shady bar in Wan Chai, Hong Kong. And I got to see the difference in mentality and positioning. My other meatheads on the door, all they wanted to do was to save blood on their shirt and go on with the latest girl that night. Me, I saw this as a pedestal to see human interaction. And as entrepreneurs, we're built differently. We see things differently. I saw being on the door as a phenomenal opportunity to be able to interview thousands of people a night, to be able to recognize the difference between someone that's successful and someone who's pretending to be successful. Those people that lean up against a car that they don't own versus those people that look homeless but just happen to own that city. And I got to be able to read and know what was important to them. And that's where I came up with the poor mindset. And you're right. A lot of people are based on that because of their location and their consumption. And here's an example. Algorithms are out there. Now, they're trying to help you, and they can help you if you work them, but you either are using the product or you are the product. And if you're looking at Instagram and you suddenly see a street fight and you're watching it and you're going, oh, that's terrible, that's graphic, that's horrible. And then you switch off Instagram for the day. You come back the following day, Instagram's going, whoa, he likes street fights. And then what's your entire feed full of? Street fights. Now you're thinking that the entire world is violent. No, you're just seeing a percentage of it. It's like watching the news. The news is never going to give you good news. You're never going to turn on the 9 o'clock news and have someone turn around and go, hey, today was a great day and we found a cure for cancer. No, someone's going to have died, been robbed, hurt, lost everything, because if it bleeds, it leads. And so we need to identify that if we consume shit, that's what we're going to think the planet is. So you need to really be in control of your consumption, the person that you're talking to, the person you're listening to. Why am I listening to that person? I put a post on my Instagram page today saying, don't listen to people that's entire income is made up from you. I would like influencers today, before they can be called an influencer, to actually have to have achieved something rather than to look good in a bikini. And so I think what we've got to do today is start raising our standards of what we're going to consume in order to dictate how we react to the rest of the planet.
Steve, that is still, I hate to use the word refreshing because it's overused, but that is truly a refreshing point of view. The idea, the very idea of what you said about the algorithms and pre-selecting what your feed becomes, and then you begin to believe that that's what the reality is. My son, when he was younger, said, Dad, is the world falling apart? And I said, look, the news gives you the bad news because it's the exception to the rule. There's a lot more good going on than you see, but they won't report it because it's the rarity of the bad news that they make their money on. But that's what a lot of social media is just all about, is fractionating and isolating and this whole thing of, we're just going to give the consumer what they want to see and hear, irrespective, of anything that else is going on. So what you just said is that people need to become aware of how they're consuming media and why they're consuming it because of how it's happening to them, and then go that extra mile to get out of that and consume better stuff for themselves. Please.
Yeah, that given that. you said that they're giving you that kind of bad stuff because that's what you want. They're giving you that bad stuff because that's what grabs your attention.
Yeah.
If I show you a knife fight and I show you a pony, you're going to be focusing on the knife fight because we're people, we're animals, and we need to protect ourselves. And we see someone with a knife and it makes us alert. So we're always going to react to shock and awe. So they're feeding us that because they're grabbing your attention. And in today's world, we're in an attention economy. Who has your attention has your credit card. So you very, very firmly and strongly need to go into the social. And I love social. It's a great way for me to just browse around what's going on the day. But the second I don't like something, I don't just go past it. I go in and I hide it or I remove it and I report it that I don't want it on my feed anymore. I have to take positive action based on my standards, what I'm willing to consume in my feed. And so now my feed is only the good news because it's only what I'll accept to see and consume.
But that's great because, Napoleon Hill said you have to put a guard in front of your mind so that you're not just consuming garbage.
Yep, yeah, that's right.
And this has been a powerful conversation. And Rex and Steve, to that last point, I think a lot of times people forget that we have the ability when a thought comes in our mind to either accept or reject that thought. A thought is not inherently our thought. We have the ability to be sort of like the security at the door and decide, do we want to allow this thought to enter or not? And Steve, I don't know how you are doing on time. I know we've enjoyed the solo schedule. We're about to head into another panel. If you'd like to stick with us with the panel, let us know. If not, we're happy to give you the floor for your closing remarks. I just want to say, I think your voice is very important in this industry where a lot of people wear masks, and it's important to have a Steve Sims in this industry that speaks from his heart and his mind and is not playing any games, which I appreciate. Steve, please let us know if you have some closing remarks or if you'd like to stick around for a few minutes for the next panel.
Maybe you could do both. He could have some closing remarks and stick around.
Believe it or not, I have to jump on a phone call, but if I manage to finish that phone call and get back in, I will do. But the one thing I'm going to give you is not going to be a surprise, not going to be startling information. It's going to be nothing new or original. I'm just going to tell you that it takes zero effort for me to be me. And so I get to spend 100% of my effort on you, the problem, the situation, my life, my standards. So I'm just telling everyone out there, stop using up your energy on being someone you're not. It's a waste of your and my time because I'm not going to consume you the second as I read you as a fake. So use your effort wisely.
Wow, amazing.
Thank you, Steve. Steve Sims, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Thanks. Look out yourself.
Can I make one comment? The LA Tribune and Mo's vision has been to supply the world of bad news with good news. And that's why they're doing LA Leadership Week and having people like yourself on this platform. Do you have anything to say about what that mission that Mo has shared with the rest of us? What you think the LA Tribune is doing and with that regard of trying to appeal to the world with positive news and positive inspiration?
The beautiful thing is I don't think they are trying to appeal. I think they're trying to stand out and build a community. And they're trying to build a culture of people that want to make that change. So by doing these kind of things, you're not trying to grab everybody. You're trying to grab somebody to act and think differently. And if you're bringing people out here, then they're going to be changing people's mentality. It's the idiots that are going to watch this and do nothing with it. Mo, you've given people a platform to be able to change today. So let them be the ones to do that.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for that. And Rex, thank you for that awesome conversation with the one and only Steve Sims. And we're going to welcome back Jim Miller to the stage. I hope the technical issues have been rectified. And I'm excited because the next panel, Jim and Rex, and I'm going to ask the two of you to stick around and help co-host this next panel, consists of some familiar faces like Joe Ingram, who this community is very familiar with, Carlos, who, of course, this community is familiar with. I've talked about his book, Work Like an Immigrant, quite a bit on this platform. I've quoted him quite a bit. The days that break you are the days that make you. And, of course, Lillian Walker, who's also joining us. And I'm going to kick it off with you, Carlos, to get the energy and the flow going. And Rex and Jim will help facilitate the conversation. And Carlos, the first question is, what does leadership mean to you? Floor is yours.
Oh, man, I'm just super excited to be here, Mo. Much big hug for the entire LA Tribune family. It takes an army to put this amazing people together. And one thing, when it comes to leadership, one thing that I always think is a framework that I want you guys to remember. KGS. What does that stand for, ladies and gentlemen? A leader knows the way. A leader goes the way, and a leader shows the way. Say it again, brother Carlos. It knows the way, it shows the way, and it goes the way, baby. I think I said that twice. It shows the way. So that's what leadership means to me, ladies and gentlemen, is truly leading from the front. Being yourself, because, you know what I mean, you are worth way more than a copy. Straight up. Somebody needed to hear that today. And that's what true leadership means. Walking the talk. Whatever you say, you document your processes, document your testimonials, document what you do for others. Show the world where were they before you and after you, because now nobody can question your integrity. You can lead the way, you can go the way, and you can show the way. I'm excited to be here with you guys today.
And we're excited to have you. And your enthusiasm shows. Could you be a little bit more enthusiastic?
It's always an honor, Brother Rex. Always an honor being around great people, man. I was listening to Jay earlier, and it's we guys are all leaders, man, who are leading the way, showing and going the way, right? The world needs more people like us because there's too many flakers out there, too many fluffs.
Flakers.
It's plenty of those. And nowadays it's so easy to stand out in the crowd, right? You just gotta be yourself, and you gotta just lead from the front. You know what I mean? It's it doesn't take much, right? It's a lot of people. I talk a lot about sales and marketing and speaking and all this stuff, but if you guys can master one skill set that can change the game for you, master public speaking, master communication, master that, because when you do that, now you can, anywhere you go, whenever you are speaking, you are networking, you are speaking on the stage, you are speaking on creating a video, right? The stage, the internet, online, it's our stage. You can stand out, just like you can become your own Los Angeles Tribune. Incredible platform, incredible company. You can become your own HBO. You can become your own Showtime. You can literally do it. We have the tech in place. Just put a little bit more in your thought process before you put content out. Think a little bit farther when you're going to put your headlines. Most people just, I think about this and they will post it. No, put a little bit more thought process. Ask yourself, does my content inspire action? Right? We're talking about leader. That's what leaders do. Is your content inspiring others to take massive action to go change their life? The leader, the influencer that adds the most value wins every time. Just give your best. Whatever you charge people for, give that away. Don't worry about the copycats. It's only one you. And I promise you, my friends, if a little boy can come from Brazil on the streets selling bread at 7 years old, that his father died in a car explosion when he was 3 months old, and his stepfather was murdered, I promise you, that little boy could leave the street. You couldn't leave from where you are right now.
Beautiful, beautiful. Carlos, thank you for that. I'm going to ask Jim and Joe to ask you and Dane Lillian some questions and have a conversation with you. That's
and I just wanted to quickly say, Carlos, what a pleasure it is to see you. And Joe is actually going to be a guest in this panel. So Rex and Jim, I'm going to ask the two of you to please co-host. Joe he's removing his host hat and putting on the genius hat. Please, Joe Ingram, floor is yours.
Beautiful. Fantastic. I'll run with the same question. So I don't have the acronyms. Sorry, Carlos, you own all that. Okay. But what I'm going to tell you is that when it comes to leadership, and this is what we're talking about, when you look at it, I'm telling you that a leader has to create a vision, and the vision has to be large enough to include everyone in it. And that's where we have I thought of something, I want to go forward, and then you try to recruit people into your vision. The answer is build a vision initially large enough that it can grab everybody with it. Then we go down the path. The path is you demonstrating what it is you're doing to try to accomplish that actual vision. Okay. And then the third piece that I put in everything I do is accountability. It's accountability for what it is you're trying to accomplish. How are you going to get to the vision? If you don't have a goal all the way down the road, if you haven't laid out the path and said, here's checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, checkpoint 3, checkpoint 4, right? You are going to miss it and you're going to end up someplace you never even wanted to be. Okay. And that's why, as the leader, the vision comes from you. And you're going to be building other leaders that can pick up the vision of that piece that they're responsible for to include their whole team as it includes in the leader's whole team. That's what I got.
Carlos, I'd like to ask you. So I have another colleague who's also Brazilian. By the way, I'm married to a Venezuelana, right? So Roberto Monaco, who owns a company called Influenceology, is probably one of the best at training people how to tell stories and the importance of stories in your messaging to inspire people, to motivate people. We here at the Los Angeles Tribune are so inspired to be involved globally with every race, every religion. We are a universal, truly platform for people to come into. And what I'd like to know is this: what, as a leader, what was the biggest challenge that you faced in your life where it would have been a do or die and you decided to do, and you got to cross that threshold, you made it through that, whatever that situation was, to where you are right now, and it made you the leader you are today? What was that one episode, if there was one?
Great question, Jim. And a big shout out to Roberto, good friend of mine. And I love her, brother. And you see, Jim, when you asked me that question, my mind automatically went to a very dark place. It was one of the darkest moments in my life. I was about to stab myself. I was 6.5 years old. I didn't want it to be here anymore. I grew up in Brazil. I now live in Silicon Valley, but I grew up around violence. That's all we knew back then. In the late 80s and the early 90s, as you and I know, your wife is from Venezuela, you know all the violence that goes on in South America. And I love what you said too earlier, where bringing people together, different backgrounds, different religions, different political views, everybody coming together and actually talking like civilians and not killing one another. I have plenty of that in my own family. But that was all I knew, brother. And I saw myself, and I wish that for nobody, no kids, no women's, all the things that the abuse that I saw my mother endure between closed doors. And I wrote that letter. And I went to that kitchen. It was a dark night. It was rainy. I grabbed a knife. I remember it. And right before I do it, I heard a whisper. I talk often around the world. I speak several languages, and I speak at many stages around the world. And I call the whispers from God. Because if it wasn't because of his whispers, the whispers from devil almost took me out. And I thank that little boy every day because he listened to God. And I don't care what anybody thinks, I think it's a higher force out there. We are here for a reason. I think that it's not even me speaking. It speaks through us. And you know what God said? He said, hey, kid, I know it sucks. I know you go on rice for weeks and weeks and weeks at a time. I know that you hear the abuse of your mother being abused behind closed doors. And you hear the pounding. And you want to do something about it. And there's nothing that you can do. You're 6.5. You're little. I guess I was never little. I'm 300 pounds, 6'5". I've always been a big boy. When I was born, I was 14.8 pounds. But that's a conversation for another day. You guys see what I did here right now? I've been telling you guys these stories, and I just did a massive pattern interrupt because, what I talk about here is something very deep. And you must incorporate those things as you guys are speaking and teaching out there. I like to call this a teaching moment. As you tell your stories, you break it for a humor. Let the people breathe in, because people are going through tough times right now. And that message is for you listening to me through this screen that are going through some tough times. Because God told me, your best and your future doesn't have to equal your past unless you carry on your stories with you.
Wow. Wow.
Somebody needs to listen to that one more time. Your future doesn't have to equal your past unless we carry on the stories.
Wow. So I want to ask you, and Dame Lillian and Joe, because this is important, but I think we'll start with Dame Lillian. But you said something I thought was important. You said a lot of people don't have a call to action, in what they do. A lot of salespeople don't know how to call to action. A lot of blog writers don't know how to call. A lot of speakers don't know how to call. And if you're offering value to people, whatever that may be, you need to have a call of action in order to get people to act on something. Now, I'm going to say something controversial. I can't stand the concept of massive action.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because sometimes you have to take it. Like if your car is stuck in the mud, you have to take massive action to get it out. But you don't need it all the time. But what you do need is action all the time. So how do we get more call to actions into what we do so that we get people moving in the direction that they can move in order to live their lives more successfully? I'd like to start with Dame Lillian.
I think that's a great question, and thank you for having me here today. So I think one of the key things for people to realize and recognize is that in order to move forward, there's no such thing as being static. We are, as long as you're alive, you're a dynamic human being. And by dynamic, I mean that you're either growing or you're dying. Either you're moving forward or you're moving back, but only dead people are static. The rest of us, anything that's alive, is dynamic by definition. And so I talk about this concept actually pretty much every day in my practice, because as you guys may or may not be aware, I'm a stem cell activation specialist. And one of the key things that people oftentimes have a mindset that they're stuck with is that whatever diagnosis or whatever syndrome or condition that they've been told they have, they think that, oftentimes if there's no cure or no way to heal it, they think that that's a death sentence. And I tell them, no, that's just a snapshot in time at that moment with the information that your professional had. That's the diagnosis that they gave you. And just as you didn't have it before, and now you have that moment in time where you do have it, guess what? You can get out of that moment in time and transmute that and move and grow out of that as well. So don't get stuck in the story that that's like a solid thing in your existence, because it's not. That's actually not the truth. Even if they tell you, everyone has heard of people who've had miracles and things that didn't seem possible that have happened in every way, shape, or form, not just in health. And so this is a life principle that I think that's important for us to espouse and as to house in our ground of our being. It's not necessarily a left brain intelligence or book knowledge or experience component. It's getting out of the head and getting into your heart. When you get into brain and heart coherence, you get tuned in, tapped in, turned on, you have that alignment, everything changes. And that's when you have courage to move forward, even though you may not know how, but you will be divinely led and fed as that vision that you have of improvement financially, physically, emotionally, spiritually, relationally. It doesn't matter. Again, you are an entire being. That vision will create your provision and finances, provision, and any resource that the universe knows that you need, because it will conspire to make things happen for you at the right time, at the right place, with the right people. Does that make sense?
You're muted, Rex.
Rex is muted. Rex said that was amazing. I think everything you've said so far was spot on. And there he goes.
Well, I did. That's exactly what I said. But I said, let's go to Joe Ingram, back to Carlos. And just to answer the question, that was fantastic. How can you insert more call to actions to get people to move in a direction that is useful for them?
All right. So I'm a technology guy. So what does that mean? It means I want to utilize as much technology as I can because ADHD is a thing. Okay. I thought I'd be much thinner with a hyperactivity disorder, but I'm not. Okay. So my brain is always running. It is always going to do something. So I will hyper focus on one thing and then I'll be gone. And it may not be the best thing I need to be hyper focusing on. So when I look at it, like behind me on my wall, it says my business grew today because ... And I got that from a guest that came on my podcast. And I was like, that's amazing. And I slapped it up on my wall. So as I walk in the door, boom, as if my eyes start drifting around the room, I'm like, boom, it's right there. I also grab my phone and I set up calendar reminders, okay, that pop up periodically throughout the day. So I've gone in, I've set them up, I randomize it, then I tell myself, don't think about it, don't think about it. And then boom, it pops up and says, what are we doing today? Is this still in alignment with where we want to go? Right. And then it's a call back to the vision. So when I get lost in something, boom, within 20, 30 minutes, and my phone goes off all day, but 20 to 30 minutes, it's popped back up again. And so now I know, and that it's that, okay, come back to present moment, focus on where we want to go and start doing that. Otherwise, I could get lost on a social media platform watching every Los Angeles Tribune, replay. But that's what I look at. Carlos, talk to me.
My brother, amazing. All of you guys. One thing, guys, I used to be a Marine, and I'm big when it comes to accountability. And a lot of people right now, I'm speaking in quite a few places, and I see a lot of people struggling. Whenever I'm done speaking on stages, I don't care if it's a stage, in Brazil or Africa, or I am speaking at the Coca-Cola Arena in Dubai for a bunch of Saudis. And other than Dubai and in third world countries, and even over here in America, I see a lot of people struggling for money. Right? People are not making money. A lot of coaches and consultants not selling their programs, not selling their courses. People are not donating as much as they used to churches and nonprofits. It's money, money, money. So what I challenge them, okay, guys, so then let's focus on income producing activities. Let's block a time on the calendar that you're going to focus nothing. It's going to be all about income producing activities. Whatever that means. Like, for example, I train people to get paid to speak on more stages. So they know a few times a week, they're going to block a time where they're going to do nothing but fill out abstracts, which is the speaker form that you're going to submit to become selected to speak on more events. So, but let's say, for example, you're not a speaker and you wanted to make some money. Here's a quick tip. You can open up an account on TikTok and start putting video content out. Did you guys know that TikTok pay $1 for every 1,000 views that you get? Every 1,000 views, you get $1. So as you are waiting to speak, as you are waiting in between your free time, how about document your process? Remember what I told you guys earlier, the pro tip? You want to become your own channel. You are your own HBO. You are your own Showtime. You are your own LA Tribune. So you want to document the process. The struggles, the shit that goes bad, the shit that goes good, because you see, they want to be relatable to you. You don't want to put the fake stuff, because guess what? The fake stuff, yeah, the beauty will capture the attention, but guess what? Personality will capture the heart. Who say it again, brother Carlos? The beauty, the cars and the butts, it will capture the attention, but the personality will capture the heart. So when you keep it at 100, you keep it real as a true leader, and you talk about, like, my YouTube was shut down a few years ago, and I have to reopen a new one lately, and I was like, no, I don't want to do it. Because what if it sucks? What if I get no views? And I'm like, you know what, Carlos, screw it. Just listen to what you preach. And I was like, okay, I would just redo it. But you see, the reason why they shut down, because when the world was put apart, I was bringing people together. I was bringing people from different points of view, and I was being the mediator. I want to talk to somebody, a straight man and a gay person. Why do you hate each other? A Muslim and a Christian. You know what I mean? I will bring a Republican, a Democrat. And I will come in between when I see them arguing. Hey, let's come in together. I'll be like, I will give them a red card. Yes, that's a whistle with my mouth. But he
carries it with him. I just want to point that out.
You know what I mean? But that's the thing, is like, I didn't want it to do it. Because why? The imposter syndrome. Oh, what if I fail? I've been teaching all those years and this and that. And guys, the imposter syndrome, the shit happens to all of us. I had a billionaire client of mine tell me the other day, Carlos, what does it feel like being a billionaire? I asked him, brother, it's just another freaking zero in the bank account. The insecurities is still there. The comparison is still there. The worries is still there. The stress is still there. It never goes away, my friends. Therefore, don't worry about the shit. Don't worry about the opinions of us. F it. Just do you. Be authentic. Just fall forward. Go ahead and go put 100 videos on TikTok. And after every single video, ask yourself, what can I do to make it better? What can I do to improve? What does my audience want? What is it bugging them at night? What is it torturing them? What is the nightmares? What is the silent Q&As that sends the client awaken? And just do it, block the time, and go for it every single day. And tag me on the way at Carlos Inspire on TikTok. We are, dude, I built it from 0 to almost 10,000 within the last year on TikTok. So I'm like 90 people away from 10,000. If you guys can go there and drop a follow, what a great plug. I need 90 people to go on TikTok right now at Carlos Inspire. I put a lot of great content. But again, look what I'm doing.
Well, right.
Educating, taking action.
Right. And right there, he did a call to action. That was marvelous. Jim, I know you have something you want to ask all of our guests. Thank you, Carlos.
Well, I want to ask Dame Lillian, from in your life, who was it that inspired you? Who was the leader that ultimately put you on the trajectory that your life is on right now? Or was it a series of leaders, right? Like most people, most leaders are the product of serial mentors, right? But can you recall the individual that had such an impact in your life that called out that woman of who you are right now, that genius that you have right now, and you teach the world? Tell me about that moment, if you will.
So I have several really spectacular superhero mentors. And the very first one I've got to say was my father. Because my father, from the time I was very young, he would tell me that anything that I ever wanted to be, that I could do, that anything that a man could do, that I could do as well, and that I should be paid and compensated as well, that the sky was the limit. And then when I got to high school, I remember I had a counselor called Mr. Andrews. And Mr. Andrews had a lot of faith and trust in me. He knew that I was a good student. And he mentioned that the students that seemed to do the best over their 4 years in high school and went on to do well in college were the ones that were the most active in high school, and that got into clubs and different extracurricular activities, that, things that interested them. They weren't just focused on the academics. So that was kind of like my get out of jail card, where it wasn't just about academics, but I could venture into other areas as well. So I signed up for everything. I was like extremely busy when I was in high school. But then moving forward, I had incredible mentors who at first they were mentors just through books, but then I actually got to meet them in person. People that are no longer with us, like, for example, Zig Ziglar, incredible Zig Ziglar. Oh my gosh. I had also, of course, everyone loves and adores Anthony Robbins with his how you change your physiology to change your emotive states of being. So those are some of the few when it comes to just overall leadership and overall like life principles and skills. And then I've had trailblazers. I have, doctors like Dr. Jack Kruse, he was originally an oral surgeon, but he's also a brain, neck, and spine surgeon who is a trailblazer. And some people might even think that he's kind of a heretic, but he's the father of photobiomodulation. And he has done incredible things in the field of medicine that contraindicate a lot of things that are in centralized medicine, but he's had extraordinary results. And so I've looked for a lot of those type of mentors to move me forward so that I can follow in their footsteps, but also not just be a robot, doing copycatting what they're doing, but finding my own voice where I am free to go against conventional wisdom and follow my gut instincts and know that I'm divinely led in helping people achieve a healthier, better state of being. And so something as simple, which some people might say, well, that's not so simple, but I want people to follow along the principle here, because conventional wisdom says that people, for example, who are under chemo and radiation because they have advanced stages, stage 3, stage 4 of the big C, that there are certain practices that they shouldn't do because, for example, in our field, we deal with stem cells, right? And so they say, well, all your stem cells are, going to be dead if you go ahead and you're activating their stem cells while they're under those treatments. And I'm like, were you guys asleep during organic chemistry and some of the stuff that we took, at the beginning of our careers? I'm like, no, the only people who have, dead stem cells are dead people. If you're alive, you still have cells that are alive, right? We can still effectuate those. And so there are applications, if you will, of using cellular activation, which I have had an extraordinary amount of success in getting people out of all sorts of different things where conventional medicine said, go home, you need a liver transplant, and there's not enough time to get you something. And so being in authenticity and having the courage to move forward, even in light of what doesn't seem to be the norm. I tell people all the time, in 2019, I had a radical shift where I started to not care what everybody thought all the time. And I just decided, I'm just going to be unapologetically me. And, if I mess up, if I mispronounce something, if something doesn't go 100% right, I go, listen, if you're looking for perfection, keep moving on. You have a choice on YouTube. There's 400 hours a minute of content that's put on there. And if you're looking for perfection, you may as well just go ahead, hit that little X and get out of here. But for the rest of you,
that perfection syndrome is what stops a lot of people from taking their action. Joe, what is your, thank you, Dame Lillian. Joe, what are your thoughts on that? Who is it that inspired you most? What was that moment that put you on the trajectory that you're on right now?
So it was last night's guest, Les Brown. Okay, so at the age of 19, I was in an MLM, and the tape of the week came out, and I used to drive an hour back and forth to work. So it was an hour one way, an hour back, and I'd pop in this cassette tape that was about an hour, and I'd listen to it all week long. And then I get to go sit down, and I was like, so who's this John Leslie that wants to play, Connect Four, right, until the middle of the night and go through? And so I just had to listen to it all the time. And it's not over until I win. And that philosophy, it was something that when I heard it, I was like, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense to me. And then it was consume as much as I can of everybody that is out there giving it. So then the Zig Ziglars, of course, right? And it's about how can I go through and find these people. So for me, Eric Thomas triggered that Les Brown experience for me, right? All the way till today, it's like James Dixon when he starts talking and he starts telling you that this is where you got to go and this is the motivation you need to find and go through. And again, you lean on the experience. You lean on the other people. Carlos is going to inspire you, right? He goes and inspires you because that's what he's doing. He inspires somebody to take action. And then you have to take that action. So I would say find someone that motivates you, find someone that inspires you, and find somebody who can map out a plan of action, which is what I like doing. I like putting out here. So don't just be spun up and excited. Now you're just a moron that's enthused, right? I need you to go out and I need you to have a plan of action, go there, get everything kicked up. Now I'm an auditory person, so I listen all day long, right? If I start to get down, boom, I'm going to go put on my favorite stuff. That's going to get me amped up and go through. But Mr. Les Brown was the first one at the age of 19.
Jim, I want to concur with you because I think it's important with your plan of action, having timelines, tools, and tactics that you can employ. If you have a timeline that you know that you're going to stick to, and then you actually have a tool that you can use and a tactic, then that is a good way to move forward because now you're not just kind of with diluted focus. You actually have something like a laser that you can point towards.
Brilliant.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Carlos, any words that you have on who might it have been that inspired you, that has you on the trajectory that you're on before we move it to Rex for closing out?
Yes, and I'll add one more framework since you guys were talking about call to actions. Write it down. LAT. Whenever you guys are out there, I want you guys to reach out. Anybody here struggling right now to grow your channels. So we've been giving you guys call to actions. I want you guys to apply what we are teaching here. And as you are building your channels, as you're reaching out to attract more clients to your business, when you are talking to people, you're going to follow the LAT framework. You're going to listen more. You're going to ask more questions. And after they are done talking, you're going to say, tell me more. So LAT, I want you guys to follow that. That's going to help you guys improve your sales, attract more clients, and help more people so you can help make a change in the world. The person that inspired me the most is my grandma and Les Brown. And my grandma, you know, and I learned something so powerful from my grandma, which was to reframe from dark times into positive, going from negative to positive. Every time after my grandpa's from military, policeman would come home drunk, you know, he would abuse us. He would beat us. And, you know, sometimes what we would do, we push the furniture against the door for preventing him from coming. But that sometimes wouldn't work. But every time after the abuse and the beating was done, I would be on the floor below her hammock. And we both crying. And she say, son, é melhor sorrir do que chorar. It's better to laugh instead of crying. A função dos líderes is to produzir mais líderes, não mais seguidores. The function of leadership is to produce more leaders, not followers. Wow. E vai para a lua, meu filho, que você vai chegar nas estrelas. From our brother Les Brown, go on the moon with others, that all of you will land among the stars.
Wow. Carlos, I got to thank you. We're running out of time because we have another guest coming up, but I wanted to say a couple of things. One is everybody here seems to love Les Brown, and so those of who haven't, and those of the audience who haven't seen the show with Les Brown or our section with Les Brown, they can go get that and replay. Tonight, you know, after our break, we've got incredible speakers too, and one of them is the top MLM network marketer in the world, one of the top 25 people. So you're going to want to come back after the break. And lastly, let me say that I appreciate each and every one of you, and what you said matters to me and to, I'm sure, to Jim and to all of us. I also do need to say that, you know, because the Los Angeles Tribune is a there you go. The views and opinions expressed in a presentation are those of the author and do not represent the perspectives of any organization. That goes for my opinion and as well as everyone else's. So all of our audience take heed and notice that. But I want to thank Dame Lillian Walker so much for being here and for what you shared. Carlos, my brother, I love you. And Jim, my ADHD friend who called me some kind of loony something earlier. I'm sorry, I said Jim, I meant Joe. Jim, you are a beacon of light in all of this world, and we thank you for being here, each and every one of you. Thank you so very much, everyone. And everyone watching, stay tuned. We got more coming. We got a lot more coming.
Oh, yeah. We got a lot. Dr. Cialdini. We've got Russell Brunson. We've got just an extraordinary lineup that you're going to want to stay tuned to.
Ty Lopez.
Right? We've got boxing legends that you're going to want to stick around to, right? So it's good to have you here.
And I think we're going to run a small commercial break right now, or a small video for people to watch, and then we'll be back with our other guests. Thank you, everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And welcome back. Here you go. Abba's here and Parisa's here. Wow, cool.
Well, we are excited because our next guest is a internet sensation. He has created a YouTube channel from zero to, I'd say, I mean, I don't want to quote it wrong, but it's over 1 million views and at least 600,000 subscribers within 6 months. And I'm excited because whenever he speaks with such generosity. You know, he's all about giving back. And I love his stand for trade work in America. So bringing up to the stage, Mr. Roger, the plumber, Wakefield.
Ava, how are you? Thank you so much.
Doing amazing. I wanted to introduce you to our co-host, Parisa Rose, is a NCAA champion 8 times, All-American champion, and Rex Sykes. I don't even know how to describe Rex Sykes. He's an NLP plus everything else, mind design expert, and Jim Miller, is an expert in influence, persuasion, and a former VP for Tony Robbins and for T. Harv Eker and many others. Now we get to listen to this intelligent minds with Roger Wakefield. I'm excited. I'm going to sit back and watch.
Well, first of all, thanks for the opportunity. What I get to do, and I'll tell people, look, when I walk on stage, I'll tell people I'm Roger Wakefield and I'm just a plumber. And everybody starts laughing. And I love that because I'm like, no, look, I really am. I was unstopping toilets the other day. I'll be unstopping them again next week when I get back. But look where I'm at today. And what I've done is I've taken an industry that, number one, we're hurting for in America. We need people in the trades each and every day. Right now, there's over 1 million unfilled trades jobs across the United States. And I was on Dr. Phil about 3 weeks ago, and he says in his research, in the next 3 years, that's going to be over 3 million unfilled trades positions. And I want y'all to think about that because I would imagine each one of you are a homeowner. And what do you think it's going to cost you to get a plumber, an electrician, or an HVAC tech out into your house 3 years from now when there's 3 million unfilled jobs? Cost and demand, supply and demand is going to make the cost go up exponentially. And I hate to say this, but I truthfully think that plumbers, electricians, and HVAC techs are going to be making more money than attorneys because nowadays you can use AI to do most of your attorney work for you. And so far, I have not seen the program that you can use AI to fix your plumbing system at home.
So, yeah, you're a real plumber. That's not a metaphor for the mafia plumber,
Oh, now see, Rex, why do you have to ask questions like that? I mean, this is a big broadcast here. There's a lot of people watching.
No, but what I mean is that the trade that you're in is an honorable trade, and you have done so much to enhance it. It's not something that is a joke. It's not something that isn't real. You have the ability and have done so much good in that regard that I wanted to draw attention to that for you.
No, I appreciate that. I am a Texas master plumber. I've been plumbing in Texas for over 44 years. And what I did, we're talking about leadership, and that's why I wanted to start off telling people, look, I really am a plumber. But for leadership, I owned a plumbing company. And I'd spent $47,000 on marketing companies that actually made my phone stop ringing. And I want you to think about that. A small company spending $47,000 and the phone stops ringing. So as a leader, what I did, I started looking outside the box. What can I do to make my phone ring? And I discovered social media. Now, at the time, I'm 54 years old. This is literally 6 years ago this month. I discovered social media, and I'm walking down the hall. And at the age of 54, I'm headed to another Facebook room. But I saw a placard outside of a room that said, get in front of your customers using video. And I thought, wow, you know what? We could do video. And I want each one of you entrepreneurs to think about what can you do different for your company, because it takes a leader to step up and do something completely different. I walked in and I sat on the front row, and the guy comes out, and the first thing he says is, YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. And I shut my notebook. This is how ignorant I was. I shut my notebook. I thought, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. YouTube is just where I store some videos, because we had shot some for commercial type advertising. And I put my hand on the chair next to me, and I turn around. I'm fixing to get up, and I look back, and the whole back of the room is standing room only. And I turned back around, and I looked at him and sat back down in time to hear him say, and it's owned by Google, the largest search engine in the world. And I thought about how much money I was sending to Google every month for pay-per-click advertising. And I thought, why am I not doing social media? Why are other plumbers, HVAC techs, roofers, why are they not doing social media either? Why aren't there more people like me here? So I decided then, over the next 2 days at that conference, I decided we're going to start doing social media. And literally the next month, so I was at the conference the end of February, the 1st of March. By the first week of April 2018, I started doing YouTube videos. And it has completely changed my life. And that's really what I want to talk to people about is you have the ability to listen to these speakers. This is Leadership Week. What can you do to get out and lead your people, lead your team, lead your company? And what I did is I grew on social media very well. And we actually started making money at it after just a couple of years. And it didn't take long till we had a big problem. We had to figure out, do we quit doing social media or do we sell the plumbing company? Rex, it's not a big problem when you're a plumber who's doing something that he loves now. And don't get me wrong, I love plumbing. But being able to help people through social media was phenomenal.
Beautiful.
And we literally looked at it and we decided, okay, I'm going all in on plumbing. I'm going all in on social media. And we let my management team run the plumbing company, but we did sell that 2.5 years ago. Now, one thing y'all have been asking about is mentors. One of the first books I read that helped me grow was Michael Gerber. He wrote the E-Myth books. So after reading this book, I hired him as a coach, and it was phenomenal. So one thing that I learned from him is when you sell a company, if you're selling it to people that are going to grow it, try to keep a percentage of it. And I was able to do that. So 2.5 years ago, I sold that company for $1 million valuation. Not bad, but we were doing good in social media, so we were okay. We sold that business last year at a $45 million valuation. And I maintained a percentage of that. So we're doing pretty good and we're having fun. But what social media, what not being afraid to step out and learn new things has done for me is put me out in front of the public, making me learn new things. So when I hear the word leadership, I think about expertise and mastery. Can you teach the people below you how to become really, really good at what they do and how to master their craft? And teaching and mentoring. If we're leaders, we need to lead from the front. We need to show people the way. And you do that by teaching and mentoring them to help them get to where they want to go. And you've got to do this with integrity and honesty. You have to be honest with the people that you're leading. But man, the big part is you got to be honest with yourself. What do you want to do? How do you want to do it? And do you have what it takes to get you there? One of the other big things is communication. It's a top down and bottom up communication. It's got to go both ways. And then vision and innovation. How are you tying everything you see or everything you want to do and bringing it in and making it the next best thing? And then if you're going to be on social media, one of the other big things for leadership is community building. You need to build a community that you have, that people want to get in and get involved with you and learn and grow and just enjoy the experience. So that's what I've learned as a plumber. Isn't that kind of funny?
That's amazing. And I want to have Jim and Parisa ask you something, but I got to know this. You went from plumbing to video, and in this hodgepodge world of so much, I don't want to call it competition, but there's so much competing for attention. What did you hit on that you could take from zero to a lot of money over a few years by attracting attention on social media? Because I know there's a lot of people going, okay, well, I could put up videos. Do I do it every day? Do I do crazy things? How do I attract my following or my views to make money at this?
Well, the cool thing is, Rex, number one, I don't do crazy things. I don't dance. I keep all my clothes on. I'm doing things right, at least as far as I was taught. So I think that what I do different than everybody else is I literally try to bring value in every single video I make. and I think about the viewer. How is this video I'm making going to help this viewer? Whenever we started out our channel, it was to make a phone ring at a plumbing company. So I was literally teaching people how to fix their own plumbing. And then through reading the comments and the analytics and everything, we realized we've got more people watching us that are plumbers and electricians and HVAC techs. So we started talking more about plumbing. And then later it even became more of all kinds of trades. So we changed it again. And I mean, I've studied under Brendan Burchard, high performance habits and things like that. And one of the hardest things for a leader to do is step out and try something new. It's like, wait, this is working. I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to change. But we constantly change. We change what we're doing because we're like, look, we have a new audience. We have a new bucket to possibly make content about to help make the world an even better place or help spread the message. And here lately, one of the biggest messages we're spreading is the trades. I don't talk as much about plumbing anymore as I do about transforming and elevating the trades industry through education, innovation, and community engagement. And that's what it's going to take to get the United States back to where it needs to be, where we've got a good, strong workforce.
Wow. Thank you. I'm gonna ask the girl, the beautiful woman, the sport champion above me.
The one in the middle.
Absolutely. And see, I dressed for you. See, we're in the same colors.
Right? We're twinning today.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I've so appreciated hearing your story, and I am blown away at the 1 million unfilled trades jobs right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's getting worse every day.
I believe it. I actually have this conversation with my dad quite often, but to actually hear the number on it is it's confronting. So my question for you is, as you said that being on YouTube has given you the opportunity to constantly be in that place to learn new things, what is the one thing that you've been faced with, I guess, like the greatest challenge of to really embrace and step into?
I guess the getting recognized everywhere you go. It's funny because I look at people, I've had people come up and they've got tears in their eyes and they're almost crying and they're like, look, you changed my life. You taught me about a career that I didn't know about. And I started watching you 4 years ago and now I'm a licensed plumber and I'm out in a truck and I'm making more money than I ever have. And, you know, they just look at me and it's funny because people come up to you like they know you. I've had people just come up and hug me in the airport and I'm like, wait, do I know you? And it's funny because it's neat because I get to touch lives as a plumber like I never thought that I would. And you do it by helping people, by leading people. And to me, that's what Leadership Week should be all about.
Mm-hmm. I feel you on that. So really just for you, it's been largely about embracing people being familiar with you and not just your face, your name, but really feeling like they know you. I think that's a really great thing you brought up because it's to lead is to connect. Right. And we can connect. Yeah. And we can connect in a lot of different ways, but sometimes it's going to come in ways that are not as comfortable. But it's clear that you've allowed yourself to embrace that. So that is amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, Roger. It's nice to meet you. Jim Miller.
Jim, thank you so much for letting me be here. I appreciate it.
Hey, listen, I worked in the home remodeling industry for over 25 years. I still consult companies with their sales forces and everything. So I know the value of having a reliable craftsman that is going to show up on the job, that's going to be honest in doing the work, that's going to be competitive in their pricing, and that's going to be there if they're needed, right? And so, I mean, the integrity that's required to be a tradesman is something that is fundamental, along with that skill set, because you've got people that are relying upon you. And many of them are in a crisis situation where the air conditioner is broken in the middle of the summer, the plumbing's broken down, whatever the case may be. So I appreciate what you're doing because 52% of all college graduates are not going to go into the field that they studied. They're going to go into sales, which is my field. And within 18 months, most of them are going to fail. So what I would rather have seen is those people go into a trade where they're probably and most likely going to have an opportunity to succeed. But the messaging is you've got to get a college degree. You've got to go to a 4-year university, and some kind of magical way that's going to create value in your life. What would you say to that?
Hold on, Jim. You're walking into trouble because that's Roger Wakefield's passion.
I was fixing to step up on a soapbox here, Ava.
I know. So I will lead this into a closing comment with that question because I know that this is your passion, Roger, and we definitely will bring you back because this is definitely a topic that the world gets to hear, especially America. But Roger, closing comments with that question, really, I would love to hear that from you.
Jim, I think that's one thing that we all need to be talking about is I think that the biggest problems we have right now, and it's hard to tell kids that, look, your principals, your counselors, your teachers, your parents, your aunts and uncles are ignorant to the fact that we're still telling people, look, if you're a blue collar worker, you're going to be looked down on. You're dirty. You're uneducated. You're not going to make a good living. We're still telling kids, if you don't go to college, you'll never amount to anything. And you said, I think the number you said 58%. I thought it was like in the 70s to 80% of people going to college and not actually getting a job in that field. I truthfully think that every parent out there should be talking about sending their children to a trade school or something. Let them learn to work with their hands. Even if that's not for them, if they decide to go to college, it's something that they can get in and do that is going to help them when they're a homeowner later. It's going to help them if their car breaks down on the side of the road. They're going to be familiar with working with tools, building things, repairing things, and it's going to make them better people. And when I look at the United States, I look at the world that we live in. Anybody here can look at the building they're in or step outside. Everything around them was built or is repaired by tradesmen each and every day. And if we don't start sending kids into that career field, instead of having them go spend a lot of money with 1 million unfilled trades jobs and over $1 trillion in student debt that's unpaid, I think that we're pointing them in the wrong direction. And I think it's something we all need to step back and look at.
Wow. Thank you so much, Roger. Thank you.
I can't wait to have Roger back. That is amazing, Roger. Thank you for that.
I would love it. This has been such a pleasure to get to watch y'all all day. I feel like I know y'all, and not just today, but yesterday. I got to see y'all with Forbes Riley, and I love Forbes. So this has been such a wonderful time. Ava, thank you for this amazing opportunity. I know you were instrumental in making this happen. So I love it. Thank you so much.
Don't get too comfortable because we're going to call you back to speak, okay?
I love it. I love it.
We'll be right back after this commercial.
Wow. Amazing, huh? And Roger, you're back.
Well, we just want to say goodbye to Roger one more time. So just
she said, be prepared.
I know. I was been over reading the comments.
Thank you, Roger. We'll bring you back next time. Thanks.
Ava, thank you so much.
You're welcome. And coming right up, we have Dr. Crystal Lynn, and we're excited. Dr. Crystal Lynn, we're bringing you up on stage because we can wait. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune LA Leadership Week, and of course, we always tee up our guests with what are you doing right now that's really bringing you such excitement and making you come alive about what you do.
Well, first, I just want to say thank you so much for allowing me to be here, a part of Leadership Week. It's always amazing to be a part of anything that the Los Angeles Tribune is doing, and with Mo and with you as well, Ava. So thank you so much. You said, what am I doing right now? There's a number of things, like, with all of us, right? We have a lot of different projects that are going on. But one of the main things that I'm doing that I'm just super pumped about is the rollout, school after school, university after university, country after country, related to the word that I had trademarked about 1.5 years or so ago, which is innovology. And it simply means the manifestation of creative thought in motion. So how do we manifest our thoughts, and how do we actually put those thoughts into motion? How do we have impact in the world? How do we create sustainability in our communities? And how do we monetize and have the impact that we were meant to have? Like, all of us, I believe, were born to have some type of impact in the world. And so I believe, with all of the different people that I'm partnering with right now, at universities, businesses, and whatnot, that I can actually truly reach my goal through everyone else, which is to positively impact at least 1 billion people before I die. And so as we go through some of the different things that I want to talk about related to Leadership Week, we've been rolling this out, Ava and the team that's on the screen. We've been rolling this out at various universities through our ICE program, ICE, Innovation Centers of Excellence. And I tell you, it's amazing to speak to all of these students and all of the different people that are in industry that are really picking up on how to implement innovology.
Wow.
Okay. Sorry about that. I could not unmute.
Oh, no worries.
Okay, I have a question for you. With your set goal and allowing all of these people to come along this journey with you to accomplish this goal, what part of your journey, what part of your life brought you to realize, like, hey, this is what I want to do. This is where I'm at, and this is where I want to go?
Yeah. So the part of my journey actually started out when I was very young, and back in the 60s. I just have to always throw it out there. I was born in 1964. Okay. So this year I'll be 60. So I'll just get that out there. So in the 60s, early 70s, we weren't at least talking about entrepreneurship. We weren't talking about kidpreneurs and all of that. But that's exactly what my brother and I did. Like, we had at age 4, 5, 6, he was 4 years older than me. So I was helping him on different things that we would do in the community, cutting rose bushes, shoveling snow, raking leaves, like helping senior citizens and other people in the neighborhood. And we would get paid for it. And when he was old enough, he had a paper route. So I helped with that too. So we started out early, understanding how to make money with those kinds of things. And so the part that really stands out to me in my journey is my parents and allowing us to get out there and make our own way related to that. And also sending me to kindergarten with my little plastic briefcase. And I've told that story before, that you can be anything you want to be. You can do anything you want to do, Crystal. And so I believed them. And when I stepped in there in kindergarten with my plastic briefcase, I was all gung-ho, but I was met with bullying. And that kind of stayed with me for a long time in my life, up until age 50, actually, where I had already gone a lot of places, done a lot of things in over 30 some countries. Now it's been almost 40 countries. But I had done a lot of things, but it was, did I have the confidence that I was really exuding on the outside? When I told people that I was bullied, they couldn't believe it. They're like, you're so strong, you're so this, you're so that. But we are really good at having on masks. And that's exactly what was going on up until age 50, when I said no more.
Ooh, touching on some good stuff right now. I've heard that same thing said to myself. You're so good at it not looking like what you're going through. So question for you. Oh yeah, go for it, Rex.
I want to say, when I was a teenager, there was a 16-year-old who made millions of dollars, mowing lawns in where I lived in California. Recently, in the last few years, I met a multi-millionaire who attended a conference I was speaking at, and he as a kid made tons of money, literally became a millionaire, collecting golf balls and washing them and reselling them to the golfers.
Right.
What I admire about what you said is that my brother and I, our family, we did all these different things. I got to admit it, I didn't want to do any of that stuff. But when somebody like yourself or these other people are so enterprising and go, I can do this or that or the other thing to better myself, to make money and to add value to people, it's just amazing, and I really appreciate that. I think that is so fantastic. Thank you for sharing that, because that's how it all started.
Yeah. And in relation to Leadership Week, Rex, I really appreciate what you said, and thank you for that. There's so many different things that we can do if we just put our mind to it from an innovation perspective. And so one of my main quotes is, creativity breeds creativity, but it needs to be that creativity that breeds creativity is based on something that people actually need. So if you look at LEAD related to lead in leadership, I always talk about learn. We have to learn, and we need to elevate, and we need to attain, and then we actually need to disrupt. And so if we have a way of looking out into our communities, doing our research, the previous gentleman, Roger, was talking about analytics. I'm all about analytics. My degree is in engineering. So surveys and stats and what's out there, and doing our own, not just using what's already out there. If we have those KPIs, key performance indicators, and all the different things related to the numbers, see what people need so we can learn from that, then we can elevate our thoughts and our processes, elevate our products, and then we can attain the knowledge and even attain the customer base that we want, and go out and disrupt. And all of that has to be that we're putting the proper contracts in place, the proper IP in place, and all the things that go with inventions and creations. And so back then, like I said, we weren't necessarily thinking about all of that, but now I am, and that's part of what I teach all over the world.
Dr. Crystal, Jim Miller, hi. It's nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah. I'm fascinated by the work that you're doing. I'd love to learn more about it. And what I would like to ask you is this, is that you as a leader, it seems to me, has placed an extraordinary amount of value on education and on learning, and how important it is, because just from your speaking, I can tell that you've got such wisdom, not only in life and in what you, but in business, etc. There's a lot of young people that are watching this this presentation that we're doing this week, and they're looking and yearning for a voice of leadership. Would you please speak into the relevance and importance of investing in yourself, in educating yourself, in reading, whatever it takes? And what is it that inspired you to go down that path so that you're the person you are today? Would you please mind speaking into that for us?
Well, to fully answer that question, it will take about 14 hours. I don't know if you have time. We have some other speakers.
Go ahead.
She's gonna come and kick me off, but I'll do the best that I can. And so, like I said, it all stemmed back, Jim, to my parents. Okay. My mom was a housewife, but she had gone to nursing school. She had her degree, but she poured her life into raising my brother and I, who's 4 years older than me. And then my dad, he was a foreman. He was a supervisor at Fisher Body, which was a part of General Motors, like way back in the day. Mm-hmm. And they were able to put together money to, portions to send my brother. My brother actually went to the Navy, but to send me to college just for several years. And so I had to pay the rest of it. And I remember that conversation vividly when I graduated from high school in '82. And my dad is crying, like he's so sorry that he can't, pay the whole tuition. I'm like, that's okay, Dad. Like, you already have raised me to be the person that I am, that, I'm going to find some ways to make some money. And so I have right now, and I've been featured in Yahoo Finance and USA Today, and I talk about Element 10, because I believe every single person should have 10 sustainable and substantial streams of income at any one time. Now, that's not 10 jobs, it's streams of income. So when we look at the cash flow quadrant, and I love Sharon, she's a friend of mine and all of that, looking at that, where we want to live our lives on the right side of the cash flow quadrant as opposed to the left being an employee. But utilize whatever you have to utilize to be able to then use that money to go where you want to go and go where you need to go. So when I was in high school, I had an internship. I started out as a tutor for the Red Cross, for the Red Cross. And after that, then I got an actual paid internship in high school with General Motors, doing some things in customer service. And when I got there, I saw all of what was going on from an engineering perspective. So I changed my major to chemical engineering, and then I changed it to industrial engineering. So in high school, I'm at General Motors, which means as soon as I graduate, I'm going to have an internship as a college student. So I worked my way through school and was able to pay the rest that my parents weren't able to pay by going that 5 years and paying my own way. That last year, Ford Motor Company offered me more than General Motors. So I hopped ship from General Motors to Ford that last year. And when I graduated from college, I had numerous offers because I had so much experience. So education is key. Anything and everything that we can do as communities to pour into anyone and everyone we can pour into. It's not that we're, saying that adults, it's too late, because I do have clients that are adults, but like Jeff Hoffman and other people, like we all have where there are a lot of youth and young adult initiatives for this very reason. Because if we can start there and start even in elementary school, teaching innovation and entrepreneurship and how to leverage what is around us, like AI. They're saying there's going to be like 85 million jobs lost by next year, 2025, due to AI. But why do they have to be lost when we can teach people how to leverage such technology?
I gotta ask you. This is fabulous and fantastic. I gotta preface it with, when I was a teenager, I had a friend who I thought was 35, but turns out he was my age. But he had invested in real estate. He was a homeowner, and we spent time in one house that he owned, and the next door was the house that he owned that was rented out to a record producer and all celebrities. I mean, and I was like, I don't want to own a house. Why would I want to own a house? I didn't think about it in terms of investment at 17, 18 years old. Years later, I call him up one day. I go, "What are you up to?" He says, I'm making a bunch of money. I go, "On what?" He goes, "On an oversized toilet seat." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Well, large people can't fit on a small toilet seat, so we have a big toilet seat for the large people." And I went, "You're crazy." But then it struck me, he saw a problem and solved it. Right. And so what you're talking about is these 10 different streams of income. What do you have to do to teach an old dog new tricks or kids new tricks so that they think in an entrepreneurial mindset, like, because you say it's mindset, so that they look for opportunities to live on that right side of that quadrant instead of being on the left side of the quadrant?
Yeah, Rex, every single thing, every single day is an opportunity. And then it's just a matter of what do you focus on. So I've declared 2024, and I have some really cool shirts related to the year of FIT, F-I-T. Be focused, be intentional, and be tenacious about whatever it is that you want to go after. And then go back to something that used to be stated back in the day, which is FAB. Like, what are the features, advantages, and benefits of whatever it is that you have in your mind? Some people suffer just like I do of having like too many thoughts, too many inventions, too many different things that we can do. But every single thing that happens to us during the day happens for us. And it's a matter of what do we focus on. Now, I'm not going to tell you my invention because I have not this particular one. I have numerous, but I'm not going to tell you what this is, Rex, but I'm going to say this to you. As far as old dogs are the ones that have aches and pains, right? Old dogs are the ones that have had more surgeries, right? Old dogs are the ones that have where there's like life is happening and there's more ailments. Think about how you can make someone's life more comfortable, have the different treatments that they need to go through, be less expensive, have something be quicker. So like all of these words that I just said, more comfortable, less expensive, quicker, faster, warmer, colder, bigger butt toilet seat, bigger butt, like you have to do where you need to ride every day. They have the big butt seats on the bike. Like, see what's happening to you, and then see how you can make that experience for you a better experience. And I'm guaranteeing you, if you do some research, like I talked about the analytics and all of that, there's probably some other people like, oh my gosh, this is so much better than what I've been doing the last 3 times that I had XYZ surgery. I'm not going to tell you which surgery I'm talking about and what that particular invention is, but yeah, we all have different things that happen to us, which can mean that they happen for us, and get a brilliant idea, just making our lives more comfortable. It can make someone else's more comfortable too. And you can monetize it, and you're off to the races.
I want to pass the mic back to, but I want to just comment and say what you just did has had so much value, because so many people say, well, find a problem and solve it, but you just operationalized it. You gave us specific questions, specific things that we could pay attention to, specific things to look at to broaden our horizons and find something that we could make meaningful and profitable in serving others. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, as we close up, I'm so enriched by this everything you shared. I've taken so many notes. If my head's been down, it's because I'm physically taking notes. As we wrap up, I'd like to pass the mic to you and allow you to have your final words.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you. And so I mentioned to you about LEAD earlier, and I mentioned, that we need to learn and evaluate and elevate and attain and disrupt. There's another portion of LEAD related to leadership. And part of that I mentioned already related to the word leverage. And this particular statement is leverage every action definitively, or leverage every achievement definitively. Leverage every, you can put any kind of A there, but the main thing is anything that happens in our life, ladies and gentlemen, we can use as lessons learned. And so we need to leverage that lesson every single time and have where we take definitive actions related to what it is that we've learned. So many times things happen, we're like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that's over. Oh my goodness, I have fear about how this is going to affect me. Napoleon Hill talks about fear. So what I want to leave you with related to leading, with the two areas that I mentioned, and maybe you can rewind and hear those, is my definition of fear and how I live every single day. FEAR, fresh energy awaiting reset. Because we can fret and say, oh my gosh, I don't know what's about to happen. Or we can be like, oh my gosh, I don't know what's about to happen, and just embrace it and go on and learn from every single lesson that happens to us. That's how we lead our life. That's how we lead our families. That's how we lead sustainability. And that's how we can lead, ladies and gentlemen, to have that impact on at least 1 billion people in the world. Thank you so, so much.
Fresh energy awaiting reset. Okay, I'm going to be saying that every day. Just count on that. Like, that's going to be said every day. That is powerful. I love that iteration of fear. Yes, more of that kind of fear, right?
Yes, yes. Oh.
Let's go. I love it. I love it. Jim, you want to hop in?
I'm just amazed. First of all, your acronyms are extraordinary. Right?
Oh, thank you.
I just put it I put it wrong, but I've got to reset it. There we go. So, and also too, I'm just again amazed at the alacrity from which you state your positions, your thoughts. So that's very easy to follow and very inspiring. I'm sure that there's a lot of people that are on, over close to 800 people that are on watching right now that are going to be inspired by what you said.
Well, thank you so much. And if any of them, wants to contact me related to how they too can do this, because it's not about me, it's about helping people do what they do better.
Wow. Well, and I would say that it's powerful, positive, persuasive, and profitable. Having spent time with you, thank you so much, because I can tell you care about people. Thank you.
I do.
Thank you, Dr. Crystal.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a lot of things coming up, guys. I believe we have the one and the only Ty Lopez coming at 5.
Yes.
Heck yes to that. Who's excited for that? If you're excited, in the comments, in the chat, whichever platform you're on, please put in the chat if you're excited, because this is super awesome, super exciting. To have people on this program that have been doing the work in the sense of really just identifying who they are, who they want to be, and all of our CEO Mo Rock, he's excited, but to see what people have done to get themselves there. And it is just so crazy impactful and so meaningful. I don't know about you, but I'm taking a page out of Mo Rock's book by taking notes, because I've got my notes here. Rex, I know that you're a note taker as well, and Jim.
No, I stopped because every time I looked down, Ava was telling me, you know, keep your eyes on the camera, Jim. I'm like, okay, I'll watch the replay for 7 days. Yeah, no problem, right there. But yeah, we've got some exciting stuff. We've got, like you said, Ty Lopez. If you want to meet somebody that has over 1.5 billion views on YouTube, right? And you really want to see his segment, because he's going to bring content that and mindset that people around the world devour, right? This is a man who created. I was with him when he began in his garage, and we were. I would just sit there mesmerized by how he would work with his marketing partner. And to this day now, this is a man that has over $100 million in value, who owns companies like Pier 1 Imports, like Radio Shack, Franklin Mint. He owns these companies, right? And now brings them basically to the to e-commerce. But you're going to hear some extraordinary content that's going to shift your mindset about how you view the world on the other side of Ty Lopez's interview.
Yeah, I'm excited for that as well. That's awesome.
Yeah. So
hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow. Well, welcome back. I am so thrilled to be here and to have our next guest come up, because he is just absolutely an amazing person. He's a friend to me. He's a guide to me, a mentor. He's one of the top 25 multi-level marketing experts, authorities, and connectors in the world. But he's just so much more than all of that. And I know some people go, oh, I hate multi-level marketing. I have too. I've said the same thing. But this man is an authority in how to connect and create relationships to add value to them, so that you and they grow and prosper. So I'd like to welcome a good dear friend who I know you're going to be thrilled to get to know, Mr. Tom, my friend, who is ultimately not home, but out doing what he does best, speaking and talking and helping other people. How are you, sir?
I am doing great, Rex. How about you, buddy?
I'm fantastic, but I'm better now that you're here, my friend.
Well, I am in Hawaii, so it's a really tough gig. I'm having the time of my life. I'm on a billionaire's ranch that on some island, and I'm telling you, we're riding horses, e-bikes, having the time of our life, and just living a life of giving and paying it back. And I'm thrilled to be doing that. And the LA Tribune, since 1886. Unbelievable, the history behind it. I've been honored to be with you a few other times, and it's just a blessing, Rex. And what you people are up to are unbelievable. And for those of you that thought Ty Lopez was going to be a little early, I apologize. It's just me, but that's the way it goes. And today is an interesting day, because I have now been sober for 12,999 days. So tomorrow is 13,000. And that is a long time between cocktails, Rex. And I just am very, very proud of that. And my whole life is given toward helping recovering alcoholics and drug addicts get off of that crazy poison and get a life they can love, just like I did.
Oh, that is beautiful, my friend. That is so very, very beautiful. And I know how dedicated and committed you are to that and to helping other people. And by the way, before this is all over, I want to introduce you to somebody who who helps people too. And that I don't know that you know each other, but it's time that you do. So with that said, I had mentioned, and I don't know if you heard my introduction, but I said that you were one of the top 25, multi-level marketers in the world, but you also had created an app for connecting people and helping them remember or retain what they learned about other people. Why is this so important? What is it about what you do that has been so different? Because people say, keep a Rolodex, or they go keep business cards, or but you do something completely different, but so much more superior to that. So what is it that you do that has created this movement of incredible people around the world, connectors?
I've been phenomenally lucky by remembering everything. What you love most about me, Rex, is what I remember about you. Let's face it. Your agenda is your agenda. And what I've gotten real good at and ended up being phenomenally successful with is just making my agenda the person across the table's agenda. So instead of treating people like prospects, I treat them like human beings. I find out everything I can. I have a best-selling book called The Coffee Shop Interview that isn't really a book. It's just a pamphlet, so to speak. And if you buy it on Amazon, it's $8. If you go to thecoffeeshopinterview.com, you get it for free. And I strongly suggest that you go to thecoffeeshopinterview.com and get it for free so you don't waste $8 and give the money to Amazon. But basically, you find it's a matter of teaching you to be a better human being by being interested instead of interesting, and actually giving a rat's about the people's answers to your great questions. So I built this company called NowSight with a couple of guys, a kid from Harvard named Justin Balababa and another guy named Adrian. And these guys built AI into your Rolodex, into your contacts. So at the end of the day, we can help you get an absolute doctorate in being a good human being. And that's what it's all about. We do business with people that we know and that we love. But everybody's trying to do that shotgun method of bringing in all these prospects and all these leads and then treating them like that's what they are and never ever creating any continuing business. And you mentioned at the very beginning, I am most people's worst nightmare. You never invite me to a party because what am I? I am a network marketer. And I'm a recovering alcoholic. So who would invite me to a party? Nobody, because, I'm just that way. But at the end of the day, I'm a different network marketer because I will never, ever, ever prospect you. I will be your friend until there is a point in your life, there is a hole in the boat where you need money, time, health, sobriety, something. And I know somebody that's going to fill that hole. Probably won't be me, but it's going to be somebody I know. So my entire life is about service, and I've done real well at it. And one thing I train, Rex, on a real regular basis is rotations of remember instead of follow-up. We all hate the acronym FU. Let's face it, we hate it. It stands for a couple of horrible things. One of them is that one, and the second one is follow-up. And we don't like to be followed up, and we don't like to follow up. That's every salesman. That's every person. It's like pulling teeth, but we all love to be remembered and we all love to remember people. And so as a result of that, I train that, and I have built a company whereby you meet somebody in this app. You can try it for free. The website's at the bottom, and all you do is put their name and phone number in like you do everybody. And another button pops up and it says, do you have a picture of Rex Sykes? Boom, you hit that, take a picture of Rex Sykes, save. The next thing that pops up is, what do you know about Rex Sykes? And there's a microphone. You brain dump everything you learn in the conversation right after Rex walks out the door. You hit another button and it says, when are you going to remember Rex Sykes? And never's not an option. If you put them in your phone, you're going to have them in your phone and you're going to put them on a rotation to remember. It might be tomorrow. It might be 6 months from now. But it's going to remind you to reach out and touch him and tell Rex something. Rex, I mean, you know, Rex has obviously written that unbelievable bestseller and on NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. And I'm going to say something about that. I'm going to say something about Rex's daughter. I'm going to say something about Rex's life so he feels loved, he feels remembered, and he feels like it's personal to him. So we aren't going to probably do any business that day, but the day's going to come when Rex needs something. And he's not going to call Ghostbusters. He's not going to call directory assistants. He's going to call Tom Chenault because he knows I know somebody that is going to serve him. And if you get known for that, I don't care what kind of business you're in, whether it's charity, whether it's business, whether it's Alcoholics Anonymous, I don't care. If you get known for the size of your heart instead of the size of your brain, everything's going to shift. I promise you, I'm 72 years old, and it has been, and I'm highly educated, but it has been over 52 years since somebody looked at my report card. Nobody cares how smart you are. They care how nice you are. They care how much you care about them. They care how much you remember about them. That's all it is. So master that. Stop being smartest person in the room and be the most personable person in the room. The first thing you do to get related with anybody, I was trained a long time ago, was tell one on yourself. What did I tell you guys when I walked in here? 13,000 days tomorrow of sobriety. Just a dead drunk laying in the gutter 13,000 days ago with not a penny to his name, who has done well. I now have more money than I need. I have more money than I have month, and I have given my life to giving back. And as a result of that, I get to hang around with Mark Victor Hansen. I get to hang around with Brian Tracy. I get to hang around with obviously Forbes Riley, she's a friend, with Rex Sykes, who's a dear friend. I've gotten to know Ava a little bit over the last couple of days. I'm falling in love with her, and it goes on and on and on. And all of a sudden, because I have no agenda, when I'm sending them little messages on a very regular basis, they realize that I'm only there to serve them, not sell them. So what do they immediately want to do? Buy from me. So all of you people that I think you're this, all of it in a bag of chips, and you're sitting in that cubicle, just grinding away, working for the nose, I am going to tell you there's a better way to do it. Figure out what they're going to say yes to. Figure out what they're going to say no to. And when you figure out what they're going to say yes to, wait a couple of days and say, I've been thinking about you, and sell them what they said they want to buy. And take the time to respect them enough not to try to pitch them what they already told you they didn't want to buy anyway. And that it will change your life. Your rejection level will go through the floor. Your success level will go through the roof. And you will have a picture of me in your wallet. I promise you. Am I wrong or am I right, Rex?
No, you're absolutely right. And one of the things I want to say is you've been doing this before there were apps. I mean, you've been doing this a long, long time. And one of the things that people don't know is that every now and then I get a text from him saying, check out this. And it has nothing to do with him profiting or anyway, or you're going to crush it if you go here, you know, and it's just adding value to me. And or I love you, you know. I mean, it's just the way that you stay in touch, and the way that you add value, and the way that you honor people by remembering important things about them that they may not even realize they told you. I mean, you know, that you have a way of connecting people, and you've connected so many people, and yes, you've been profited, you know, very profitable by it. And I got to say this: every time I've had the pleasure of being with Tom, there is a priority, and that is he does 2 meetings a day. And when he's done with a meeting, he goes, let me buy you lunch, or, you know, let's meet, or something like that. But he is committed to the process that he has been committed to for so long. And that is his sobriety, and that is adding value and connecting and honoring other people and profiting by it and helping other people profit by it.
And so he's correct. And he just said 2 meetings a day. That's 2 AA meetings a day.
Oh, yes.
That I have been doing. I do one early in the morning, and I do one in the evening. because I'm such a mess as a human being. It lets me check in to do the day, and then it lets me check in to get the heck out of there and go to bed. But the reason I do it is to help that still suffering alcoholic. The second reason I do is because my ego is so big that I start believing that my paycheck is, I'm as great as my paycheck is trying to tell me I am. And I'm not anywhere close to that. I'm just another fallible human being. And what it does is it makes me remember the most important thing, and that is that human across the table. And if I can make my agenda their agenda and drop them off right where they want to be in their life versus where my agenda wants to take them, I win. The minute I start playing God, I lose. And so what I try to do all day long is serve. And so it's a beautiful philosophy that will work for every one of you. But consistency is everything. What I just told you is I got 13,000 days in a row of sobriety, close to that in daily AA meetings. And everything in my life is set up around consistency. Because I'm telling you what, I'm ancient. I can't outrun you. I can't outfight you. I can't outjump you. I can't outthink you. But I can out-consistent you. And every day of my life, and my app, the one there right there in the deal, tells you every day I interview 2 people, every day. And then every day I've got all these people in my app. And at the end of the day, I can go right there. And most of them, I'm so old, I can't remember who the heck they are. All I do is hit the button and I know their blood type. And I send them a text message and remind them something they love about themselves. And I promise all of you, I have become irreplaceable to so many people as a virtue of that. And if you call me on the phone, and my phone number is 720-840-7222, 720-840-7222, you'll get my voice message. And it's going to say, this is Tom Chenault. How are you? I need you to do me a favor. Leave a message, but also tell me something I don't know about you. People have confessed to everything but first-degree murder in that voicemail. And what they don't know is I put that in there and put that in the app. And I run into them 6 months later, and they told me some crazy story about winning the 50-yard dash in the 4th grade. And I just wait for that day that I'm around them, and I remind them of that story, and they swallow their cigar because it's not on social media. They can't Google that. Only I know it, and they never remember having told me. And it is a parlor trick of epic proportion, and they love it because all of us want to be remembered. It is the absolute secret to my success. Not only do I remember you, but I remind you that I remember you. And think about your mom, think about your dad, think about your kids. All they want to do is be loved and remembered by you. All you want to do is be loved and remembered by them. And I have a doctorate in doing that.
And that is so amazing. And I appreciate you so much for that. Now, 2 things. One is the coffee shop interview is a process for talking to people and adding value to them. And you mentioned earlier at least 4 areas where you say, I don't sell them, but someday there's going to be an area here, here, or here where I can connect them with somebody. Or so can you repeat those for everyone?
I have no idea what I said. No. That's the only one small problem. I have no idea what he's talking about because my mouth is moving so much faster than my brain all the time, you guys. And I'm telling you, that's okay because they don't care what you're saying. They're caring how much you feel. And so I don't even know what he's talking about. I promise you, my job.
Now you know why we love each other.
I'm embarrassed, but I promise you guys, just stop thinking. Let God and let your heart do the talking. The right words are going to come out, even if they're the wrong words. Yeah. That's what I want you to get. Look at my hair. I just finally looked at the screen. I look terrible. I've been in this seminar all morning going like this, trying to get my they're just blowing my brains out with information here. And I had no idea. I never even spruced up my hair for this call. But you know what? I know you don't care because you either like me or you don't. And that's good by me because I'm standing right here. I'm the lighthouse. I'm not going to swim out with the sharks. I'm not going to try to talk you into hanging with me. I'm going to try to attract you with love. I'm going to try to attract you with the fact that I'm never going to forget you. And some people last night I just met for the first time, and I put them in the phone. They go, and I go, you guys don't understand. You will never get rid of me, because I am going to love you until you can love yourself, no matter what's going on in your life. And it's just going to be this little rotation to remember that comes out, that pops up and goes, what the heck? Who is Tom Chenault? Second time, who is Tom Chenault? Then they're going to go, I think I'll Google him. Oh, that's that nut that I met in Hawaii. What the hell is he doing texting me? He knows I've got no interest in buying what he's selling, which is kind of ironic because they have no idea what I'm selling, because I've never told them, because all I'm selling is hope and love. He's completely taken aback by somebody liking them or loving them for the right reason, which is who they are as God made them. That's all it is, you guys. If you can do a little business, so be it. If you can help a drunk, so be it. If you can help somebody that's depressed, so be it. If you get nothing out of it, even better, because it's making you a better human being. Right, Rex?
Yes, indeed. But can I point out the fact that the guy who says he's got this huge ego has such humility that when asked to give the thing that he said, says, I don't remember it, but it's because more than anything, he understands it's not about that. It's about, because people are trying to go, what do I do? And what do I do second? And what do I do fourth? And all that kind of formula stuff. And he's going, love, just love and pour out love, because that's who he is. So it naturally flows from him. That's what he does. And as a result, that's what he has. That is Tom Chenault. This is one powerful person. Thanks, Tom. And more, please.
Well, I got to go. So they're coming after me hard in this seminar. They're all walking in the door. They're looking at me like, what is Tom Chenault doing now? So I hate to break it to you, Rex, but I got to get out of here. Ava, I got to get out of here. But I love every one of you guys. You can find me. I'm not in the witness protection program. Tom Chenault, you probably can't spell it. So what? You will be able to. And thank you, Rex, for letting me be a part of this thing. And God bless all of you.
You're amazing, my friend. I love you. Have a great rest of the time there, and enjoy Hawaii, because the rest of us are envious.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back, everyone. It's my pleasure to be with you here from yesterday, and for the many days that we've got ahead of us, the many wonderful speakers, interviews, the brilliant minds that are going to give us the roadmaps and also share with us their thinking, so that maybe we can actually see ourselves in them. We hear their stories. We hear how they started from places that we may be at it right now, right? And we're looking to escape. And you hear their stories and you're inspired by their stories, because their stories are real. And what's unique about everything is that the door is wide open to be whoever you want to be. There is no door. It's simply a passageway. And what we do is we erect these edifices of doubt and fear, permission, perfection, everything that's keeping us from really doing and being what we dream of being, right? And that is significant in this world, significant in this life. And you're hearing it as a common thread from almost every one of our speakers. And that is, the key to their success is bringing value to other people. That is the road path. That's the pathway. I'm going to bring on two men that are, one of them is actually a brand new brand new colleague of mine, but one of them goes back, Gene McNaughton, who I'm going to let Gene give his own introduction because I won't remember everything that he's accomplished. But one thing I know that Gene and I have in common is that we were both executives at some places together. We were both vice president of sales at Tony Robbins. We both worked together. Gene is the CEO, me as the VP of sales at Resource of America. And Gene has been an inspiration to me simply because of the passion that he has for this industry, the industry of personal performance and the enhancement of human beings into places that they've only dreamed of going. So I've got Gene McNaughton here. And Gene, let's bring in Tommy also, Tom Schaff. Tom Schaff, who is going
look at that guy.
Is going to be with us. Tom is associated with Dr. Robert Cialdini. He's going to speak into what he does. And if there's anyone who knows the industry and the career and the skill set and the art of persuasion, of sales, of influence, this is the man. And he brilliantly represents Dr. Cialdini, who will be speaking on May 5th, by the way, right? So you want to make sure, everybody, that you tune in then, because it is an extraordinary. So, Gene, if you would, tell us a little bit about yourself, and then Tommy, and then we'll have a conversation. I'd like for us to consider some aspects of leadership in our own life that people might find some relatability to. So, Gene, if you would, please.
Well, I'll keep it really short. I consider myself a pretty lucky person. I was lucky to be able to get out of college and start at a little computer company called Gateway Computers back in 1991 and be able to be part of, witness, and play some leadership roles in taking that company from 50 million when I started to over 11 billion by 2001, 2002. Then I was fortunate to get recruited by Tony Robbins himself to come to California and be his global VP of sales and eventually his opening speaker. And there I was introduced to so many great people, including Jay Abraham, who we saw today. I got a chance not just to be around the guy, but to work with the guy. And we met a guy named Chet Holmes, who was really one of the greatest sales experts of his time. He wrote a best-selling book that's still a best-selling book called The Ultimate Sales Machine. And among that, I had the distinct pleasure of meeting our other guest here, Mr. Thomas Schaff. And it's just been a very interesting, wild ride of ups and downs and peaks and valleys. And I'm excited to talk about some of the things I've learned and hopefully be able to share some of the mistakes I made so that you don't make them as leaders either. But I'll turn it back over to you, Jim. And I want to hear about Tom Schaff because he's going to have a way better bio than me.
Tom, go ahead. You're on.
You know, I think it's all downhill after here. So we should just start quit while we're ahead. You know what Gene and I have in common is we're deplorable Midwesterners.
Yes.
Gene is a kid from Sioux City, Iowa, and I'm from Mandan, North Dakota. And so I grew up on a farm, ranch, implement dealership. My beginning started, I walked into a guy who was Esquire 40 under 40, top person in America. He was the tax commissioner for North Dakota. And I said, I'm a computer consultant. I was 19 years old. You should hire me to figure out your computer programs for the capital of North Dakota. And he hired me. That gentleman, 2 years later, became the United States Senator and then was top 10 experts on the United States budget. I shared an office with a young lawyer named Heidi Heitkamp, who became the U.S. Senator of North Dakota. And so that was my first professional job outside of working for my dad. After that, I had some great opportunities to work for Tom Monahan at Domino's Pizza and several other great entrepreneurs. And then Gene and I worked together as consultants with Tony Robbins. And see, that's what we all have in common, by the way. Here's the deal. In order to be a great leader, you must work for Tony Robbins at one time. That's what we have in common. It's all over, people. Just apply. Call Tony now. Tell him to thank you. Tell him we recommended you.
That's funny. You know, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, one of the things that we're committed to, and Mo speaks about this to us on a regular basis in all of our conversations, and that is the mission of this organization is to educate, right? Where we're bringing the news industry, the newspaper industry, and the leadership and personal development industry together. Because the truth is, if you look back in any news coverage from magazines to newspapers, there's really been a lot of negative coverage on the personal development industry, if you think about it, right? Where they're looking to basically expose this or underrate this. And this is the opportunity for us to have a platform to actually inspire the world with what it is. And you'll see, just like I'm gonna say something to you that surprised me. Virtually everybody that's on this stage over these next 7 days comes from, for the most part, somewhat of a common background and upbringing, right? You're not hearing many people that came from, aristocracy or the child of a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. No, a couple of Midwestern guys. I'm the son of an alcoholic cab driver from New Orleans, Louisiana. And what it should say to you is this, is that there's the door is wide open. There's a report called the CEO Genome Report, right? It was a Harvard University study where they studied over 6,000 CEOs to determine what are the common qualities of successful CEOs. And one of the things that really surprised me is virtually no CEO that was considered in the 1 or 2% of successful CEOs came from an Ivy League school. Most of them actually came from somewhere in the Midwest, and they were humble people, unlike these two guests right here. Just kidding. But they were humble, and simply what they were great leaders. They took what were some of the 5 qualities? Number 1, they were decisive. They were decisive. They took action, even in the face of uncertainty and fear. And also, 2, they were reliable. In other words, their shareholders, their suppliers, their employees all could rely on the fact that this guy or this woman is going to get them across the line, right? This is some of the characteristics of a CEO. And what I'd like for you guys to discuss, and we can have a conversation about is really what is it that inspired you to be a leader, and what do you feel was the number 1 characteristic you had to learn to inculcate into your personality to become a leader as opposed to a boss, right? Somebody that inspires others in the positions that both of you are in. I know, Gene, you kind of stepped away from the personal development industry for a while, and maybe you want to talk about what it is you're doing right now in the private sector in regards to that leadership story.
Well, I'll talk a little bit about, let's just talk about the baseline of great leaders. And I had the good fortune of playing a lot of sports and playing for some very, very good coaches. Some were okay, some were awful. And if you look, and I look at the common characteristics of the good ones, I look at the common characteristics of a guy named Ted Wade, who started Gateway Computers. That most people, if you're over 40 years old, you know Gateway Computers and the cow spotted boxes.
Mm-hmm.
All of them had one characteristic in common, is they knew where they were going. They knew the end path. I remember one distinct story, then I'll turn it over to you, Tommy, where I was still fairly new at Gateway, sales guy, and we were in a big call center, and Ted Waite, the CEO, came down and wanted to get all the sellers off the phone. And I remember him, he was standing on a chair. He had sunglasses on. He had a long ponytail, smoking a cigarette, drinking a can of Coca-Cola. That was kind of how he rolled. And he said, guys, you know what? If you keep doing what you're doing, one day we're going to beat IBM. And I could hear people in the background going, oh, IBM was the big Goliath in the business. We were we were a bunch of farm boys or farm town kids in a steel shed in South Dakota on a cornfield. That's no exaggeration. We didn't even have a paid parking lot. He said, one day we're going to beat the big boys. And he kept that dream alive, and he kept saying it over and over and over again. If we keep doing the right things and we keep over serving people, our tagline was, you've got a friend in the business. And he said, you have got to live that. And if we do it right, we're going to be able to accomplish some major things. And, the moral to that story, there's two things. One is, as a leader of your family, of your team, of your peer group, is, where are you going and why is it important to get there? And how do you get everybody excited about getting there? What is in it for them? And the second thing, Jim, you asked, how did you become a great leader? And I don't know if I can, I've led a lot of things. I don't sit here and say I'm a great leader, but I have learned some things. Is that the very first step to being a great leader? Same thing I tell my kids, you've got to first be a great follower. You've got to learn to take coaching, and you've got to learn to assimilate and make adjustments and not be hurt when somebody says you're not doing it right, do it this way, or not justify or make excuses. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom, but that would be the two things I would start with. To be a great leader, first, you got to be a darn great follower. And maybe it's somebody that you're following online, personal development. My gosh, just Les Brown or Mark Victor Hansen or Jay Abraham, who we've had in the last 24 hours, Tom Schaff, Robert Cialdini. You can follow people from afar, but think about in your life, the times, maybe it was a teacher, maybe it was you were in band, but somebody that inspired you to do more than what you thought you could do. That's a great leader. Find those patterns and live them.
Thank you, Gene. I know one of the things too, one of the easiest ways to follow a great leader is to read a great book by a great leader, right? And I know that all three of us are very avid readers, and we have found probably a lot of our success by turning pages, right? Simply the turning the pages, or maybe now listening. Imagine if you would have dedicated the last 12 months, 1 hour a day. 1 hour a day. That's 365 hours of either reading or listening to a podcast or a recorded book by some of the people that you're seeing here on this event. The leadership skills that you would be able to listen to, learn, and then execute into. Tommy, tell us what you're doing right now, by the way, because it relates to one of our upcoming speakers that we're so happy to have.
Well, actually what I'm doing at this very moment is I'm in Dallas with Dan Kennedy. And one of the things that he said today that I think is really apropos to what you said, he said, rich people have big libraries and poor people have big TVs. And if I were to do 1 hour a day of self-development, I would have 730 more hours because I do 3. So, my mom said readers are leaders. And I grew up in North Dakota, and this isn't a reflection of North Dakota, but I wanted a bigger, better place. I wanted to go somewhere. And my journey was books. We didn't have a ton of money. My dad later on was a very successful business person, but very humble, had an 8th grade education. My mom took me to the library. And when I read everything in my age groups, in the city library to the county library and then the state library, I used to come home and bring books home by the wagon. Like I'd go down and bring a wagon and be the most annoying kid in the neighborhood. As I'd say, what the #1 state in flax is? Books have been part of my journey. You asked what inspires you as a leader. Candidly, in my youth, I was considered a good leader. I won some national scholarships for leadership, and I found out that what they looked at leadership was production. I was a very good producer, and I was a horrible leader. In fact, if I've ever become a leader, it's because of my disdain for, I'll move it back. As a young person, I wanted to be presidents of things so that I would have power and be able to run something. And in those roles, it made me a bad leader because it was for me. Today, those places that I'm called to, where I'd be considered a leader, it has nothing to do with any desire that I have. It's because I've been called to serve. Gene said a beautiful thing. I've actually, the only person I've ever heard say this, Gene, was you just now. Some years ago, I got asked to run a leadership ministry at my church. And they said, we need more leaders. And I said, that's interesting. I think we should have a followership program, because what we lack are followers. We have everybody that wants to bang the drum and be in the front, and no one that wants to put away the chairs. And when we have people that'll put away the chairs, then we'll have leaders. When I was 10 years old, I worked for my father. He had an implement dealership. And he was a military guy. The first job he said, go get a bucket and fill it up with hot water and get a steel brush. And then I watched him military clean the bathroom for his employees, for his mechanics. It was disgusting. And he was on his knees and he was working. And then he said, this is going to be your job. If you don't like it, if you're too good for it and your old man can do it, you don't need to work here. And that was probably as big a leadership moment, even though I've worked with some great, great leaders that would be on covers of magazines. It was, your job is to serve and you're not above anything. So I think that's what stuck out the most for me, Jim. Today I work, I have the opportunity to work with Dr. Robert Cialdini, who's getting an award, Lifetime Achievement, from your lovely publication. And our goal is, it is to use influence to help people become more influential, to have more impact. My specific expertise that I work with, Jim, is helping people be influential in the area of sales. And so Gene and I are conspiring to do some work together. And it's like, how can we, if you could serve anyone, why wouldn't you serve the people that are the most negatively affected by not having whatever you're great at? And so that's pretty much my mission today.
That's really cool. All three of us have something in common in regards to our love of, our study of, our leadership roles in the sales arena, and probably assuming correctly that there's a great number of sales professionals that are actually watching this presentation simply because of the numbers. What I'd like to ask you specifically is, how is it as a sales professional that you lead your client, you lead your prospect across the line when they're facing their own resistance, right? What in the sales industry they call objections, what I and the influence industry call subjections, right? Because they're basically subjective, right? I want to think about it. I need to talk to someone. I need to research. And really what it is their own inability to actually cross into what they really want to do. Because if you were to offer your product for free, they would take it, right? So how is it that you, Gene, in your conversations, either yourself personally or what you train your teams to do, to lead individuals into what it is that they want, whether it be a product or a program that you're offering?
Well, let's ask. I want to talk to Tom Schaaf about this, because there's nobody on this planet that I have met, and I've met a lot of people and I've read a lot of books, that knows more about this than Tom Schaaf. Anything I could say, I've learned from him probably, and I won't say as good as him. So, Tom, I'm going to yield the mic to you.
Well,
I'm not trying to wimp out on the question.
We get you.
I've got my
I'm right there with you, brother.
My mentor is here on the call. I want to hear from him. Let me grab my journal quick.
You know, to answer the question, I think if you're getting objections, you have sloppy selling. You suffered premature jubilation and you were celebrating the dance before you earned the right. A great salesperson understands that a person that you're selling to probably has an idea that you get paid if you sell them something. And as you say, a bunch of positive things, that they reduce their interest and have to defend themselves. A great salesperson doesn't handle objections. They bring them up. They say, hey, I have some ideas for you today. And before we start, these are the reasons why you wouldn't buy these things. These are the conditions where it wouldn't be appropriate for you. And yet I have something to share with you. Do you mind if we unpack that? So what you do is you bring up, if you want credibility, if you're going to be a person of influence, there are very few things that are all rainbows and applesauce. Like real world, there are trade-offs and there are hard things. So you bring them up so that there isn't use of superlatives. The more we say very and the best, and it's number one, the more I'd be like, you're headed to the slaughter. Now, the second idea that I go to is people buy to get rid of problems, not to get something. So the scarcity principle, popularized by Dr. Cialdini, is like, what does it cost them not to take action? If there is no cost to not taking action, they shouldn't buy. If there is, every moment they don't buy has a cost to it. When I'd look at doing any change algorithm, if it was selling consulting, training, a service, a building, a football field, and I've done all of those things, there are always three investments, Jim, in anything, and it's true for leadership too. The three investments are time, money, and a commitment to change. And what we spend a lot of time objecting about is money. And money is always the easiest thing. It's never the problem. Money is never the problem. What's a lot harder than money is time. And what's a lot harder than time is change. Now, if there's not a problem that's big enough and if there isn't an adverse problem that's big enough to teeter-totter it, to say, this must be resolved, people won't change. And if they won't change, they won't spend time. And if they won't spend time, they won't spend money. And if you will slow down and get people attached to, here is the impact of the status quo, to the point that the status quo is no longer tolerable and people are materially affected and they care about it. They're engaged, and adverse circumstances that persist are no longer acceptable. People universally change, and then they spend time, and then money. You still have to be fair, but money is not the problem. They'll find the money. So that's my take on it. What do you think of that?
No, I think it's brilliant. I mean, listen, anyone that is teaching effective sales, which, by the way, I've in my upcoming book that I have, it's actually called The Death of Sales and the Elevation of the Art of Influence, because I truly believe that going forward and in modern day, the most effective person that's in this role is one who is a leader who can influence an individual to move into what it is they truly desire and facilitate them through their own resistance. What in the old sales jargon was overcome their objection. It's new now. People are enlightened. Many times people know more about your product than you know yourself. So what is imperative in the new paradigm of sales is for that professional to go ahead of your client, know more than your client's own situation, to be able to speak into what it is that's costing them, that's creating pain, that's creating some sort of depletion in their life, to speak into it and to offer solution in a way that they can see themselves moving into it. You're not selling to. You're in a conversation. You're pulling that person forward. You're eliciting the states that are necessary, the emotional states that are necessary for an individual to biologically and neurologically move into change. Like you said, probably the biggest opponent, the biggest opposition that you're going to face is their fear of change. So I'm right there with you. The whole game has changed.
You know, I'm twitching over here because when I hear some of, like, I don't think people today are enlightened at all. I think what they are is educated and they can find information on the internet. But the other day I was at my doctor and my doctor had this cup of coffee and it said, don't confuse your WebMD search with my Harvard MD. You know, like people have a rumbly tumbly and then they go look up and they say rumbly tumbly W, and they go, hey, I have cancer, I have this. And the doctor says, hey, how about you let me be the doctor and you be the patient? Yeah. And I think that with all the information that's available to us at levels we've never seen exponentially, people know less than ever before. The mind that's looking for the solution doesn't understand its problem and therefore usually comes up short. The world loves problem solvers, and we celebrate that we want to be problem solvers. Great leaders are not problem solvers. They're problem definers. Problem finders are the rare currency of the realm. Want to get paid and be in sales? Find problems. You'll always be able to find someone to solve them. It's never been a problem getting someone to solve a problem. The problem has been finding a problem that people care about and they're connected to. That isn't done through presentations. That's done through inquiry. That's done through inquiry. The future of sales, everything that's low level will be commoditized and it'll be done by robots and bots and all that. But the things that really matter will never be replaced by boxes and robots and the internet, because people will always get in the way of themselves. The ability to have a person, this is from UCLA, Hal Hirschfeld. The challenge in selling anything is that a 45 or a 50-year-old cannot associate with its 75 or 80-year-old self and doesn't realize that the short-term decisions they make for joy are going to cost them long-term pain that they're detached from. A great salesperson can help a person that's in a state of today associate with their future and have them understand what that'll be like, and then have them understand that if you do nothing different than what you're doing, the future looks lame. The future is going to be not something to look forward to, so that people say, I got to change that now. And great leaders, straight out of a good book I read, said, without a vision, the people perish. When people have a vision of where they're going and the consequence of not getting there, then people buy, and the presentation actually becomes almost irrelevant. It is possible to sell very large things with very short presentations if one has done a great job of warning. What do you think of that?
Oh, I love it.
You're just flirting with me.
Well, probably so.
Tom says it so beautifully, and it's told to us in so many different genres of our life. With clarity of where you want to go is the initial start, and that starts with us individually. Now, those of you that are watching right now, live or recorded, you're in a special category because you're taking the time out of your day to invest in yourself. So good on you and congratulations. Key is, what are you going to do with it and why are you here? But every great leader that I've had the pleasure of working under and around has been clear about what it is we're all doing. What's the mission? Where are we going? I had this old coach in high school in my little town of Sioux City, Iowa. The goal of a football team would be to get to the Dome. The Dome is the University of Northern Iowa Dome. That's where they played all the championships. And he would say over and over again, I can tell you how to get to the Dome, but we got to take the back roads. And what he meant by that was we weren't bigger, we weren't faster, we weren't smarter, we weren't better athletes, but if we could outwork everybody, we could take that back road to the Dome. And we did exactly that. His name is Walt Fiegel, and he's in every Hall of Fame there is. He's passed away now, but I can associate that to Ted Waiton building Gateway and Tony Robinson building his company, Chet Holmes building his consulting business, John Assaraf building his coaching business. I had the distinct pleasure of being around these people and seeing this stuff with my own eyes and seeing greatness in action. And it started with, hey, here's where we're going to go. And I already see it. Now, let me help you see it. And let's put the methods and the processes and the procedures in place so we can get there. Yes, there are going to be ups and downs. And then let's figure out how can we go find great people to help us get to where it is we want to be. You know, at the tactical level, in terms of leadership, you know, I'm in the process and have built a company from scratch in a field I knew nothing about, in ground engineering. And, you know, probably if I had to look at what were some of the things that have gotten us to a, you know, let's call it a perceived level of success, we've got a long ways to go, is I committed to finding the best people in what they did and what I needed. I needed somebody that could engineer things. I needed somebody who could build things and deliver things. And, you know, if you're somebody that's in the process of building a team right now, it's like, you got to get committed to find the very best and get out of their way. You got to be committed to pay them what needs to be paid to get them on your team. If you want to build a company and grow it fast, then get the best sellers, get the best operators, get the best financial people. And, you know, one of the hardest things about building a company is, you know, first, when it's just you got your hands in everything and you're doing everything, but your job as a leader is to do the things that leaders do, which is propel the company, put the people in the place, relinquish the control. You're still accountable, but relinquishing the control, that's been one of the more challenging things in building a company. Because especially on the sales side, like for me, it's like, hey, nobody can sell this stuff like me once I got it all figured out. But I realized that I was holding the company back. My job was to put the system in place and go recruit the talent and help those talents see the same picture that I see. So that's my 2 cents on that, is get clear where you want to go and get the people around you that are going to help you get there. Keep their vision going where it needs to go and support them in getting it done.
You know, Gino, I love what you said because it threads a lot of my experiences together. A common question that I've asked throughout my career is, if I met somebody that had the chops, I would say, like, what's the one? I'm going to give advice my whole life. I'm going to consult with businesses. What's the thing that I want to know? And so I'm with John Wooden in 1993. I'm putting on the McDonald's All-American basketball game. It's me and Coach Wooden. And I say, hey, Coach, what's the one thing from your whole career that I need to know to give advice? Because I'm like 29 years old at the time. And he says, and he's about 87 at the time. And he's got this, wrinkly thumb that's really gnarled. And he kind of points. He said, Tommy, he said, you can't win without the players. It's like Gene said, like, you need the players. And then he pauses and he gathers himself and he winks and he says, but just because you have the players doesn't mean you are going to win. And then he went into a lovely thing that was engraved in my person. Get the right players. Get the right players and then train them and develop them. Don't find somebody that isn't any good and then try to turn them into something. Find somebody where you can afford to train them. Go get an athlete, and then this is a football. And then he showed them how to put their socks on so that they didn't get blisters, so they could run, so they could outrun everyone. Now, a second individual that threads to that was Jack Welch over at GE. And so I was interviewing Jack Welch when I was about 30. And I said, Jack, they call you Neutron Jack. Some people don't like you in the world. What advice do you have for a guy who's going to be a consultant the rest of his life? He said, and we're in Appleton, Wisconsin. And he says, Tom, if you owned the Green Bay Packers, you wouldn't spend all your time with your CFO. You'd spend as much time as you could with your head of personnel. If you want to make a big difference, make your first strategic hire the person who brings talent to your team. Your person that brings talent to your team is the biggest transformative thing that you can do. Dan Sullivan and Ben Hardy, and Ben Hardy is my personal coach. They wrote the book Who Not How.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's, instead of figuring all this stuff out, what we figure out is the who that knows that stuff. And in 2024, that might be my girlfriend ChatGPT. Like maybe your who is technology and they can figure that out. But those are the thoughts that, you know, as you spoke, Gene, resonated most clear with me, like right tongue and groove.
You know, I remember a book, Corporate Life Cycles by Ixacadesis. And one of the things that one of the chapters is the go-go phase, right? It's basically the different cycles, like human cycles that we have. And the go-go phase is where the CEO is everything. They're the product, they're the salesperson, they're every position in there, and they're driving the company, which is necessary from the very beginning. But at some point, if they stay in that role, like Stephen Jobs did over at Apple, they basically had to get him out of there because he wouldn't relinquish control. And so it's so important, like you're saying, to hire the right people. And I know we've got a lot of entrepreneurs that are watching, and there's somewhat, you know, I watched a Facebook reel by Gary Vee, and he said, listen, nobody's good at hiring, but you better get good at firing, because if you're going to hold on to the wrong person longer than what you should, it's going to cost you a lot. I remember I helped consult with a company in the remodeling industry in Tampa, Florida. In the first year, they became Company of the Year for that city. And I started out with 3 salespeople. None of them had any experience. They were all in their later 20s. And what I looked for was one common denominator. And all 3 of them, by the way, in their first year, all earned over $500,000 in income.
Wow, good hire.
Here it is that was common, and I came upon it by accident. The commonality is I looked for these young people that had the desire to invest in their life. And when I say invest, I mean buy rental property, anything that would bring passive income and that they could build value. These were 20-something-year-old that were already constructing their life, right? And what they needed was an opportunity that would fund that, so that they were not so much focused on doing a job, they were focused on building a future. And this is something, and I got to tell you something, it's something that I use today to identify who it is that's going to be a good employee for me, right? So I don't know, maybe you want to speak into that, Gene, or
I do.
You have, yeah.
I'm a fan of Gary Vee, big time. And you got to put in perspective what he's saying about hire fast, fire faster. I get that. But when you're a startup, that's not the way you can do it, because you're focused. You got to maintain cash flow. You got to make sure that you can pay the bills. If you're hiring people and firing them fast, you're always going to be in a hole and you'll never get ahead. What I would say is learn how to be the best hirer possible. Interviewing is a skill. Reading people is a skill. Asking hard questions is a skill. You're not born with this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Holding people accountable is a skill. You know, one of the things that has really impacted me over time is the difference between being liked and being respected. Now, a disease that I've had is I've always wanted to be liked. I'm a people-pleasing type of guy. And when you're in a leadership role with employees and direct reports, and then those people having direct reports, if you want everybody to like you, you're not going to be in a very good situation. Because
or as a parent, even.
Or as a parent.
Yeah.
So, I look at my job as laying out the ground rules, showing the vision, making sure the appropriate the how-to this is there, making sure I have very strong experts. But you know, one of the biggest transitions I've had to make is being able to understand the art of having a hard conversation with somebody. Here's a true story. And I know and I'll tell you it's true because it has to do with Tom Schaff. About 15 years ago, I was working on as a consultant on an account that we were doing very, very well in, a company out of Iowa. And they needed after we got their sales process laid out, their metrics laid out, we helped them understand what clients were being profitable, which ones weren't being profitable. And they were a call center, so they were exceptionally busy with thousands of employees. One of the things they couldn't figure out was how to win big deals. And I knew one person that I personally knew, Tom Schaff, knew that science better than anybody. Tom came in and saw what was there, and I brought him in as a partner on the consulting deal. And there's only, you know, they pay us a certain amount of money and you divide that up among the people that are working. And then Tom, being the great leader he was, said, I know somebody even better than me. There's a guy named Tom Searcy. He wrote a book called Whale Hunting. And if you're anybody that's in the world of hunting big deals, that is the Bible of how to do it. So we bring in Tom Searcy. Now you've got three heavy hitters. You got Tom Searcy and Tom Schaff and Gene McNaughton. Well, after about a couple months, this company started making progress, and they were a $50 million company that were in line to win a $95 million account. And I remember Tom Schaff calling me and saying, Gino, you ever had to have a real tough conversation? So I brought Schaff in, who brought in Searcy. There was only so much pie to split up, and Schaff had to fire me off the account I brought him in. And he did it so kindly that we're still best friends today. So I don't know. I don't know if that helps anybody or not, but Schaff, you remember that?
I do. By the way, do you remember this company had 979 accounts, and we analyzed it, and 17 of their accounts were 91% of their business. And we said, here's our idea. Fire 950 of your accounts. And they're like, no, we can't. I'm like, you waste all of your time and all of your talent you are majoring in minor things. Like, what if we spend all of our time? And I said, and your sales force, it's not very strong. You have one keeper out of 7. So our big thesis was, let's go work on one account with one guy, and then you'll have to hire thousands of people. And they laughed. And we turned Mike Clausen out on one account, got it set up, brought in an executive team, and did more business by 2 times than they had done in their 100-year career. So it's that there are little things, little hinges swing big doors. There are little things, little principles. There are little amounts. Couple things done right change all the economics, change all the energy, change all of the company.
The baseline of that story was I had to swallow my ego and swallow my pride and get out of the way and let the next level experts take over for the good of the business and for the good of that company. Mm-hmm. And it was some financial impact to me, but the way that Tom Schaff delicately had that conversation, and I knew it, I knew that. And, you know, that could have ended in something bitter and we could have been angry and fought over money. Didn't work that way. It actually worked the opposite way because we've done a number of deals together. Now we're working on a business program together down the road. And I just went to his seminar 2 weeks ago, a month ago, going to another one with him and Robert Cialdini next week. So the art of having a hard conversation is something worthy of studying and mastering. But don't get me wrong. If you're going to be a good leader, you've got to be willing to have those delicate conversations with people that work for you. Because if you're only working for them to like you, it's unlikely they're going to do everything in their power to help achieve your vision.
You know, as you say that, Gino, it makes me think of what you need: knowledge. And that's why Ty Lopez is coming up after us. So like you need that knowledge. I don't know if you've seen his ads for years on social media, but he's coming up right after us. And then he'll be able to bring that knowledge to us. That'll be great.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, he certainly will. And he is somebody that I think would certainly agree with what it is that we're saying, because one of the things that I'll speak about Ty for a second. One of the things that Ty was brilliant at, first of all, I mean, the guy would literally, he'd read a book a day, he'd speed read, and he had his own strategy for doing so. And when you have a conversation with him, he'll reference, from the French Revolution to ancient Greeks to, modernists, industrialists, whatever the case may be. And his wisdom is extraordinary. And I was fortunate enough to help him build his sales team. And one of the things that we did in order to make sure that we were getting the right people is I had everybody submit a video to me. And the video asked two questions. Number one, why is it that you believe you should be hired as a sales professional at this company? And what is it about this company that resonates with you to the point where you would want to be hired by us and work with us? And so it was somewhat of a mash of two questions. And what we were looking for was to see how the individual handled it under that type of pressure, because they had to keep it under 1 minute. So in other words, clarity, conciseness, intelligence. And I can tell you, if you're in the game of whether it be influence or sales or enrollment, whatever it is, it's really important that you hone those skills, because those are the skills of communication that effectively are going to influence your prospect and your clients in a positive way. Tom, you want to say something to that?
Yeah, so I do a lot of assessments. I've assessed 57,000 people in my career, mostly for large, either founder or portfolio companies of private equity firms, and then publicly traded firms. When it comes to salespeople, what I found is the most successful predictor of success came from my training as a stand-up comic. I was a stand-up that was told to sit down, and that was my best joke. So it doesn't get any better than that. My wife, you should just pray for her. But when you go audition for a show, for a tour, to get with an agent, they don't say, tell me where you studied and what your theory of comedy is. They turn off all the lights, they put a spot on you, and they say, make me laugh. And it is an audition. Want to change your life? Quit having interviews. Have auditions.
Wow, yeah.
So in my world, I'd be like, let's skip all this stuff. What do you know more about than anything? Who buys it? Why do they buy it? Let's role play. Your audition, do what you want. I'm a buyer. Let's go. And you can either do the job or you can't. Now, when they're done, if there's going to be some pretty nice things, I'd say, hey, you did these things great. I'd be like, can I share with you the things that probably weren't so great? Then I share those, and then I watch. I don't even care if they're good. What I want to find out is when I give them feedback about where they missed it, are they defensive? Are they writing stuff down? Are they going to argue with me? Are they going to justify? Or are they going to take notes? And if they take notes, then I got a winner chicken dinner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. Good point. Well, guys, I don't know where we are in time right here. Mo will certainly let us know that. But how about we start kind of winding things down here a bit, and maybe it's a leadership event. It's a leadership conference. It's a mastermind in leadership. I can tell you that I've attended masterminds. I participated in masterminds that were $25,000, $50,000, $100,000. Tony's Platinum Partnership is over $100,000. So one of the things that I've found is that there's evidence, there's content, there's a body of work, something that exists out there that people can look to in order to find the leadership quality in themselves so that they can lead themselves into a future, into a career, whatever it is, building a business that's going to successfully keep them on the track. Gene, you want to start with
before you do, may I?
Oh, Mr. Rex, yes, please.
Yeah, let you know that there's like about a minute left. So if everybody would, encapsulate the main idea that you just asked them about, and then we'll come back and talk a little bit about what's coming next. But you guys, gosh, talk about fabulous, talk about content, talk about delivery. Amazing. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Tommy, Gene, Jim. Wow. Awesome.
I'll leave with my final thoughts to everybody out there. You want to be a great leader, study leadership. You want to be a great seller, study sellers. And your number one most competitive situation is to read the books, listen to the podcasts, find the mentors, pay the money, go to the seminars. If somebody asked me in a nutshell, what is it? It is those things. You can get in a room with other like-minded people in front of a great leader, whether it's Jim Miller or Tom Schaff or Rex Sack, then get in there and get into the energy and learn from these people. 99% of people won't open a book. 99% of people won't listen to the podcast, and even less will go to a seminar. That's your competitive advantage right there.
Be the one. Be the one. Tommy.
I love that. Charlie Tremendous Jones said that we are the summary of 5 people that we spend the most time with. Yeah. And when it comes to leadership, it's the 5 people that you were managed by, that you spent the most time with in your development. If it were to me, I would say pick who you work for. Don't work for a company, work for a leader. As a kid in college, I wanted to work for Don Goldfuss at Apogee Enterprises. Why? He had 110 leaders that worked for him, that went off to work at $100 million companies as CEOs. Work for leaders and study their playbook, learn their playbook, and then once you're informed, do whatever occurs to you would be my playbook for that. It's been a pleasure to spend time with you.
Thank you, Jim, what an excellent conversation. And Gene and Tommy, marvelous, absolutely marvelous. I want to piggyback on what you just said. Edward C. Barnes wanted to partner with Edison, didn't want to work for the company, wanted to go straight to the man or woman. So what great advice you both have left us with. And Jim, beautiful. Thank you so much for this.
Rex, can we come work for you and Jim?
I would love it. I would absolutely love it. And can I also come work for you guys?
Well, could you take the pay cut? Could you?
Look, I'm ready to audition.
You know what? Watch out. You might get the call. Get an agent. Get an agent. Thanks, guys.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Jim, we're bringing up somebody else who and these guys can stay here for a moment and just all talk about it. It's Tai Lopez.
We're bringing up Tai Lopez. And why Tai Lopez? Well, 1.5 billion people can't be wrong, right? I mean, the guy's got a continent for his viewership. So you're going to find out. I got to tell you something. Tai Lopez gets a lot of knocks sometimes on the internet about actually very incorrect information, because Tai Lopez is a marketer, and everything that he did was to build his viewership, was to build his client base, and it worked, right? Even the negative comments attracted, for every one negative comment, it would attract 10 positive contacts defending his position. And I can tell you, he's a very authentic man, a true leader. You're gonna hear some great brilliance. I mean, just to be in front of such a brilliant human being like Tommy Schaff, like Gene McNaughton, like yourself, Rex, to be in front of brilliant people and hear what they have to say is worth its weight in gold. So I truly and I encourage you to watch this next segment.
You know, I mean, he caught me. I saw him. Here are my cars, but these are my books. And I was like, whoa, there's something going on here that's really, you know, because it's mesmerizing. You know, I was led by the shiny object, but
the car was a metaphor.
It was just to get the attention and to get you to focus on.
That's exactly right.
Brilliant.
The whole time he was playing the audience.
Well,
knowledge.
Well, there's one other thing that all of you exemplify, and that Ty exemplifies is, you know, you can love me or hate me. That's not opposites. The opposite of love is to ignore. And so hate or love are part of the same two sides of one coin. That's given your attention. So if you love somebody, you attend to them. If you hate somebody, you attend to them. And somebody, I don't remember who said it on here today, but they said, you know, it's well, people live, you know, in your head, not for free. They're renting their space, so you're giving it to them, or they're living for free. I'm screwing that up. This is an exciting time. Let me shut up. I hope you get the point, not the way it was delivered.
Thank you, Gene.
I think we're going to a commercial right now. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. Hopefully, we've been able to impart some wisdom and help you on your journey to being a great leader. Great job being here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tom.
And welcome back to the LA Leadership Week, where we are redefining what it means to be a leader and helping individuals from around the world lead their lives and lead their businesses. And we're so grateful because for 1 week, we have been able to attract and assemble some of the top thought leaders, past, present, and future. And when it comes to present thought leaders, Ty Lopez is a name that I know is synonymous with leadership, synonymous with business, synonymous with growth. I personally have been an admirer of Ty Lopez for several years now, and I think that he's a brilliant mind, not just in terms of marketing, but in terms of leadership and business in general. And whenever you have an opportunity to learn from Ty Lopez, it's really a great opportunity. So I want to kick off by just real quickly asking some of our team here, before Jim Miller leads a conversation with Ty, how excited are you? Let's start with their editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel.
Well, thank you so much, Mo. I am thrilled. You know, I was one who was following Ty Lopez on his one book a day, daily books, and it really has transformed my life. I am grateful for the leadership, for the choices that Ty has made to invest on making his contents viral. I mean, he's the king of viral content before viral content was even a thing. So I am so excited that we have Ty Lopez here today.
Amazing. Alicia Magnus-Lewis.
I'm delighted that we have Ty Lopez joining us today. Ty is such a thought leader in helping individuals understand their self, have more awareness of themselves, intentionality, and his emphasis on individuals' ability to hone into their writing and to their speaking skills to really be an asset for themselves, to be able to advocate for themselves is so incredibly important. And it is just a pleasure to be here with Ty today.
And Rex Sykes.
Well, Ty Lopez is a global leader who's created so much of an empire, but he's also willing to share his knowledge, his know-how, and his methods so that other people can do the same. I've been a huge fan of Ty for many, many years.
And of course, Jim Miller, before you take the lead and start the conversation with Ty on leadership, how excited are you?
Well, I'm very excited. First of all, Ty's a good friend and a colleague, and we've known each other for for a few years now, and there's no one that I can think of that has had the experiences, met the people, been engaged in the conversations, done the business transactions that Tai Lopez has done. So just hearing conversations from that perspective is fascinating.
Incredible. And with that, we want to welcome Tai Lopez to the virtual stage here. Tai, thank you for being a part of LA Leadership Week. Thank you for being part of the Los Angeles Tribune community. We're going to step back and have Jim Miller take the lead and engage in a powerful conversation with you centered on leadership. Tai Lopez, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I appreciate you all. I was born in LA, so I am one of the few natives. It feels like everybody's from somewhere else, but I was born in Long Beach, so glad to be part of the LA original world. I didn't realize the Tribune is back from the 1800s, so that's cool. They're probably reporting on J. Paul Getty and Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah, we're the OG for sure when it comes to news. But it's good to see you, Tai.
Good to see you.
And again, I first remember. By the way, let me introduce you a little bit more formally to our audience. Tai is an investor, philanthropist. He's an advisor to hundreds of multi-million-dollar companies, even helped create probably almost all of them. Tai reads a book a day, has one of the most phenomenal book clubs with over a million, close to 1.5 million people in over 40 countries. It's amazing that many people actually read still, but that's all right. You've got over a 1.5 billion views on YouTube, and you share your advice on the good life, including health, wealth, love, and happiness. And I remember when one of the most fascinating things, Tai, that I remember, first impressions, we were in your garage up in the Hollywood Hills. And it was kind of like at the nascent stage of your launch to where you are right now. And you were on the phone in China, and you had an ad in front of you, and you spent over 45 minutes discussing the different shades of green, split testing each one, and the placement of that in a particular ad that you were about to run. And I thought to myself, man, this guy's different. And what was interesting is not only were you doing that, were you trying the different, but you were explaining to us, I think Jeremy was there, I was there, maybe a couple other people, you were explaining to us exactly what was going on inside of your thought process. So it was truly amazing to watch you in action, right? To see the detail and the thought that goes into your brand, right? Same thing with us at the LA Tribune. You know, we do as best we can in being as critical in our thinking and intention, right?
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it's all psychology. I just saw a video with Drake the other day, and it was Drake at the beginning of his career, his music career. He'd been a TV guy, and he goes, this is all marketing and music. He's like, my brand's going to be different, not just because of my music, but he's like, all these people are good musicians, but they forget it's marketing. It's like the old saying, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a noise? And so I sometimes say, is it good to launch a business and a product that nobody hears about? There's 5 million podcasts now in the world. I started mine in like 2012. There was like 1,000 back then. There's 5 million now. There's over 1 billion websites. So if you don't know how to get attention in the modern world, doesn't matter how good your product is or your service, nobody hears about you. So it's all about the precise. I'm really a student of psychology first. It's like psychology first, then the practical application is persuasion. Then that splits into sales and marketing and product creation. Those are all subsets of psychology.
Yeah, I remember that when you and I were discussing in my interview in the 67 Steps, we both spoke about Daniel Kahneman and the psychology, right, of his work. And I know you to be a student of that. One of the things that that really caught my eye.
Sadly, I think Daniel Kahneman died.
Yeah, he just recently did.
Yeah,
he just recently did. There was an interview that you did, and you spoke about your 5 principles of success, right? And reading and going through all 5 of them, breathing. Share with me those five principles that you talk about.
Yeah. So like, first I'll step back. I love frameworks. I'm going to share something with the LA Tribune I haven't shared with anybody. So, you know, I started out talking about the 67 steps. That was like 67 frameworks. And then I have like the 5M. That's what you're talking about. These different frameworks, 4 Ps, you know, that's an old framework, VRIN score. But I'm just now working on what I think will be my Magnus opus. It's not released yet. It's going to take me a few years to build, but it's the 484 frameworks to the good life. So it's 121 rules, principles, frameworks for creating health. So 4 pillars of the good life: health, wealth, love, happiness. So to me, and I'll answer your question, but I wanted to give it in this perspective because it'll make more sense to people. At the very top, you can only have one goal in life, right? One of my friends is a PhD in basically AI engineering. So he's always trying to reverse engineer the human brain. And so he said, Ty, we've done all the science. You can't really multitask. It's hard. Or you can multitask, but you lose efficiency. So he said, in life, you got to have one, he calls it the atomic use case. He used to work for NASA. So I started thinking, okay, what's the purpose of life on Earth? I'm not an expert on what happens after we die or spiritual things, so I'll leave that to other people. But life on Earth, to me, I came up with the good life. That's your atomic use case. So what actually matters in life is, do you look back on your last day on Earth and say, I lived a good damn life? That's it. If it doesn't matter how much money you made, if you can't say that, you failed. If you can say that, you won. So then I keep breaking it down like an atom, you know, breaks into parts, right? And, you know, electrons, protons, all this. So you have, then those break into the 4 pillars. To have a good life, you have to master health, wealth, love, and happiness. So those are the 4 pillars. Then the 4 pillars each break into 3. So that you get the 12 foundations. And then the 12 foundations each break into 3, and you get the 36 principles. And then the 36 principles break down into 3. That's where you end up with 121 frameworks. And putting those all together, 121 for health, 121 for wealth, love, happiness, that'll be 484. So the idea is we go into life, there's no rule book. So I'm trying to create it as best I can to give my great grandchildren one day. This is as best as I could come up with, my ideas and the smartest people I could come up with. What are simple frameworks? So you could actually, I'm going to put it on my website for free. So it'll take a couple years to finish, but you'll just type in on my blog a solution to any problem. Let's say you're like, I'm overweight, or I'm single and lonely, or my business is stuck at $1 million a year gross revenue. And it'll pop up it'll select out of the 484 frameworks, the ones like simple ones, start following these. So when you going back, that was my long answer to yours. Yeah, there's some simple frameworks that I recommend that people, so it's like kind of around the number 5. So basically, for example, whenever you feel stressed, stop and take 5 deep breaths. Okay. At least 5 seconds in, at least 5 seconds out. Simple framework like that has been proven scientific. I try to base everything on good science, not just science, because there's a lot of bad science, but a Nobel Prize winner. I have a couple of mentors that won a Nobel Prize. So that there's real science around, because the average person is stressed. Chronic stress is like insanity, even for entrepreneurs, even people, you know, I've been in business with 3 guys on the Forbes list, own companies 50-50. Even these people think I have money going to solve everything. It's more genetic, your baseline anxiety levels. So the simplest thing is this framework of 5. You should be reading 5 books a month. That sounds a lot. People are like, how can I read 5 books a month? I'm like, well, it's about 1 a week, a little more than 1 a week. Use audiobooks. Put them on double. Whenever I'm in the shower, my phone's dead. Can you plug this in? My phone died, but I would show you, I have hundreds of audiobooks. People listen to too much music in the modern world. I'm a big fan of playing music. Like, I play piano. I'm just amateur, but I play it. I think music is important for humans, but sitting there listening to pop music when you're in the shower, when you're at the gym, when you're on a walk is, Karl Marx said religion was the opiate of the masses in the 1800s. I would say no. 21st century, the opiate of the masses is music and sports. So a little less music, a little more audiobooks. Okay. So that's another one of the frameworks. 5 mentors. You should have. My 67 steps is built around this concept that, you know, I was born, my dad was in prison in Terminal Island, Los Angeles, off Long Beach. There's an island called Terminal Island, TI. So my childhood pics, I posted some on Instagram. People were surprised, like me in the prison yard when I'm 1 year old or 2 years old with my dad. So I didn't have a father figure that really showed me the ropes. And he was from Harlem. He grew up poor. So I found surrogate fathers. You know, I found 5 millionaires, and I said, teach me what you know and I'll work for you for free. That's what the 67 steps was about. But everybody needs 5 mentors that have been there way ahead of you. And so that's another use of the number 5. You should talk to 5 strangers a week. You need to build your social networking skills. People are petrified to talk to strangers, but some of your biggest asymmetrical returns in life is talking to a stranger. So I have this framework. You live in a city, 5 times a week, try to start a conversation with a stranger. You never know. I remember I was at a Warren Buffett Berkshire Hathaway meeting. It was the first one I went to, I forget, about 10 years ago. And I got there. If you don't get there super early, it's like 18,000 of the top investors converge in Omaha, Nebraska. They're waiting outside at 4 in the morning. They're in line to hear. It doesn't start till 8. There's literally people out there at 3 or 4. Some people spend the night. It's like they call it the Woodstock of capitalism. So I went to it and I got there at like an hour early. Of course, I'm in the back of the line. So 18,000 people, literally grown men running in, trying to hear Warren Buffett. Bill Gates is there. Tim Cook is their CEO of Apple. And I ended up in high-rise seats because that's all that was left. And I was sitting there next to there's an older dude next to me. And I just wasn't following my rule of talking to 5 strangers. And finally, at the end, I remembered the rule. Ty, you got to talk to a stranger. So I turned to him in the last 30 minutes of the day. And I just said, hey, my name's Ty. What do you do? How'd you end up here? Turns out this is almost the richest guy in Germany, second richest guy in Germany. I don't know if he's quite on the Forbes list, but he's probably worth 900 million. And we struck up a friendship. He joined my email newsletter where I review a book a day. And he ends up, lo and behold, inviting me to speak to his 18 CEOs, flying me out to Germany. And he had made his money in education, but print education, old school. And so I said, give me your formula. He gave me your formula, and I built an online education, empire. But that all came from talking to 5 strangers. So these are simple frameworks that humans don't have. People feel lost because they don't have good frameworks, simple rules that you can follow in every situation.
Well, these are all principles of leadership. I know at the Tribune here, we have probably one of the best book lists, along with yourself and others. As a matter of fact, Mark Victor Hansen was interviewing with Mo yesterday, he and his wife, and he said, without a doubt, probably one of the best book lists that he's seen. And also, too, we're now one of only 2 news organizations, the New York Times and ourselves, that actually have a bestseller recommendation. And reading is, without a doubt, I know myself proficiently, I do my best to read as much as possible. But reading and networking and taking care of yourself physically, all of these are within the grasp of anyone, and all of them, what you're claiming, are fundamentals of leadership, of leading yourself, of leading others, and building yourself into something in life that you would be proud of and enjoy looking back on, like you said, on your last day.
Yeah. And on my tylopez.com/books, which I launched like 2012, maybe 2011. At one point, it was the #1 thing if you Googled books. I don't know. I haven't done much marketing for it, but it went viral. And my first book that I list 100 books that I recommend you read in order for the good life: health, wealth, love, and happiness. I've got like 2 lists. One is my current reading list, and then the best ones make it onto the 100. I switch the order of them. But book #1 is by a business leader and a thought leader named Peter Drucker, who's probably the most respected management leader of the last 100 years. And the book he wrote, it's a simple book. It's amazing how few people have read it. It's called Managing Oneself. And so in the opening page, he says, what separates the Leonardo da Vinci's, the You know, the Michelangelos, the Albert Einsteins, they have the same 24 hours in a day. Besides their genetic high IQ, another thing that makes them different and makes them leaders, not just now, but not in their day, but forever. They go down in history as these archetypes of leadership. They knew how to manage themselves. And that's a framework. And the hardest thing to do is to manage thyself. You know, it's kind of like one of the principles that, if I'm not super religious, but the Bible, Jesus Christ said, physician, heal thyself. So you go to a doctor, especially modern doctors in America, you go in there, they're telling you to lose weight and they're fatter than you. The physician, heal thyself. You know, like, you're not even healthy. In the same way, a lot of people want to be leaders and tell other people how to manage our life. I'm like, your life's in shambles. So the first principle of leadership, I would say, without a doubt, is leader, manage thyself, lead thyself. And so when I talk, you know, there's kind of a trend now that's saying you don't respect, you know, there's a lot of business guys on social media going viral now. Oh, I wouldn't respect any business leader that doesn't have a six-pack abs because it shows that they manage themselves or can't manage themselves. Well, I don't know if that falls, that doesn't hold up to scrutiny. They're the richest people in the world don't have a six-pack, at least when they made their billions. Now Jeff Bezos is a little bit juiced up, getting his six-pack in, and Zuckerberg's doing jujitsu. But I don't know that it's a framework of life that to create billions, if your goal is the wealth pillar, I don't think that it's true you have to be hyper in shape. But if you want a good life, which is my atomic use case, that's my purpose of this earthly existence, to live a good life, then you do need to work on health and manage thyself. So, you know, the richest guy that I've ever had dinner with and really talked to one-on-one is Steve Ballmer. I just saw, when I met him, he was at 40 billion net worth. He owns the Clippers there in LA, but he's worth about 129 billion. And I remember asking him, I was like, Steve, question for you. You were the CEO of the largest company in history at the time, Microsoft, for 20 years. And you got kids. How did you, not neglect? You hear so much about CEOs being workaholics, neglecting their kids, or kids growing old and bitter. He said, Excel. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, I made a spreadsheet and I made sure that I had time for my children. So he created ratios. He'd be like, I can't go to every one of my son's football game, but I can go to X amount of them, 30% of them. And so that was him managing himself in a highly logical and organized way. And so I think the best leaders are people that get out of their emotions and really go, okay, what's a logical approach to time management, daily routine management, managing my money. I have a friend in LA, made 18 million bucks selling his company, sold a media company, 18 million. He got zero. He went back to a 9-to-5 job. 5 years later, he had nothing left because he didn't manage his money well. He put it into he bought like a $2 million house, bought some cars, spent $1 million or $2 million partying, paid taxes in California. California, no joke with taxes. When I was living in Beverly Hills, you get in the 52.5% tax bracket if you make enough of money. So, and then Beverly Hills will try to slap a 1%, 50. You try to be, so you make 18 million, even at cap gains rates, you're going to end up, let's say, end up with 12 million, 13 million after tax. There's a credit sometimes you can get, but let's say you got 13 million, burned a couple million, that leaves him 11, bought a house too. Then he put 9 million into this subdivision. He had a theory that the area between LA and Vegas was the next hot spot. Well, you got one thing right. It is a hot spot. It's Death Valley, which nobody wants to live in. So he worked on a subdivision. This is back in 2006. I knew him. 2008 came. He wiped his whole 9 million. So that's an example of true leadership starts with yourself. Can you manage your own money? Can you manage your own family? Can you manage your own time, your own dating life, your own gym time? And that's the ultimate obstacle, because at the end of the day, the other framework for leadership, I like this framework. I'm a framework guy. So framework number one is manage thyself, every leader. I'll give you three. We can talk about three main ones. Number one is manage thyself. Number two is the Steve Ballmer. Put it on a Google sheet or an Excel spreadsheet. It needs to be a ratio. It should be mathematical. It should be kind of ratios. I use the 60-30-10 ratio. Ballmer had his own. So 60-30-10 is I'm awake 16 hours a day. I'm going to spend 60% on the health pillar. If you're at the prime of your career, you're going to need, that's about 9.5 hours a day. If you're at the prime, depending on how much money is your goal and so on and so forth. But most people listening are in their prime. So 60% of your day, 16 hours, that's about 9.5 hours. Focus on moolah, the wealth, acquiring resources for you and your legacy. Then the 30% of your time is spent, in my opinion, you spend it on love, which is social life. Love breaks into friends, family, and romance. So I like to work in the day when I'm an entrepreneur, and then boom, come 5 or 6 o'clock, it's like hanging out with my friends. If you're single, going on dates. But 30% of 16 hours, about 4 hours. Just so if you got a family, spending time with your kids, 4 hours a day, you know? And then the 10% I put towards the health pillar. So that's about 1.6, 1.5 hours. And really, there's a lot of science. Like I'm on a treadmill desk right now. I'm actually building a treadmill desk company. I don't own this treadmill. Soon. I don't have the website yet. No shameless plug for this, but watch me. I'm going to launch in the next year a treadmill desk company, because the goal is for a man about 14,000 steps a day is optimal. For a woman, about 11 or 12,000. There's a Harvard paleoanthropologist named Daniel Lieberman who wrote a book on this called The Story of the Human Body. He studied the actual skeletal structure of humans, and he says men, we're framed to walk a little bit more than women, but both men and women need a lot of steps. The average American's getting 3,000 steps. So I think if you have an out 10% of your day, 1.5 hours is devoted to, health. 45 minutes walk. I wake up. I'm on my farm right now. I got different homes, but when I'm on the farm, I'm taking off to the barn. I was just over my horses. So I got 2 different barns. I walk the whole way. No gator, no tractor, no truck. Feet. I'm trying to get in and with my treadmill desk helping me a little, I can hit about 14 to 15,000. You don't want to do much more than 15 as a man, or you'll start eating into your muscle. And you need muscle for anti-aging. So, and then 60, 30, 10, and then 0% has to be dedicated to happiness. That's the 4th pillar. Because if you get the health, wealth right, love right, you're going to be happy. Happiness is a byproduct of the other 3, although there is some stuff you can do. So that's it. Manage thyself. Be scientific about it. Use the 60, 30, 10 framework. Get it on a Google Sheet or an Excel spreadsheet. Okay, that's the 2nd principle of leadership. And then the 3rd principle, and this is the most important, and I forget, I heard this from somebody, maybe it was Tony Robbins or Jim Rohn. I can't remember. I'd love to attribute it, but I've heard it from a few different places. But it says, I can't teach you, but you can learn. So when you have employees, when you have staff, you can't teach them to be great. That's a misnomer. Just like your children. You can't this is the problem in the modern education system. You can't sit kids down and say, I want you to read more. I want you to do your studies. What do teenagers do? The opposite. But it's like Casanova said, be the flame, not the moth. You can seduce people. Okay. What do I mean? I don't mean literal seduction, romantic. I'm saying they see you and they go, I want that. That's why I posted a video in 2014 with a Lamborghini. I said, here in my garage, just got this brand new Lamborghini. But you know what I like more than that? And I had just bought about 100 books. I'm like, these bookshelves are back here, because the knowledge that I learned from those bookshelves allow me to buy as many Lamborghinis as I need in a lifetime. I bought quite a few. But if you go to kids, which is the modern way, and try to teach them, you should read. Forget that. That doesn't work. You can't teach as a leader, but they can learn from you. And that is the process of osmosis. That's like Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you want in the world. Be the change. He was a great leader in history. Mahatma Gandhi probably goes down as a top 10 leader in the modern world. He led India out of apartheid or their colonialism, I should say. And so how did he, and same with, I just finished Nelson Mandela's autobiography. It's a great one. It's kind of long, but I spent 28, I think, years in a prison island, most of it off South Africa, breaking rocks. And then he comes out and wins the Nobel Prize. He was the change, right? So a lot of leaders are getting into this framework of, I'm going to do a stand-up scrum every day, and I'm going to tell people. I made that mistake. You have to be the most well-managed person. You have to be the best salesperson in your company. there's a lot of myths now that people are teaching, which is like, oh, you want to be the dumbest person in your company and, about hire people smarter than you. Well, I think maybe you hire people more specialized than you, but there's no evidence-based. This is not an evidence-based concept. For example, do you think Elon Musk is the dumbest person in his company? I don't think so. Do you think Zuckerberg is the dumb? No, they're the sharpest. You do need to hire people that are specifically, your accountant should be, hopefully knows things you don't know. But in general, the level of your company employee intelligence, business IQ, will not be higher than yours. That's not how it works. People want to work for people they admire. If I go work for somebody and I realize he's way stupider than me, I'm going to go spin out my own competitor to him and be like, why am I working for this dumb? People want value. So if you're a leader, you lead by being as magnificent as you can be. And then you have employee retention. Then you have a path to raising the business IQ of everyone around you. That's why I got books behind me right now. I always said, it's an amazing world where people, that's one of the greatest series ever written by Will Durant, Pulitzer Prize winner, The Story of Human Civilization. I've read it twice. I started when I was 16, but leaders who read like that, the old cliche, leaders are readers. There's a lot of truth to that. People have been fighting me. I did a TEDx talk in 2014. And I was like, I read a book a day. People are like, you don't need to read. I'm like, well, there's a new article that came out by Elon Musk's sister. She said he read 2 books a day. So I'm a slacker on my 1 book a day thing in hindsight. But leaders are readers. Bill Gates went on reading vacations. Jeff Bezos had 1 book he read so many times as his mentor. It was called the Made in America by Sam Walton from Walmart. All the pages, he would tape the pages back in. Warren Buffett's a leader, probably the greatest investor at scale in human history. I think he's at 18.5% annualized return since the 1960s through stagflation, a couple of recessions. And he said in his prime, he read 800 pages a day. Now he's old, in his 90s. He says he can only read 500. So that'd be my 4th one. Third is you teach by example. You can't teach wealth, but they can learn from your example. And the 4th one is leaders are readers. It's easy. Use audiobooks if you're a slow reader. But I think a simple framework is call it the no bedroom phone rule. So never have your phone at bed with you. I'm like, you should have your romantic partner or a book. There's 2 choices. Okay? Yeah, you should have someone you're attracted to in the bed, or you should have a book. That's it. No phone. People are out here doom scrolling, burning up their dopamine. And so use nighttime. I get in a solid, I fall asleep after, let's say, 20 minutes. And it also is a natural, for most people, book is better than melatonin. You want to fall asleep. Most people don't read an overly stimulating book. I read the other day a crazy story of it's called Flotilla. It's the last voyage of slavery in America in the 1860s. It's traumatic. I had all these traumatic dreams. So read a book that's like a little bit inspiring. The Nelson Mandela one's better.
This is incredible, and I want to welcome everybody again to the LA Leadership Week, where we are celebrating leadership as well as men who wear awesome glasses right here with Ty Lopez, Jim Miller, and myself. And I've been in the back taking notes. And, Ty, I'm so excited to spend some time with you here. And you mentioned the famous Lamborghini video. I'm glad you elaborated on that because I felt a lot of people misunderstood that. Right. Sure. I think they didn't get the point of what you were doing. And for those of us that can kind of see through a little bit of the marketing, we actually respected what you were doing. And you got a lot of eyeballs on important material. And one of the things that we're big on here at the Los Angeles Tribune is autodidactic education. When we examine world history, Leonardo da Vinci, autodidactic education, Stephen Jobs, autodidactic education. And what you have done, and one of the things that we're excited to announce here during the duration of the time we have with you, is you have promoted autodidactic education. And I think that a lot of the contributions you have had for American society have not been recognized at the level that they should be recognized. And so we at the Los Angeles Tribune, and we're going to invite our team to join us here in a couple minutes, but we at the Los Angeles Tribune, myself, Jim Miller, and the team have decided to nominate you and award you with a Lifetime Achievement Award that we will be sending to you in person, specifically, Ty, and the specific reason why we're honoring you with this is because of your contributions to autodidactic education, to entrepreneurial education, to helping individuals recognize self-reliance, the concept that, of course, Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote about famously. And so we want to bring back some of our team. I know we have a few minutes left with you, and we want to get into some other concepts, but we want to bring back our team to celebrate you for a moment here with the Lifetime Achievement Award for your contributions to entrepreneurial education. We're going to give you the floor now, Ty, to make some comments on the Lifetime Achievement Award, and then we'll go to the next segment. And I know we have a few minutes left with you. Want to get into something else, but for now, the floor is yours, Ty Lopez.
Well, thank you. I'm honored. I'm honored, especially from LA, my hometown. So I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate you, not just for me, but like understanding, like the more you learn, the more you earn, the more you know, the more you grow. All those little childish things we say are still underrated. Like it's what separates civilizations is how fast they can learn. And species that can't learn fast, I did my DNA test and we're all about 3% Neanderthal. The Neanderthals couldn't learn. They're our cousins as fast as Homo sapiens. So as much as you look in the news nowadays and you see depressing things of war, and of course you're in the news business, but sometimes the news is exciting, sometimes it's depressing. Remember that the one hope for humanity is that we learn, and that's it. And I always say the only benefit of growing older is you get a chance to learn more, because if you're growing older and you're not learning, it's all downhill. And it's the same with the civilization, the future of the United States. And I appreciate the award a lot for whatever small contribution I've had to education in the world. But that's the only thing that really can keep you optimistic in the world, is that the more we know and you look at things happening in Eastern Europe, in the Middle East now, what's the actual solution? The actual solution is, learning. And as we learn, you go less to war. Things get better. Civilizations get happier. Less crime. So I appreciate it, and I dedicate it to everybody who follows me, who is somebody that said, I want to know more things with an open mind. And I'll leave you with this. I like Charlie Munger, who sadly died, the billionaire partner he also is he's not around to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award, but he said, you shouldn't have the ability to hold an opinion unless you can argue the other side better than your opponent can. So I think the future of the world is us learning both sides of every big debate we have, whether it's presidential, economic systems, and that all takes right here. So I dedicate them to these books, and I appreciate everything you did, and thank you.
I know that Rex Sykes, one of our colleagues here, has a quick question for you. Rex Sykes, please.
Well, I just really want to say, Ty, that you are an example of a servant leader, and that's one of the reasons why you're getting this award. And I'm many years older than you are, or should I say younger than you are, but you accomplished so much. You are the flame to the, that you talked about. You go first and you lead by example. What I appreciate so much also about you is you simplify things that might be difficult concepts. So how do you do that so that other people can begin to learn how to simplify, make a concept that seems tough and make it easier to appreciate and apprehend and apply?
Yeah, I mean, one simple thing everybody should do when you finish a book, whether audio or ebook or physical book, make yourself a YouTube channel that's private. So you don't have to worry about anybody seeing it, and record a video of what you learned and leave those videos to your great grandkids, because by teaching, you learn a lot. So I wanted to help the world by teaching what I learned and trying to make it simpler. But at that process of me trying to do it also increases my retention and application. So I think one of the things that has helped me, one's just practice. I've been trying to do public speaking. They need to teach public speaking in school more. everybody, and a simple way now is just grab your iPhone and pretend there's a big crowd there, and so that's the skill that I started probably really hardcore in 2009 when I started building my personal brand, and over time it gets easier.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Incredible. And I want to thank my colleagues, and I know we only have a few minutes left with you, Ty, but I wanted to chime in here with you for a couple moments and ask you some questions. I know you mentioned you gave a TED Talk. I also gave a TED Talk a few months ago specifically about journalism. And I was doing research, Ty, and I was surprised, even though I'm in the business, I was surprised to find that the correlation between negative news and positive news, or problematic news versus solution-based news, is 17-1. So for every article that's negative, or excuse me, for every article that's positive, there's 17 that are negative. And some of the work we do here at the Los Angeles Tribune, Ty, is we want to bridge that gap. As one of the last remaining independent news companies in America, we want to focus on positive, empowering news. So my question for you is, since you understand human psychology, you understand the power of the input of information input, how important is the work we're doing at the Los Angeles Tribune specifically for empowering individuals with positive news? Please, Ty Lopez.
Yeah, for sure. That's very important, because you can't just bombard the world like most media sources are doing. I heard somebody say the mass media's job is to make other people's problems your problems. We cannot solve. I think it was Goethe, the German, writer, who said, "Let every man sweep his own front porch, and the whole world will be clean." Meaning, yes, we want to know about global things. It's important to be aware, but you can overwhelm yourself with global things. So you also need to be focused in your own neighborhood. And so, in addition to that, focus on local, you also got to show people that there's some good going in this world. Or what happens is, they've done this experiment. It's called learned helplessness experiment. You can see the Wikipedia. It's not ethical to do anymore, but back in the 1960s, scientists would they'd put a dog in a cage, shock them, and the dog would just lie down eventually, try to get out, realize it's in a cage, and just lie down. Then they took the top off the cage and shocked the dog, and the dog just laid down. The dog didn't know at this point it could just jump out. So what's happening in civilization is, where the news, not LA Tribune, but other sources, they're shocking people so much that people just give up and go, well, I can't solve everything. I can't solve everything happening in Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine. I can't solve it, so I'm going to do nothing. So it's important you hit people with some positive news going, things ain't working. They're working out over here. And that makes you go, okay, well, I got hope. If they're working here and they're reporting on it, that maybe I should pay attention to these things that aren't going well. So it's good. You got 17-1 is not a good ratio. So I know negative stuff goes more viral and newspapers need to make money, but the 17-1 is an unacceptable ratio.
Absolutely. And we want to, again, thank you for taking time to be with us to celebrate LA Leadership Week. And the premise of LA Leadership Week, Ty, is, we were covering LA Fashion Week not that long ago, and I thought to myself, why don't we celebrate the human character for 1 week the same way we celebrate fashion, right? Why don't we have a week dedicated to leadership? So we actually invented and created the LA Leadership Week as our answer to Fashion Week, which is a great thing. But I also think it's important to take a week to celebrate the inner, just like how we celebrate the outer. So your thoughts on, and by the way, LA Leadership Week, you're part of the inaugural movement. You are one of the thought leaders that's helping make LA Leadership Week a real thing by helping putting it on the map. But I'm curious your thoughts on, as one of the co-creators of LA Leadership Week, what are your thoughts on what we are doing together?
No, it's great. You should trademark it. You need to bring that global. That'd be a good
Well,
thing.
I have the best trademark lawyers, so that'll be easy.
There you go. Because I'll tell you, I agree with you. It's not logical. I mean, look, fashion. I own some fashion brands, so I'm all for fashion. But fashion ain't as important as ideas and thoughts. So that's great. Good. I like innovation, man. That's the best thing. Every industry, you innovate or die. And a lot of media, the old school is kind of dying because they're not having good ideas like this. So that's
fantastic. And with that, I want to just bring back the team and We all want to thank you again. Ty, if you have any closing statements, if you have any final messages you'd like to share with our audience, any exciting things you're doing that you'd like our community of entrepreneurs and leaders and aspiring leaders to be aware of, please, floor is yours now. As much time as you'd like, please.
Yeah, if anybody wants to see some free stuff, check out tylopez.com/books. I do think the one thing, I think education, I don't even like the word education now because it's so, people misinterpret it. I like knowledge. And so the one thing I'll warn and caution everybody is there's like 30 million books that have been published. Most of them ain't good. So make sure you read in order. Read the tried and true proven books first. So tylopez.com/books, it's totally free. I've had it up for a decade. I changed the order, but the same, 50 books have been on there and I'm always adding some new ones. So check that out. The second thing I would say, just as like the simplest practical thing to do and try as just like a really practical thing, take your phone. If you have an iPhone or Android, go to the Audible or iBooks or whatever app you use. Set a little place near your shower. Now, don't put it inside the shower. You'll break your phone. Set that thing and listen to an audiobook when you shower because it's like, then you can take if you're in California, you got to control water. But if you're in Norway or Sweden, you can take an hour-long shower because they got too much water. But do simple, practical things. I think it was Benjamin Franklin or Thomas Jefferson who said, everything comes to he who hustles while he waits. So fill the little spaces that you have in your day with just a little bit of knowledge. I keep an iBook. If I'm at a dentist appointment, it's 10 minutes late, I don't care. I flip through there and just micro learn. People get overwhelmed. You don't have to finish a whole book. Scroll to the middle and get 2 pages out of it. So use micro learning to literally elevate your IQ and maybe mess with ChatGPT. Because it can make you 20 IQ points smarter. So I use my ChatGPT app. I don't work for them. There's no promotion of them, you can leave a voice memo into ChatGPT and just tell it about your life. I've left a 15-minute voice memo. And then at the end, I say, here's my whole life and what's going on. Here's how much I weigh, how old I am, my family situation, my dating situation, my money situation. And then I say, give me 100 things that might be my blind spots. And it will sit there and be like, it give you a list of 100. 80 of them are stupid, but 20 of them are smart. So use as many tools, books, but also AI to enhance your life. And so I wish each of you good luck and fortune. As my grandma would say, I'll do a cheer without alcohol. She used to say, salud, amor y pesetas, y tiempo para gozarlo. My grandma was German, but she spoke Spanish. And that means health, love, and money. And may you have time to enjoy them all. So I wish everybody those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. I appreciate you. I thank you. You're the best. I've been an admirer of yours for years. So it was a pleasure to spend some time with you. Thank you, Ty.
All right. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Talk soon.
Thanks, Ty.
And how exciting was that, folks? Ava and Alicia, just some statements on that time we had with Ty Lopez. Ava, let's start with you, please.
Well, that's a masterclass, masterclass of life no one can pay for. So really, really excited to be in the behind the scenes and back in the screen, and really delighted to be able to share this with thousands of people, that's watching and following the Los Angeles Tribune.
Absolutely. Alicia, your thoughts on that time we spent with Ty?
It was fantastic. I mean, Ty has so much knowledge. It's that micro learning. You can tell what reading can do, what always being open to continuously learning can do. You can learn something every day. And I loved how Ty talked about the things he has learned in life through books, through mentors, and applied them in frameworks in life. Oftentimes you can get a lot of information, but how do you apply it? So I love that he continuously brings it down to the practical. How are you methodical? How do you use frameworks? How are you intentional? And how you can learn to observe what's going on around you and soak it up through osmosis. I think sometimes we think we have to be so direct in our learning, but if you're surrounding yourself with good people, if you're intentionally finding mentors, you're finding books that you want to learn from, you can soak up bits and pieces and then figure out how that works for yourself. But masterclass, he brought all of those core and key concepts together. What a fantastic experience with Ty today.
Thank you, Alicia. Rex Sykes, your thoughts on the time we spent with Ty, please.
Well, as I said, he is the flame, and that is the lead by example, the go first principle. And what I really, really appreciate about Ty is his insatiable appetite, his curiosity to be able to consume everything he consumes, not only consume it, but then to apply it so that he gets the results. And you can see the results that he's got by the kind of life he lives and the businesses he's invested in and the different things that he does. And that is truly an example of what Hill said. If you can conceive it and believe it, you can achieve it. And he exemplifies it. I hope this is the first of many times we get to spend time with Ty Lopez. And
I do too. Mr. Jim Miller, I know that you have had the opportunity to work with Ty, as was shared earlier, and I know you've known him for years. What are some of your thoughts on the time we spent today with Ty?
Well, first of all, you've got to be impressed with just how naturally and elegantly his knowledge flows, his cross-referencing from different time areas, different fields of study, different experiences, and this is, Ty's he's a very authentic person. I mean, who he shows up on as on stage is who he really is as well. I mean, and spending time with him just throughout the day and see what he does. I mean, you realize that successful people have chosen to be different. They choose to do the different things in life that will ultimately bring them to a place of success and prosperity.
Incredible. And of course, that was a great conversation on leadership that we had with Ty Lopez, who is helping us put the LA Leadership Week on the map to his tens of millions of followers. This is the first time that we have assembled the lineup for LA Leadership Week, and we're looking forward to re-inviting Ty for next year's LA Leadership Week. And I want to thank Jim Miller for nominating Ty for the Lifetime Achievement Award, which was well-deserved. Jim and I, we made that decision together because it was very well-deserved. And stay tuned, folks. You're watching the Los Angeles Tribune LA Leadership Week. And up next, we have a very, very special segment that you do not want to miss. Stay tuned for it.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, hello. How are you feeling after that masterclass? Michael Silvers, welcome. Parisa Rose, welcome. We are so, I would say, blessed, to have spent that time with Ty. So, Michael, let's start with you first.